Hell, you've
Hey, it's awesome. It's working. You know what the problem is? Well, actually, no. Actually, it wasn't my fault this time. It was. I was
it
like, it's
never
not
is.
working. It's not working. It was. I mean, I've been up since I got up like half an hour earlier than I was going to, and anyway, I was just trying to do all this stuff, and I was like, oh, now it just says that my camera's not there. And then Volstorm will test that I get on and my earphones weren't working. I was like, it's showing
No.
right here they're connected. What can I do? Anyway, everybody, welcome in. It's the second phase of the Taylor Schabusiness sentencing. Volstorm, what do you think about everything that's happened so far, man?
Oh my gosh. First of all, good morning, coffee crew. I'm on my third cup and I'm still trying to wake up. So, but I think it's kind of gone as we've expected as
Mm-hmm.
far as the first phase of the trial. You know, we had heard everything kind of out in social media and this, that, and the other about the things that she confessed to, the things that she had done. So it wasn't a surprise that they came back within an hour of a verdict on all three counts.
You were on the it will be a quick one.
Yeah, yeah. I voted for the less than an hour
Oh
on
wow.
the poll yesterday because I thought it would be that quick. It was that much of a slam dunk. The defense didn't put up that much of a fight, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second part, though, because I have a feeling that this is more what they were concentrating on.
Well, the mics aren't on yet, but I don't know. This is a I'm kind of torn on this. I'm like, so you like you said they're like concentrating on this, but I'm like, okay, but why? Is that
Well, I
you know?
like it was kind of like MLS Law said yesterday. He didn't really have a lot to work with, so the only thing that he could try for is, yeah, she did it, but
Mhm.
the reason that she did it was because of this, and this. So we're going to see a lot of the. I'm sure we'll see a lot of the testimony from the psychiatrists, psychologists, and just to kind of determine what her mental status is.
But my thing is, it's like, well, I don't know. I guess like trying to think about like how the law is written. It's supposed to be written. You know, the legislature is the voice of the people,
Right.
and so like by giving this mental health deal where she can it's basically it's like life in prison, but she's in a mental hospital. I think if I have it right. It's is it any better? You know, and I think that's what I'm just kind of stuck on.
Is it any different? I don't know. I've never been. Fortunately, I've never been inside either type of facility, so I wouldn't know what the differences are.
I thought, oh, okay, here that's my other friend that I met in the mental hospital.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Well, I can't remember anymore, man. It's you know, they don't give you the good meds on the outside.
No, no, not so much.
Yeah, so this is a all right, let's see. I want to make sure I can see. Okay, there it is. All right. I'm not tuned into. Oh wait. All rise. So here we go. Man, this guy does not mess around.
I love this about this judge. He's just very quick, very to the point. No, you're not going to skirt around
Nope,
things.
here he is. He's talking now.
Appearances are the same. Deputy District Attorney Saunders, District Attorney Lizay for the state. Mr. Freilich is here for the defendant, and Ms. Schabusiness is here as well. So we're on the court calendar this morning, not just to complete the, or just to continue with the jury trial, but I asked the parties to report at 8:15 to voir dire, the last witness, about the issue that came up yesterday. Is the witness here?
That witness is here, Your Honor. In addition, Ms. Danelski is also here from Green Bay PD, who may have more information about technical issues if the court has concerns. But I can address this if you want to board your Lieutenant Liberta first.
I would like to do that. So if you could come on up.
Please solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record. Jenna Liberta, L-U-B-E-R-D-A.
Oh, they're bringing her back.
So Lieutenant Liberta, we invited you back this morning to ask a few questions, and I'm going to afford the attorneys an opportunity to ask those questions, to ask some questions as well. But I was looking at the
Talking to your mic, Judge.
two exhibits, 99 and 100, that appear to be
What's the purpose of this?
the extraction reports. And I'm going to hand those to you.
They screwed up is what the thing is.
Oh, shoot.
Actually, counsel, I don't have copies of those. So she's looking at the originals. Do you have a copy that I can look at while?
I think 90% of being a
some-
judge
some
is being able to look
questions, and I'm gonna give
fresh-faced
each
at
attorney an
8
opportunity
a.m.
to
every
ask some
day.
questions, but I have some specific questions I'm interested in.
He probably goes home, eats a quick dinner, and then goes straight to bed. Wonder what
If they're
that's
your
like.
only copies, I'll give them back before you ask your questions.
I mean, I'll never know. I'll never know.
No, you won't.
Okay, I'm looking at these reports, and the question that I had for the attorneys is if there's a way to identify when these searches occurred. First of all, and my exhibits are not numbered, I believe.
Why is that relevant now?
The one that says searched item 35 in the upper left corner is exhibit 99. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the searches.
She wore that shirt the other day.
Everything
I know.
I see has a timestamp.
At least you could change
item
clothes.
In the far left. For example, item number 1, timestamp February 19, 2022. Does that tell me when this was searched?
Yes.
Okay. And each one of those are, each one of those search items seems to have one of those timestamp denotions on it. Can you, when I look at a Web 100, however, I don't see a similar indication as to when these were looked at. And so first of all, as far as Exhibit 100, are these searches or something else?
These are something else.
These are something else.
Oh, oops.
These are you referencing the actual photographs, or are you referencing the information?
Well,
Do you know
that's a
what you're
good
referencing?
question. First of all, are the photographs affiliated with the information? In other words,
No, she just grabbed stuff because she
extracted something
predetermined.
and these came from the phone, and all the
They are from phone and affiliated with the search. However, I believe Analyst Danowski will be better able to answer that question for you as far as what's done on Google's end when I wrote the warrant.
Okay. So you're not able to, the question I'm driving towards is, how do we know when these were accessed by the defendant through the
Yeah, the
defendant's
chain of
phone?
custody.
And you're not able to.
Oh, I see what they're getting at.
Judge, I think I might be able to clarify with a couple of questions.
Well, he uses his microphone.
The exhibit that you see in front of you, Exhibit 100, that has those photos, and then they all have a date associated with them, I think of March 8th of 2022.
He's not the
Is that
witness. He's
correct?
not on stand.
That is the date
Well, but
after
this is
the phone was
is
seized from the
procedural,
Schabusiness,
though.
correct?
Correct.
Now, that is an extraction report built upon the return that you received from the Google warrant, right?
Correct.
Leading
Now,
the
did you
witness.
also review an
Right, I
extraction
mean-
report from the phone itself?
no. I know what you're getting at,
And
but
when
it's
you
like
looked at the
She can't
extraction
answer for
report
her own
from the
work.
phone itself, were you able to find dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And when you looked at the phone itself, what were the dates that
She just wants to
corresponded
go
with
back
the
home.
photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
she's tired of this.
Was February
Yeah.
6th, February 12th, and February 13th.
That's right. Yeah.
Are
well,
those consistent with the dates of the searches for information on Jeffrey Dahmer that you saw both in the phone and on the Google warrant?
Yes.
Now, do you know why the March 8th, 2022 date was assigned by Google when you received that from the warrant?
No.
But I just want to confirm that you did two separate searches. One is the phone itself, and then there's a second that is from the Google warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the exhibit that you have in front of you, 100, that's from the Google warrant, not from the phone itself.
Correct.
Mr. Freilich, do you have any questions to voir dire this witness regarding these exhibits?
Well, I asked yesterday for copies, but I don't have them, so I'll have to take a look. Can I look at those?
Sure.
Could I approach?
oh, you're doing a voir dire.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's like a sentencing trial, right?
Well,
Kind of.
No, not yet.
Shizzy, good morning, bud.
Fall storm.
Hey, Shizzy.
Hey guys. She wearing the same shirt as yesterday?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Call you Officer Liberta.
Or the other day, anyway.
Or Miss Liberta.
Miss Luberta is fine, thank you.
Thank you. This Exhibit 100
No. Sean.
is a extraction report, and it says Google warrant return, correct?
Correct.
And this is information that is directly from Google,
Correct.
and it shows different searches. Is that fair?
Yes.
I know what the discrepancy
It's
is.
got like
What?
a bite size.
She's
correct?
basically up there saying that there's a
On it,
lag
like the number of
between
bites.
when you're actually doing it on the phone and when it
And then
syncs
it's
to
got a
Google.
modified date
That's
on
why
there.
you
Is
have
that
different
fair?
times, different
That I know,
dates.
yes.
And it's got a source file, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And then it's got pixel resolution.
Morning,
correct?
David.
I'd have to look at it again.
Okay. And these are basically thumbnail pictures or photos?
I'd have to look at it again.
Your Honor, could I approach?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I see bites, size,
Puffer P is pretty
Got
awesome.
different categories. correct?
different categories, yes.
All the things that I just asked you about, is that fair?
Yes,
This, this March 8th, 2022 date,
I just can't look at her without thinking her underwear's
that
dirty.
is the date that the, that is associated with these pictures
I'm
was
like,
seized?
you did take a
Taylor?
shower, right, miss?
what is the question?
That March 8th, 2022 date, is that the date that's associated with when the phone was seized?
No,
Corresponds with those pictures?
it is not the date that the phone was seized.
Okay. What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
It says it is a modified, and then it has the date.
Okay. Do you know what that means, modified?
No,
Okay. I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those dates?
Those were the dates that searches for Jeffrey Dahmer or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
Is that
Taylor
what's
only
on
has
the,
2 outfits anyway.
100?
No.
She has 3 different tops.
No other
We do know
questions.
that.
Okay.
Judge, I do have as an additional exhibit for the court, a
It does say
report that was
live.
generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly shows the date stamp
I mean, it
associated with
really
some of
looks
these
like
photos,
yesterday's.
and particularly the
Yeah.
date stamp associated with
Except there's nobody in the
Exhibit
gallery.
101, which is
Yeah.
the large picture that the state intended to address. So I can provide that to the court if it alleviates any concerns regarding the date of that particular photo. Mr. Gilbert, I'm showing this memorandum as Exhibit 102. Can you review that?
This is the Celebrate report extraction of the device screenshots.
I mean, this
taken
is the
by
right one,
forensic
right?
Computer analyst Danowski.
And those are the screenshots that you testified to yesterday that you reviewed when you were
Yeah,
doing
that's hilarious.
your analysis of the
Oh, it says
phone extract
replay.
itself, correct?
Oh, that's
Oh,
fine.
jeez.
And
Why did they-
in that
why did they
exhibit,
bring
are
this
there
up? We were
a
sitting here
number of
watching
photographs
this.
Depicted of Jeffrey
Yeah,
Dahmer.
this is the same thing. He just deleted himself off of there.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
Well,
man.
that's YouTube for you, folks.
You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen.
Please excuse the expert while he has a meltdown.
I got so mad I threw myself out of the stream.
I saw that.
This is not. No, this is. Oh.
This is the part I obviously wasn't watching yesterday.
Yeah, I'm like,
Oh,
wait
I
a
was.
second here. This is not.
She looks like she's wearing the same clothes.
It's like, is she wearing the same
It said
shirt?
live. Watch live. Well, at least we didn't miss anything. We haven't missed a thing. I promise you on this one. Holy cow, man! I'm like, what's going on here? Thank you, Puffer. Dummy me. You guys really need to go to a different stream. Find somebody better. I mean,
Look, you come here for the entertainment, not for the intellectualism. Come on.
Here, I found
This is it, right?
Did you find it? Here, I'll
Yeah,
do
I've got it. Oh wait, I didn't bring it up. Sorry, I hit the button and didn't bring it up.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yes.
Why aren't
They
they
didn't miss
talking?
anything. They're just typing.
It says top chat. Okay. We're going to live chat. Why am I going to? Yeah, I'm doing that just to make sure that it's the right one, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Are they not talking?
No, I don't have any volume on
No,
it.
there's no noise. You
Did
can't
you
even
double
hear the
check for me?
keyboards typing.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Thank
There's
you.
nothing.
Holy cow.
Well, that was entertaining, wasn't it?
Well, it started streaming 19 minutes ago, so you really didn't miss anything.
No.
No, absolutely nothing. I mean, there is no sound, anything. There's no.
Well, they were just doing procedural the first part. Yeah, he's got on a different
I can't get to
suit.
this one. This keeps
Okay.
moving. Where'd this go? Where'd it go? I lost the one I wanted to pull up. Oh yeah, that's the one I wanted to pull up. Look, I had it up. I didn't even know it.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. Broken Baker, what's up? Did Let's Go Brandon stop by? Streams go off the rails after that. No, it's just me, man. It's just me. And I'm supposed to go over to Baker's thing because he's got an awesome trial. And then this thing popped up, and who knows if I'm even on the right this might be a different trial. This might be the Dahmer trial.
It's the same dude, though.
Is it really?
It's the same defense attorney. So I hope it's the right trial.
Yeah, hopefully it isn't, right?
Yeah, it's they're doing the same.
Puffer.
Holy
Poor gal
cow,
being
man.
blamed for not changing clothes.
I mean, I said she had dirty underwear on. I owe her an apology. And I'll tell you right now, I have not showered. I got up 30 minutes before my alarm clock, and then next thing I know, I'm like, wait a second, why? Whoa, I gotta get live. And then of course I sit down and go live, and my camera doesn't want to plug in. I'm like,
Let's see this. You got all the problems worked out,
Yeah. We got all the kinks worked out.
except for the smell. I mean, I had to shower. I did a 4-mile run this morning, so
Oh, well,
Oh.
look at you.
Well, good
What's
for
that
you,
like? Yeah.
Mister. I got up and ran 4 miles. I'm barely getting through my 3rd cup of coffee.
I jump off for just a second. I'll be right back.
All right. He did apologize. He just did that.
I do. I'm sorry. Clumsy, right? I said she had dirty undies.
Matt Core, how many guys does it take to watch a replay?
Dude.
Well, apparently 3.
It does. Magor, I'm so dumb.
Hey,
G
we're
Law,
not quite awake,
where'd he
folks.
go?
Okay.
Wasn't that special? Yeah, we know where the special is. I tell you what. There we go. That's the special right here.
There you go.
I'm the short
Special.
bus. I'm the short bus.
It's a Badger, Broken Baker.
Oh,
It's a
man, I didn't
Badger.
even see that up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like their seal is like the state seal of Wisconsin has like some like a whole bunch of like different meanings. Like this is like some sort of like meetup between like the banker and the farmer or something. It's weird.
Thank you, Matt Core, for understanding.
Yeah. Hey, listen, every stream I put them down as these are entertainment streams. Noah, how you doing, man? Oh my gosh. I don't
Pre-gaming. Pre-gaming. Pre-gaming.
Tailgating, more like
yeah,
it.
tailgating. This is like tailgating.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So hey, while that's happening, so I was getting ready last night for today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it doesn't seem like I was getting ready, but I
Right,
was
right.
getting ready for today. And did you see the stuff about Hunter Biden pop out?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I read I watched your clip last night. If anybody hasn't checked it out, go watch Expert's clip on the Hunter Biden
thank you.
deal.
Dude,
And
yeah,
then I read a couple of analysis, including guy who was a former federal prosecutor about it. So
what did the prosecutor say?
basically
Screw
that
up.
they tried to sweep most everything under pretrial diversion. That way the public wouldn't know about it. And the judge was like, yeah, that's way too broad. There's no way that's happening.
Oh look, Taylor has a orange shirt on
Turtleneck.
today. Yeah. Oh look, she's still squinty.
Is that
She
red or
needs
orange?
I don't know. I don't know my monitor even. I don't even know if I've got my monitor turned on. Geez. Well, yeah. So like here with the Hunter stuff, like I remember when it started coming out, and like everybody like tries to get political on it. And
Right.
I'm like, oh, this is on the Hunter stuff. Yeah, they tried to pull one over on the judge,
Yep.
but the judge caught him.
Exactly.
Well, when it's like, oh, we're just gonna do a. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here comes the judge.
Look, I'll just go to
22
the.
CF,
Oh, here we go.
363,
There we go.
State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Saunders and District Attorney Lizay. And Schabusiness is here, as is your attorney, Mr. Fralick. You run the clerk's calendar.
He likes those wild ties, doesn't he?
Really for a
Yeah.
Daubert-type hearing this morning to address
They're
Dr.
fun.
O'Donnell, who Mr. Fralick had submitted as a potential expert for the responsibility phase. So, Mr. Fralick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the defense does have Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, as an expert to testify in phase 2 of this trial, the NGI phase. I did confer and consult with Dr. James T. O'Donnell yesterday after court to further talk about his opinions in this matter. I've had a number of discussions with him. I know that he is a a pharmacologist who has lots of experience and has testified as an expert in the field of pharmacology in the past. I shared with him some of the concerns that the court had with regards to the 4 points of his trial opinion that was discussed yesterday. The defense had retained him some time ago, and he did testify at a motion hearing, I believe, back in June on legal issues related to the statements and other issues of that sort. After further analysis, after further contemplation and discussion, the defense has decided to not call him in phase 2 of this proceeding based on the comments that court made and some of the concerns that the court shared. We do not believe that it would be helpful at this point in time, and so we're going to not call him at this phase of the case.
I'm not going to get the answers I want.
Okay. And I respect that opinion, or that decision, rather. Mr. Freilich, I want to indicate that I raised the concerns yesterday because I was very much interested in focusing any testimony.
The question was more about like, would crystal meth have caused her to be permanently brain damaged?
Testimony would need
Basically,
to be
right.
directed.
Yep.
I wasn't deciding what was going to happen at this hearing.
Yeah.
So I just want to make clear, I didn't render a decision. That's why I'm here this morning to listen to testimony. But I respect your decision to not call him, and that is your decision, and you're right. You have
Got it.
another expert that you're calling, who has already testified in this case as well. So there's no need for a hearing on that this morning. Obviously, the jury isn't going to be in for another 45 minutes, so we can't get going. We have a little bit of extra time.
Miami, tell your neighbors to turn it on
Couple of
too.
things,
That way there's no problem.
First of all, does the state have anything you want to share on that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Defense guy.
A couple of things. I was asked by
Everybody get up
security
early so I can
this
come in and
morning,
say, I'm not
Mr.
going to call
Freilich,
anybody.
whether,
Yeah.
your client
Thanks.
needed to be in street clothes or whether simply the jail scrubs was fine. Frankly, I think the answer probably is she could have committed jail scrubs.
No, but
Doesn't
we'll
know
be
who's ready to
drunk in
start today, man. I know.
we'll be drunk in 5 minutes, man.
I'm trying to-
I don't care one way or the other. I'm sure security would have.
Oh, let's just start that.
Yes.
All right, so that's been accomplished, and we'll do it that way.
That's the best way to start the morning.
Then when the jury returns, I think all I would do is.
I don't
give
drink
them
coffee and I'm ready to start doing shots of
instruction,
espresso.
I know it.
603.
Tweety, I thought the same
I don't know if
thing.
the parties have that
Why
in
didn't
front
they
of
do
you.
an
If you
MRI,
don't, I'll give you a
MRI
copy
brain
of it,
scan to
but,
determine if there's brain damage?
603.
The judge has my
603
coffee
what are called options.
So I just took it from
The
him.
first option is.
Is that when you were in Wisconsin? You were.
if
Yeah,
the
I was
first
hanging.
phase is
I'm
resolved
actually
completely,
sitting under his desk,
you'll
and
hear
I
no
took his
contest.
coffee cup from him. Just
Oh, okay.
Have the
I thought it looked
following,
familiar.
and
Yeah.
just to insert
Just
the
watch next
elements
time he grabs
within
it. You'll see
the
it. It's the same
case.
coffee cup.
So the only change
Actually,
I would
my
suggest making to 603
nephew
is
made
that,
this cup.
the defendant has been found guilty of, and then list the offenses as I've done.
By the way, thank you. No, I don't know if I
these
said thank you.
instructions, so far, and then indicate we will now proceed with the second phase of the trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect, and then continue to read that instruction. First of all, I saw when I mentioned about whether or not you had it in front of you, you nodded, Mr. Saunders, you have it in front of you.
No, I don't, but I
You do.
reviewed it this morning.
Well, let me make, we can just make 2 copies. I'm assuming you need a copy as well.
I've got it in my binder.
Then I'll make Mr. Saunders a copy.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, the defense brings a binder. Where's yours, Mr. Prosecutor guy? Your fancy suits and your.
He's already slipping. Already
Well,
slipping.
he has to keep the binder away from Taylor. She might start beating him with it. She has a thing for binding.
Broken Baker's the only person who's ever seen the.
So I'll start with you, Mr.
redhead
Kelly,
intro
because you have
and
it.
know
You probably
somebody
looked at
in
it
it.
as I've been talking. Any objection to my?
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up.
Makes sense, Your Honor.
Mr. Saunders?
No objection.
Okay. So that's what I'll do. And then
Oh,
I guess the only other issue is
You found her.
I found her.
the order of questioning. I know the burden of proof now shifts to the defense. Generally, the party with the burden of proof goes first, although this is kind of one of those cases where the state generally is perceived as going first. Mr. Saunders, preference?
No, I agree. I think the defense has
Ladies
the
and
burden.
gentlemen,
so
welcome
they would start
MG Law.
Opening statement.
Well, look at that. You got a
responding,
fancy
they would
tie
close.
on.
What's up?
Just
Look at how snazzy.
That makes sense as well. I believe, talking to Mr. Lassay, at the end, at closing, then I
I got
would have
caught here in
the
a little bit.
rebuttal.
I got a few minutes.
So,
That makes sense. So that's what we'll do.
I mean, how do you
And,
do it, man?
I'm going to keep you under the same time frames I
Well,
had
get up early,
for
hit the road.
openings and closings during the
Well, I mean, I
guilt phase of the trial.
mean when I say how do you do it because you're driving all
Anything
over
else
the
to take
state.
up? I'll go briefly modify.
Yeah,
that,
I mean, it's not too bad.
Jury instruction.
You know, I
Anything
don't
else to
stream at
bring up?
night, pretty much,
Mr. Saunders?
so I have time to be on in
I
the
get what you're
morning.
saying.
I don't know if the court also wants to read the opening statement instruction too after 603.
You got to get up early if you're going to chase those ambulances.
If it's necessary or
I
not.
don't do that.
No, he,
You don't. I'm just
federal
giving him a hard
bankruptcy
time.
stuff, man.
no,
Yes,
no,
I know.
Okay. I'll get the opening.
That's why I've given them a hard
Smart
time.
people.
Instruction.
Yeah, I know. I'm not smart
Proposed
enough for
jury
that.
instruction guide is pretty sparse as to what they suggest we read. So, and frankly, at the end as well, there's 605, but nonetheless, we'll talk about that later. I'll get the opening instruction, the opening statement instruction. I'll read 603 first, then I'll read the opening statement instruction, and we'll go from there. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Mr. Freilich, anything else?
nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, well, the jury will be in at 9:15, so we have a little bit of time, and
Got a
we'll be
lot of
back on
time.
the record at 9:15. We're in recess.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hey,
All right.
Well, that was
so-
quick.
So while we've got our expert on here, MG, what do you think, man? So Wisconsin is a little bit different than everybody else, and we got a mental hearing today, right? Or mental.
Yeah, they're going
part.
to, basically, I guess the argument was that, I mean, if she did it, she didn't understand what she was doing at the time she committed it. She basically was insane. And so they're having a second phase of the trial to put experts on to determine whether or not she was, insane or, could not understand or comprehend what she was doing as she murdered this guy.
So
I don't think it's going to work.
But,
Yeah, I was
well,
supposed
let
to
me
say,
ask
how
you-
hard is that to prove?
Well, I mean, the big thing is, they've admitted they were high. She voluntarily got high, and voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
Right.
But the details she was giving in her interrogation showed she knew exactly what she was doing. So
So I missed the interrogation.
Oops.
I hear that was good.
Yeah, she was pretty detailed during the interrogation
Yeah.
about everything that happened. So
One of the local reporters showed that during the interrogation that she appeared to be smiling in court
Yeah.
while she was admitting to or saying how she did everything to this guy.
yeah,
So, well, let me ask you. So, MG, on this part of the, or I guess the sentencing in Wisconsin right now. I mean, she's convicted. Either way, she's going to spend life in prison. We're just trying to figure out what type of room she's going to be in, right?
if the jury says that she was insane at the time she did it, then essentially she'll be not guilty by reason of insanity, and she'd go away to an institution for the rest of her life. So she's going to spend the rest of her life in a room. It's either going to have pads or it's going to have bars.
So, what do you do as a defense? I mean, that's hard to get. It's hard for me.
I think that's one thing he was trying to get that one doctor in that he's not going to call now, was to say that this drug use caused brain damage. But either the doctor is not actually his pharmacology background, doesn't make him an expert on that,
Yeah.
right,
or it does, and he's not going to give the answers that he wants.
right.
So he's
Yeah.
not going to call him.
so I'm curious if she's if she goes into the jail system, she has metal bars, her chances of parole are going to be nil. But if she goes into a mental institution, would that increase her chances of being able to get out if they find her mentally competent?
Well, I mean, I don't know how it is in Wisconsin. I mean, it could be that she goes away forever. I mean, that she's not, I mean, to be that crazy, I don't know. Sometimes, had she been found not competent to stand trial, which is what the hearing last Friday was for, then she would have gone for treatment in an institution until she was treated and became competent to stand trial, to understand what was going on and participate in her defense, which she's clearly able to do. She's had conversations with her attorney throughout the trial. But
So
yeah,
how do you-
if she was not incompetent to stand trial, then she would go to treatment until she was, and then she would stand trial. Here, it's going to be whether or not, if she's found that she was insane or incompetent at the time she committed the act, then she won't be guilty of the murder in these acts, but she's going to go away because she's insane.
But could it be a less amount because they found her rehabilitated?
I don't know how they do that in Wisconsin.
There's a case in Brown County like 3 years ago, and the guy is same type of sentencing deal, and the guy he's in a mental hospital for the rest of his life. So it's the full term. It's just it looks like it's just where you go. My question is, if you're insane, okay, so like the argument's like she did so much meth throughout her life that she is now mentally, like, her brain function is completely different. Well, then how does she ever be sane for trial?
Well,
Or
being sane, competent for trial is different than being guilty by reason, not guilty by reason of insanity. Being insane when you committed the act. Being competent to stand trial is simply that you understand the proceedings and everyone's role, what the judge does, what your counsel's doing, what the state does, and that you can participate in your defense. That's a very different standard than whether you had the mental capacity to understand what you were doing when you committed the crime.
Right.
I think where I'm getting lost in it is like what Wisconsin, the way they do it, because it's, I don't know. It seems, I mean, the regular, was it temporary insanity is the Hollywood version, right? It's like, oh, he's not guilty. It's temporary insanity. And then, the person walks. That you're taught differently when you go to school, and then in practice now, this is an entirely different level. Like, this is something I've never seen before. I think that's what I'm asking. Is like, how do you you're so miswired that it's cool to just spend hours dismembering the person because you wanted to tidy up, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems like
you got Clorox wipes, you got bleach, you've got all kinds of stuff. Just go down there and clean it up. But I was insane the whole time.
Exactly. And that's why I don't see how the arguments today are going to hold any water.
Because
she knew what she did.
It's got to make it more difficult, especially after them determining, to me anyway, after they said, well, she's competent enough to stand trial. I would think that would make it even harder to say, well, she was, despite all these facts, she wasn't sane then. But she's fine now.
I said, it's a different standard. And so, and that's where, you can have someone who has, a mental deficiency, and is, has learning disabilities, who may not comprehend what they're doing.
Right.
But, and that's kind of where that comes in for this phase is, does she have some sort of mental deficiency where she could not actually comprehend the gravity of what she was doing? And she clearly did. I mean, she clearly knew what she was doing. She tried to claim she blacked out at one point, but she blacked out and came to and saw he was still alive, and she just kept going.
Right.
So, I mean, she's like, oh yeah, I just want to see how this all works.
I blacked out before I killed him.
Yeah. And then afterwards, she spends, hours acting like she's in biology, high school biology class with, dissecting a frog.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I thought about that. I was like, yeah, I wonder if they had same high school labs together. So it's just I don't know, man. It's a crazy standard, and
Yeah, doing it separately is kind of odd. Because normally, it would be you would do this kind of at the same time, because if if you find that she's insane, then you really can't find that she's guilty of doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
kind of yeah.
That's what I was thinking earlier. That's what confuses me with the Michigan standard. So, okay, so no, you can stand trial. You're not insane. But then it's like, well, wait a second, you were insane when you did this. So, yeah, it seems like
And I guess
it's backwards.
The difference is, for the guilt phase, you're finding the intent to do it, and she intended to do it. Now, whether she understood the consequences and what she really was doing, that is probably where this second phase is coming in.
Okay.
But she intended to kill him. I mean, she was very clear in that.
I like what Broken Baker said. I'm going to pull that up in a second. This is my own little soapbox moment. Is that this is one of those things where you can see what we're having a discussion here, where we're having a hard time to clearly define what this would mean, but yet the legislature thinks that they passed a law that was the plain meaning of the language of the law is right there on the paper. It's supposed to be, it's easy to understand and everything. And that whenever a law gets passed, you have the politicians, they come back to their home districts and they're like, I voted for, we got past this session, a new standard on mental health. And we hear about mental health. I'm in Tennessee. Volstorm's in Tennessee. Shizzy may know about this, he's close to us. We had a school pew-pewing, like in Nashville back in, I don't know, like May or March, or one of those M months. And they're trying to, now, it's like all this stuff's coming up, and it's like they're trying to push for red flag laws, and they're talking about, like, oh, it's mental, you're having a mental problem and stuff. And I'm always scared whenever they talk about mental, is letting politicians describe what mental is, and it's, I don't know. I think that was, like I said, that was my little soapbox moment. That's what I see here. This is the time to talk about. And that's Broken Baker. He says, in Denmark, a board of psychological professionals determine if you are treatable or if they can fix you. But you're not insane. If they can't treat you, you go to the soft cell prison. That's interesting.
No,
so
but it's interesting because anytime Congress or your state legislature gets involved in areas where they really have no expertise, they're going to screw it up. It's true.
Yeah, they'll make it easy for us. So what you got going today, MG? What's hard hitting?
Oh no, I just got court here in a little bit. I've got some filing to do, so I'll have to run in here probably in about 20 minutes or so.
Well, my advice is when you go to court, don't get held in contempt.
Oh no, don't do that. I've had opposing counsel be threatened with it before.
Oh yeah, so have I.
And pro se's, it's
me.
Fun. Yeah, it's
not
rule
terrifying.
number one is don't piss off the judges. Rule number one. So you learn real
Some
quick
judges
when
just
you need
they
to
wake
just
up that
shut
way
up.
though.
Well, you learn the judges and know when to just not talk. I mean, there are times where I've had a hearing and I go up and I don't say a word. That the judge, basically they've read everything, or a process, somebody coming up representing themselves, and the judge just starts explaining what's going on and says, hey, I have no choice but to grant judgment, and explains things, and I basically don't have to say anything at all, which is always nice.
My wife had one. She doesn't do bankruptcy, but it was because she does real estate stuff. And this guy that was involved was not pro se, but pro per.
Oh God.
That gives you any idea.
So-
And he
Oh.
he actually had money to get it taken care of, but he spent all of it on attorney's fees trying to argue when all he had to do was just say okay and pay it.
Yeah, the sovereign citizens are something else.
Yeah.
Oh, I love sovereign
Actually
citizens.
had one show up to an eviction docket a few months ago, and the judge just lit him up. He refused to cross over, come up through the bar and come up to the bench with everybody, and we're just sitting there watching. And the judge just starts laying into him. He's like, hey, what? And he's like, well, this is wrong. It's a violation of the law. And judge says, well, you know where the Capitol is down the hill? He's like, yeah. He said, well, you can walk over there to the Supreme Court and appeal me. I don't care. You think I'm wrong? He said, you just march right on down and appeal me. They can tell me I'm wrong, and then I'll listen to you. But he was belligerent. He called the deputies up, and the guy took off before the deputies came in. But he was like, well, I'm going to find that he was present and refused to participate, and I'm granting default judgment. It was great. There were some legal aid attorneys there, and he told them after, he said, I almost appointed one of you, to represent him. He said, if you'd have done that, I'd have taken my pen and jabbed it in my jugular.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah. Legal aid, they're just sitting there going, oh, we just hope we're doing it right.
Yeah.
Because they always get oh gosh, man, legal aid. Whenever you got someone who comes in, right, you got the people that go, well, let me ask you a question. So I got this friend of mine, I got this buddy, and it just wasn't right what happened to him. And then you're just sitting there going, so what'd you do?
Yeah.
And you meet a lot of legal aid people when you go to bars close to courthouses.
That's why you don't tell them what you do for a living.
Then you tell me you're an architect.
Yes,
And then they
tell
kept
them you're an
talking to you.
architect.
They're like, there's never a second question after that. It's the most. My wife discovered that. It's the most amazing thing ever.
One of my wife's friends did legal aid. That's how she paid for her college, because state of Georgia legal aid would basically cover it the whole time that you were
Oh, nice.
with them. So she got all of her
That's
college
cool.
tuition taken care of by running legal aid. Those are some pretty smart folks in there. So if you're thinking that
Yeah,
just
they
because
can
they're
be
working
good.
that they're
Yeah.
bad, it's like
Those
no,
clients.
a lot
No.
of them are. Yeah.
No, but they can, sometimes they have nothing better to do than to be a thorn in the other side's side, and just little points of law that they really can't win on, but they'll throw it out there to slow things down or kind of
Right.
muddy it up, and you just have to wait on the judge to just shut it down. But it takes time, and you have to respond to pleadings and go to hearings, and eventually the judge will be like, okay, we're done. But
Yeah,
they can
we've got
come up to works.
we got a Supreme Court here in Georgia that just the filing. Let's see, we filed it on July 10th, and it took until today for them to actually notate it for July 10th. So it's been sitting there waiting for the clerk
That's
to sign
about
off on it.
right.
Yeah,
Um,
the appellate courts move at their own pace. They are,
Well, this is
know.
just for an appeal that we need to go to the district court or district court of appeal. Yeah, so it's crazy. Just the wait can be insane. I mean, this is the case that started back in 2021, like March of 2021.
yeah, and it's just the appellate courts just now dealing with it. Yeah, it takes that long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes
they're not
longer.
in a rush. They're not going anywhere.
No.
They've been around for 200 years.
Exactly.
Hey, White Rabbit, she says, how does her attorney go from she didn't do it to she did it but was mentally incompetent at the time? And don't forget there's a third one in there. Is not that she didn't do it to mistakes happen.
Yeah.
to the day she wasn't mentally competent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with it
that's
being two phases, you can argue,
you start
kind of the
over.
alternatives. I mean,
You say, well, I understand that you convict her, but let me just ask you one more question. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I
it's
still don't think
Wisconsin.
she did it because she was mentally incompetent. I guess
Yeah.
that's the only argument he could come up with.
When I said mistake, I meant deranged. Is that the correct terminology? Probably not.
I don't know all the medical terminology.
It's all it's all legalese. It's all a term of art here. I paint with the fat brushes though. I don't know this thing. Hey, oh yeah, let me ask you. So, what do you think that there is anything with appeal? Do you think they'll even try an appeal? Because I mean, I'm just saying
sure
because
they
he asked
will.
for a mistrial. So
He
much.
will.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll try to appeal. I mean, the appeals are for losers, so you know it's
literally.
a hard, it's very difficult burden to overcome. I mean, because they're going to look at everything in the light most favorable to the state, and everything that's there points to she did this. So, you know, and then even if there a lot of times, even when there's some small point of error, you know, that should have let something come in or kept, you know, that he kept out or, you know, didn't grant, you know, things, you know, especially with evidence, you know, it's an abuse of discretion type thing. And it's the lowest standard to overcome, you know, for this to basically show, yeah, he didn't abuse his standard. Yeah, there was a reasonable basis for him to make this decision. We're
Right.
going to say, yeah, this was good. Or if it was error, it was harmless error. It didn't change. It would not have changed a reasonable juror's decision. And so we're going to uphold it. And that's usually what happens.
How long into the second part do you think the defense attorney tries to get a mistrial in this part?
Oh yeah, that should be
I'd say 5
our poll
minutes.
question. That should have been the poll question instead of how long will it take the jury, but how many times where he asked for a mistrial. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm going to have to ask for a mistrial on this now.
So pull that image up again, and then what I put in private chat, and tell me that I'm not right.
His tie matches her shirt. They color
Hang on,
coordinated today.
Let me go back to private chat real quick. Pull that back up. I was trying to keep my tabs low because I'm using up so many resources.
No, I know. I just thought of that. I was like, oh my god, that is so close.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Let's see. How do I don't even know which button I push anymore.
Yeah, you actually have everything working. Don't screw it up.
That's a solid point. That's a very solid point. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick. Oh my god. Watch me now. I just screwed it up. It's gone now.
It's shut
You're
off
on
the stream.
point.
It's gone now. There you go. Oh, I didn't pull it up, did I?
That has happened, MG. That has happened.
Oh yeah, well I turned off the stream. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that looks very Schabusiness.
Close? Yeah.
It's close.
Yeah, it's very Schabusiness-y. Man,
Broomhilda
today
has
is-
more color.
True.
I think you're right.
True.
She does.
That's
She
pale.
does. There's a lot of stuff happening today, though. There's another case waiting to see what happens. There's supposed to be a press conference in Idaho with the Michael Vaughn case. So that's another thing I'm trying to keep up with here.
And then Hunter.
And
Then we
nowhere
got
else
the,
can you get
Hunter
it but the
Biden.
expert late breaking news.
No, there's nothing. Oh, wait, hold on, I did pull that up, right? Okay, good. Yeah. So, MG, do you have anything? What are your thoughts about Hunter Biden?
Well, I mean, I don't think anything's ever going to happen to him, but
Well, no.
rejection of the plea deal was appropriate.
Yeah.
I love that she was like, so how does this weapons charge have anything to do with the IRS?
Yeah.
And could you give me a brief on that, by the way? I was like, man, because I pulled up a story last night. I saw it broke. I was like, okay, I got to do this right now. I'm exhausted. I'm trying to get this out. Like, it was like within an hour of it coming out. And I was like, holy cow, he's been in court. Like, I pulled this thing and in my video is like almost 20 minutes. I was like, it was the longest article I could find. I'm like, I didn't do that on purpose. I don't read these things. And so it was detailed about her. She said, yeah, could you do a brief and get that back to me on how you got the weapons charge and the IRS together?
Yeah. Well, I hope she has good security because knowing who she's up against,
She's
things
not a
happen.
Obama, so
Unfortunately.
she should be okay.
Well, it's not like she's having to deal with the Clintons, so she should be fine.
I don't know.
I like that the article I read did not say whenever there's a commonality in press reports. You know, it says if there's a Trump nominee, they will tell you that the judge was a Trump nominee.
No,
Every
absolutely.
other judge is just like, oh yeah, this federal court judge in Delaware. And I was like, oh well, he never one time said who nominated her. So I guess she's okay. She passes the test, but yeah, I don't know. It was that was a wild one though. She even evidently alluded to the fact like, well, was he high the whole time? Is that why he didn't do taxes? It's like, no, he wasn't doing drugs, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been multitasking.
Whenever he
I don't
hears
know.
that Hunter Biden is around, he keeps his Parmesan cheese hidden. What is it about the Bidens and sniffing? I don't understand that.
One's in the hair, one's in the cheese.
Jeez.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, I was still waiting. Any day now, we're going to find out who the Colombian drug lord was that took in a Ziploc bag full of coke to the White House.
His initials are HB.
Yeah. Hey, Willie Nelson smoked pot on the roof, so that's Willie's story at least.
Yeah, but that's cool. That's Willie. He can get away with
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
He's not the president's son.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, it started off, well, it's just here in the West Wing, and then it's like, well, no, it got, eventually it's like right outside the Situation Room, which is one of the most secure places on the planet. So only a handful of people have access to that area. So
Yeah, but we
there's
don't
a
have
limited number.
we don't have cameras everywhere where we know
Yeah.
everybody that goes in and out of that entire wing. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
I think it was Mitch. You saw him on his little press briefing where he
I didn't
just,
see it, but I heard about it.
oh my God, it's
I'm
creepy.
thinking
He's
he
like
may have-
right in
he
the middle of
probably
a
had a seizure.
conversation. He just like goes blank stare. And finally,
Yeah.
like his aides come up and are like, Mitch, come. And he's just like,
Yeah.
just lost.
So I was reading
wow.
some, people are saying stroke, but that can happen with a seizure too.
Yeah.
Because and it's weird. We had a cat years ago that would have seizures, and she'd just be fine, and all of a sudden she just stop and just kind of go stiff and just stand there, and not move for a
Yeah.
few seconds, and then run off and be fine. So
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing with Mitch is, you it's July in DC. He could get dehydrated very quickly, and you're sitting there. Congress is the only place that has crazier hours than YouTube streamers, and
Yes.
so you're
that
up there
possible?
all the time. And you got all the lights and everything, and you don't realize it's like the air conditioning is super cold in there, but you're always hot, and then it's like you're standing there and you got to go, and you're like, oh, what am I doing? And you just, I hope he's okay. Is what I'm saying, because
I do
you don't
too.
want anybody to have something.
No,
wrong with
I it just was a little creepy just watching him blankly stare off.
He had to Control-Alt-Delete his program.
delete System 32.
Yeah, Windows 11's too much for that
For the
model.
for the
Error
old- for the old
404.
box. Crock-pot box.
my
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, so speaking of, Broken Baker, he had evidently, what was his stream? It was supposed to be really fun over there. Somebody else, I don't know, chopped somebody up or had sexy text messages or something.
Is it maybe that Texas trial? I guess there's a trial in Texas, maybe.
There's
don't
always
know.
a trial in Texas, yeah. I think that's where they,
Always trials in Texas and Wisconsin.
crazy. And
It's like, Florida's got the crazy, you got Florida man. Apparently there's something in the beer in Wisconsin that makes people go completely nuts.
yeah, it's,
So
well, it's the long winters.
isn't that where Ed Gein was from? He was from one of those Midwestern states.
Well, it's where Dahmer was from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a
Daryl
lot of-
Brooks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like it goes
Oh,
on
that.
and on.
So Daryl Brooks, he's a sovereign citizen, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I want so. I don't think that's being picked up enough by like how much fun sovereign citizens are.
Oh, he was
much fun.
great, and he's got another trial coming up for, I think, domestic violence, and he has an attorney representing him, but there's always a chance he's going to do it himself.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's
wouldn't
what
it?
we
Oh,
want.
please.
Yes.
Do you ever watch Donut Operator?
I think I've seen
I've seen some
some
of
of the
it.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
love
you guys
him.
have got to watch Donut. So he does because he used to be a cop, and he does like like the crazy videos and stuff. He's like, hey, we have another sovereign citizen today being harassed by a road pirate. That's what they call cops, because they're in their ships. They're captains. In your car, you're the captain of your ship.
You're traveling and not driving.
Yeah, you're traveling. Oh my gosh, you should have seen me the first time. My wife, she never heard of sovereign citizens, and I said something. I was like, "Yeah, well, these people are traveling." I was like, "They didn't do it," and she's like, "What are you talking about? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard."
Yeah.
She thinks
And
I'm making this stuff up.
Those aren't
That's
my
what I love
pants.
about this. So I just keep laying into it. I'm like, "Yeah," I was like, I took her to a sovereign citizen meeting one time.
What?
What?
You're lucky you
What?
got out of there alive.
You know what? Honestly, I did want to tell you guys that. I
Oh,
really do. Want to tell you.
jeez. Even I don't
Yeah.
know this.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good
I
story.
want a
now.
book. She threw the book away.
Oh no.
You want a book.
Yeah, because it's
So
all
there is
about.
a manual. You can online. There's a sovereign citizen website with a whole manual for everything.
I think this was that manual, and it was about like how there's 4 elements, and it's like or something like that. It's like Great Britain owns all the seas, Spain owns all the land, the Vatican owns all the air, and I forget what the 4th one is. And so all laws are fake that don't come from them. And then it immediately goes into the U.S. flag with the gold fringe on
The
it.
gold fringe.
Yeah, have you ever figured that one out? I mean, you can say what they
claim
say.
that it means, it's like maritime law, and it's like, no, it's completely meaningless.
Oh, God.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Like they won't
There's,
stand up for it and stuff, and then they'll be sitting
they
there going,
refuse to come across the bar. In the courtroom, you have the gallery with all the pews where everybody sits, and you have
Right.
a railing, just the bar, and then everyone in front of that's a party or attorney, the jury, the judge, court staff.
Right.
They refuse to come across that because they believe if they do that, then they're subjecting themselves to the jurisdiction of the court. Even though they've come to the courthouse, you're in the courtroom.
You're already there, dude.
You've shown up. If you truly believed you were not under the jurisdiction of the court, you wouldn't show up.
Right.
So
I mean, who cares? It's just a piece of paper that you wrote the ticket on.
yeah,
That's just a piece of paper. You know, I mean,
Doesn't mean
why go to
anything.
court?
yeah, and that's
Oh,
what
I
some of
love
these
it.
judges, that they're telling. A lot of them are on YouTube, and they'll say, "Well, why did you even show up? If I didn't think that the court had jurisdiction over me, I wouldn't show up. I would I'd ignore it."
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Aside from the fact you committed the offense, within the county where that court is located, which means they have jurisdiction over you.
Hey, you know what? Jurisdiction comes at the end of a gun. when they start showing up with badges and guns drawn, you're all of a sudden under their jurisdiction. I've got a buddy of mine is a cop, and he'll be around or something. I'll be like, oh, well, that guy's just traveling, dude. Like, I don't know why you'd be harassing him. And it lights him
jeez.
up. He's like, yeah, thanks a lot, asshole. Yeah, he's sovereign, right? I'm like, yeah, of course.
Well, yeah.
I was like, you and your fancy, you got that little gold fringe around that uniform flag. Have you ever noticed every cop, their uniforms, they have a little American flag and it's got a gold fringe around it.
Yeah.
They're onto something. I'm so far off in comments. Baker,
That's
a guy
hilarious.
who got and I love reading Baker stuff because he's in Denmark. So this is it's like
Translation.
it's so different. A guy who got in contact with his prom date. I read that first time as porn date. With his prom date, she manipulated
reading.
him into deleting her husband and a lot of BDSM fantasies and sexting. That's the trial he's doing. That sounds a lot better than some of the stuff. That's a lot better than hearing about. I put his foot in his chest because it'd be easier to transport out.
I need him more compact so I can get him out of the house.
I mean, if that defense attorney doesn't say, you know, she said she was trying to clean up, then he's not done his job.
Accidents happen. I mean,
He needs to paint her as sympathetic, you know, to the court. Be like, you know, you come over to somebody's house, you're a guest. You don't want to leave a mess for them. That's how Schabusiness was.
she was trying to clean up so mom could be spared, you know, the details, but she just got tired. She was tired. It was
but at this point we're trying to declare mental competency, make sure that she, you know, if she were insane, she'd have been like, I left it.
Yeah, well, that's
she
why
was
I'm
tired
thinking
from the
she
sex. All she wanted was a cigarette. That's all.
And she
might
was
lash out at
looking
her attorney
everywhere.
Finally.
Yeah.
Been waiting
There's
on
got
her
to be
attack
one
her
in
attorney.
There's got to be one inside his chest somewhere.
I'm really disappointed that she didn't growl when at any point.
I was expecting it. She looked like she was just
charges
going,
against you or whatever, and like she just started to go.
That's why she looked like she was doing that under her breath, and they just didn't have the microphone close enough to her.
Hey, do you guys think that dude that showed up to testify that she was like getting high with Shad?
AJ?
Yeah, that guy AJ. What do you guys think about him?
I think he knows a lot more. Definitely knows a lot more than what he said on the stand.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, he started with like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, I've got mental problems.
Yeah, I
he
can't
said
remember
that on
stuff from the
stage.
last 5 to 10 years. Yeah.
Because you're high AF.
I think he was high in the courtroom.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was looking a little.
Can't remember, man.
Nerves. First time you get in front of a jury and you're sitting there.
See,
like,
there you go.
Well, I'm going to have
mental problems.
to run into the courthouse for a
All right,
little
man.
bit.
Go do justice good today. And thanks for stopping by and giving
no
your
problems. Good to be on.
expertise, man.
Thanks, MG.
It's nice
Thanks,
having
MG.
an actual person who does trial stuff to talk about trial stuff.
Well, I'm going to go in here and do some stuff. I'll try to jump on when I get out, when I'm driving
All right,
back
man.
to the office. So,
Awesome.
All right,
All right.
thanks a lot, dude.
Later.
Appreciate you. Guys, that's MG Law. He's he kind of quasi tuber. Is that right?
Yeah.
He's like, well, you know, I like it. It's fun, but reality is I'm a real person, which is so rare in this world.
No, it's really rare on these YouTube streets to have a real person.
AJ, you always bring a towel. It seems he didn't bring a towel along.
Don't forget your towel.
Perfect
Hey,
timing, Tim.
Tibbs.
How are you doing?
Hey, dude.
Good morning. Did I miss it?
No, you haven't
No.
missed anything.
No, they show up and the defense attorney says, yeah, well, after hearing you talk yesterday, Judge, I decided just not to ask that guy to come.
Oh, it should be starting up pretty soon. It's 10:15.
The
Oh, yeah.
doctor
Unless you
guy?
pulled your earplug
Yeah, the
out
doctor
and
guy.
paused it.
Oh, so then what does that mean for them?
The jury comes in and they read the instructions and why is that? I don't have this.
Opening
I don't
arguments.
Yeah, and then it goes. Yeah, it's right. Yeah,
So it's a
closing
whole
arguments for
new
Lincoln.
trial?
Basically.
Yeah, it's not
It's the-
trial, but it's
It's the hearing.
for
It's
the
the
verdict.
it's
It's like a whole new
sentencing phase.
sentencing deal. Yeah.
So open and closing argument on the sanity.
On
Correct.
Santee,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And the judge is the sole determiner of this, or is the jury here?
It's
Jury.
Oh, okay, cool.
Same jury.
Same jury. They got to come back and decide whether or not it's crazy. Hey, the clock says 30
breakfast was
seconds. I'm gonna run and get a refill.
Perfect timing.
Run,
Yeah,
Forrest.
It's great. It's great. Well, I can't figure out how
Forrest,
my
run.
buttons work.
Okay, so this will go before the. Do they know, Shizzy? I'm not sure if you know how long this usually takes. Is this like a day or two, or?
No,
Oh,
this
we're
probably
betting
will,
it's gonna
will
be
take
like
a day.
the hour or whatever, like it was yesterday.
Oh, that's it.
Well, from the time that they're deliberating. So here's I'm not mistaken, they'll probably have an opening, closing. The defense will bring up some people to say why they think they should. Maybe have some statements, like impact statements. I would suspect this would be the time that they would have it. Once they have the impact statements for and against, then it'll be, the judge will send them back, and we'll probably know today what their decision is, whether she goes to a mental institution or a steel institution, steel and concrete. So
Mental. I have regular prison for life as my guess. I didn't know we were going to get to guess on the timeline that they deliberate. I'll say less than an hour again.
yeah,
No, I
that's
don't know. It seems like maybe something they will think about though. So
Yeah, I think this will take a little longer to deliberate because you kind of have a little. It's not as cut and dry as the first part of the trial was, where
Mhm.
everybody's like, "Yeah, okay, she definitely did it."
Mhm.
Now you're trying to determine what her mental competency is
Yeah.
during the act, so that's going to be a little more difficult.
Mhm. Very interesting. So this is just sentencing with a little more lawyer action.
Pretty much.
yeah.
It'd be interesting to see victim impact statements in the middle of this. It feels so discombobulated to me.
Yeah, there's not a lot of states that do it this way. Have
Mhm.
two parts, one for whether or not they were guilty, and then another part whether or not they were sane. Usually, I think most states just put everything together. You're either
Yeah.
guilty or you're innocent due to mental insanity.
I
So
kind of like it this way though, because at least she gets the guilty. Whether she's insane or not, she gets the
right,
guilty.
right,
I do
I
kind of
agree.
like this. Yeah.
Well, and isn't this the same way that it happened with Daryl Brooks too? There was that portion where he was found guilty, and then the sentencing phase came right after that,
Mhm.
where they basically laid down a little his defense and why he shouldn't be, and I think he was locked back in a room again multiple times, and finally it was just like she basically chewed him out, and that was it.
There didn't seem to be closing and opening arguments though for the sentencing. I don't
We
remember.
still
Maybe I'm
we
not.
still had the poll going as to whether or not she'll attack somebody, though.
Oh, please, Taylor, get your shit together and make it entertaining.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's just closing. It's just saying why she should get mental.
Oh, she
I told
The
counsel
argument.
it doesn't seem like there's a large issue, but I just wanted to make a record of incidental contact I had with the juror. I was
Oops.
entering the restroom, he was exiting the restroom, and there were reflexive warning comments. I then realized he was a juror. There wasn't any further contact. That was about 8:40 a.m., so I was admittedly a little surprised to see a juror here this early, but I just wanted to make a record of that.
Okay. Fairly, anything you wanted to say to that?
Your Honor, Mr. Saunders told me about this. I don't believe it's really an issue at all.
These types of things periodically
I'm
happen.
surprised.
Usually it's incredibly
Yeah.
Mistrial.
obvious. So
Exactly.
Can't
the jurors
mistrial
not to
now.
Talk to the attorneys. The attorneys,
The doctor's not going to be here.
parties not to talk to the jurors. You see somebody, you feel like you can tell them to say hi. In this case, Mr. Saunders, it seems like wasn't even aware that it was a juror. He was not even expecting to see a juror. Sometimes the jury's sitting there and you don't study their faces so you know what you're dealing with. I'm satisfied given what he's represented. There was, no intent in what occurred, and the exchange was innocuous and no years to the case. But I appreciate you letting me know, Mr. Saunders. Anything else before bringing the jury?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Very good. And we will we'll bring the jury.
All rise.
Oh, she's rising. Amazing. Her attorney isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, her attorney didn't.
She's like, I got this.
All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee.
She seems a little gleeful today.
Yeah.
She thinks she's going to get the soft pillows.
She is a soft pillow.
She is.
Yeah.
Wisconsin jail's good for the bounds. Big
Well,
bound.
they give you a lot of cheese.
Oh, that guard. What happened to him? Like I just got bit by a bug.
Okay, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a good evening. This is the second phase of the trial, and I'm going to give you these instructions. The defendant has been found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. We will now proceed with the second phase of this trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. Before you may find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, the defendant had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law.
Our attorneys look a little
This
jumpy
issue
today.
will be presented to you in the form of two questions. First, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? Second, as a result of the mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? You will be asked to answer the second question only if you answer the first question yes. If you find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to herself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. The only issue at this second phase of the trial is the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, because this phase of the trial, the burden of proof shifts to the defense, the order of questioning and presentation will change, and Mr. Freilich will go first. Mr. Freilich, are you prepared to make your opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Very good.
Finally, his case can begin.
Yes, exactly. Matt Cord,
Your Honor, may I please the court?
Apart?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Mr.
Thank you
Lissay,
for using
Mr.
the
Saunders,
microphone.
prosecutors for the state of Wisconsin. You're going to hear some testimony in this case from the defense expert, Dr. Diane Litton. She's from the Menasha area. She's a PhD. She's a forensic psychologist. You're going to hear testimony from the state doctors as well, Dr. Matthew
Yeah,
Seipel
but where she would
and
step would be
Dr.
more concerning.
Christina Engine.
Yeah.
The burden does shift to the defense in this particular case. We're in phase 2 now. And the burden shifts to the defense, to me, to ask you to consider whether the defendant, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, is responsible or is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. And Wisconsin law, under Wisconsin statutes 971.15, does require the defense to satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crimes were committed, which was February 22nd of 2022, that Taylor Schabusiness had a mental disease or had a mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. So that's packed with a lot of information that you're going to have to consider.
Like a box.
I did tell you yesterday that you're kind of like analysts. You're going to have to listen to the testimony, listen to the facts, assess the credibility of the witnesses, assess the information that you're receiving, and then you'll have to make some
Kind of looks like it from
decisions
that
and
angle.
considerations on these important legal issues. The defense did retain Dr. Diane Litton. She interviewed Taylor Schabusiness. We believe that the evidence will show that she did a thorough evaluation of Ms. Schabusiness's mental status, that you will hear about Dr. Litton's extensive experience in the field of psychology. When you have experts, you kind of heard from other experts, and they have a resume or a CV. In the field, we say CV, curriculum vitae. It's a list of their experience in training and education. And you're going to hear that Dr. Litton has been a psychologist since 1993, that she has extensive experience, that she has approximately 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training, that she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations and GI competency evaluations, things of that sort. You will hear testimony that she worked at Mendota Mental Health Institution here in Wisconsin.
Okay. Never mind.
That she looked at many different evaluations performed on Taylor Schabusiness, including from Dr. Tracy Lucetta, Dr. Matthew Seipel, Dr. Christina Engine, Dr. Deborah Collins. And you will hear that Dr. Litton, we believe she'll testify that she looked at a whole myriad of records, including jail records, mental health records, a court order, an order for civil commitment, mental health order, an order to take psychotropic medications, basically a medication order. She will, I believe, testify that she reviewed Nicolay Psychiatric Center mental health records from Brown County. She will talk and testify about her contacts with Ms. Schabusiness on the different occasions that she met with her. One being a situation where a chair was thrown by my client at her before I got involved in the case. She will testify that she did have
down a lot since you've come on board, bud.
another interview with her at the jail, and she asked me to sit in.
She hasn't attacked you yet.
So you're going to hear about all of her findings, her observations, and her opinions in this particular case. We believe that she has extensive experience. She's been in this field for a very long time.
We can hear you.
And that you need to pay close attention to what she says and give her opinions strong consideration. Give it due weight. And we believe that her testimony will be that she's of the opinion that Taylor Schabusiness does qualify for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder.
Whatever.
And that she has some other opinions, and she'll tell you about those when she testifies.
She's like, I don't have a mental disorder. What are you talking about?
You will hear,
She's still drinking
I
that.
believe, testimony from my client's father, Arturo Coronado.
It's a cup full
I
of
believe
glitter.
that he will come here. He's been summoned by the defense.
By the defense?
subpoena
She summoned him with
to
her
answer
curses?
some questions about
Who gave her a Ouija board?
his daughter growing up, how she was, what kind of issues or problems
Exactly
did
what
she have, what
I
kind
say
of
that
mental
about
health issues,
myself all the time.
and what he did to try and help her get treatment.
I would love to have a white rabbit in here giving an analysis on
You will
this.
hear from Dr. Litton about my client's mother,
Take over and I go back to bed.
that she lost her mother at a young age,
She's
and that was
Oh,
a
no, you're
pivotal
up
event
now,
in her
big
life.
boy.
Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about the fact that she believes there may have been a budding personality disorder, and that she saw a really disturbed teen when she assessed all of the school records. She looked at all the school records and did a table or a chart. She looked at the mental health history. She did a one-page chart on that. The burden of proof in this case does rest with the defense on the NGI issue. I think that the testimony from all of these different professionals, these different doctors, these psychologists who talk about
really?
behavior and things of that sort, you can hear their testimony about all of the different problems, all of the different mental health issues, all of the different behavioral issues that Taylor Schabusiness had growing up as a kid, as a youth. She had a lot of obstacles that she had to face growing up.
These are not the youths.
We believe Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about my client's prior treatment with antipsychotic medications. She will testify about my client going off these antipsychotic medications sometime after her inpatient treatment in 2021.
Oh.
And Dr. Litton will set up and provide the background history and information on Taylor Schabusiness's life and upbringing.
That's interesting. She's off her meds for a year
So,
before she murders this
The
guy.
defense
Yeah.
does have the burden of proof
It's just Dr.
on this
Lipschitz.
issue of
what the name
whether
was?
our client is responsible for these crimes.
Like the tea.
Lipton.
But we believe that the testimony and the evidence will show that at the time of the offense, that she did have a mental disease or defect.
True,
We
Rabbit.
believe that the information and the testimony will show and hopefully lead to you to conclude that she lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And what I ask is that you just sit back, carefully listen to what these experts have to say, and then render a fair and just result. Thank you.
Why would he say sit back and pay attention?
Yeah.
Why not
Enjoy the
like
show.
why
Those
not-
things
why
happen.
not-
Hey,
Why not
Ian-
just I need you to focus in on these people and what they're talking about.
When I
Any
said an
chance of
opening
very
on
important
Any
Uh,
chance
Monday,
the state could call in
that
Dr.
this
Mommy
case is
Muffins to
about
refute the
choices and
testimony of his
responsibility. This is what we're
witness?
referring to, right? The responsibility phase is what we're here for now.
Well, yeah. That would
Dr.
Essentially, you're
Shannon
being
Curry?
asked, what was the defendant's
Yes.
mental state at the time of
But the only problem
offenses
is
for which
Mommy
she's
Muffins,
convicted?
White Rabbit won't be in there.
Whether she should be responsible for that.
I'm sorry.
Let's address the
White Rabbit,
obvious.
I'm giving you a hard time.
Let's address the
What
obvious.
Ms. Schabusiness did to Shad is disturbing. It's
Expect her to come creeping
Conduct
in
we
here
don't
and
see
scare the
often.
hell out of me like she does the
It's
extra.
conduct that you may hear about and think, my gosh, that person must not have been in their right mind when that happened.
Oh.
I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. But you've already carefully listened to the evidence and followed the law that the judge gave you. And you'll do so going forward as well. Because you will be told what a mental disease or defect is and what it is not. A mental disease is not antisocial conduct. It's not conduct brought about by use of a controlled substance, a temporary mental state caused by a controlled substance. A person is not mentally ill just because they commit something that's unnatural, that's so enormous, that just is beyond comprehension, right? You'll be instructed that those are not mental diseases or defects.
Baker.
So as disturbing as the conduct you already heard about is, and may be,
This
that's
is
not
good.
where the analysis ends.
Great statement from him.
You'll hear from several experts. Defense already went over Dr. Litton and her qualifications, and how she supports Ms. Schabusiness's NGI plea. But you'll also hear some issues with Dr. Litton's methodology, her analysis, and ultimately her conclusions. The state will call several psychologists of its own, both of whom were actually court-appointed, not by either party, by the court, when they did their analysis and meetings with Ms. Schabusiness. Dr. Matthew Seipel will talk
They're
about
live
some of
editing
the
their
issues
cams.
that he had with Dr. Litton's methodology and her conclusions. He'll testify about those. You'll also hear from the court-appointed expert, Dr. Christina Engen. Again, came here on a court order, not retained by either side. And she'll tell you that she does not believe Ms.
Hey,
Schabusiness
Leslie.
is suffering from a mental disease or defect, or that she was unable or lacked substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of law or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. Okay? So you'll hear from a variety of witnesses, some of whom are experts.
Whenever
Some of
they
whom are
say
lay
experts, I
witnesses
look
or,
up, I
you know,
pay attention real
civilians.
quick.
You'll hear about, and you've already
Yes, I'm
heard
not-
You
about,
love hearing your name called.
confounding all of this is the defendant's drug use immediately before the offense. We've all heard about that. Defendants admitting that and acknowledging that. You'll hear about how methamphetamine has those effects, has effects of psychosis, that has that result in people. And again, it's not a mental disease or defect if you're using controlled substances and it causes that result. So you'll hear from these experts and witnesses, but ultimately, in our state, whether somebody is suffering from a mental disease or defect is a jury determination. It's up to you, based on the facts and opinions that you hear. Certainly, the opinions of the experts will be valuable for you, but you've already heard all the evidence. You know more about this case than any of these experts likely
Then the
do.
defense.
You heard testimony about Ms. Schabusiness's mental state both before and after, in close proximity to the offenses that she's convicted of.
Possibly.
You've heard her friends, her roommate, officers who had contact with her.
I didn't even notice how tight it was in his
Hendricks,
shoulders.
Packnage, described their interactions in close
Hey, it
proximity
happens.
to this offense and reported nothing out of the ordinary, some of whom are her friends who've known her for quite a while.
Is that why his arms
Mr.
can't
Gannon, Mr. Combs, you've
are
already
like
heard about
animated like
their
that?
observations of the
Yes,
defendant.
because he
lift
can't
his
move
arms
More
them up.
importantly, you saw the defendant's own words.
You saw the defendant's
Hours
own words?
after all of these offenses
How did you see
occurred.
the words?
Really close
Well, in
proximity.
the interview.
You
saw
heard
her
him.
be able to
Yeah,
recall,
yeah.
You didn't see
Fair.
him.
be able to talk
Fair.
about
Objection,
it. More importantly,
mistrial.
you saw her mannerisms, how she was talking about it.
Nobody saw any words
Did
here.
not
If they
appear anyone was
did,
suffering under some manic episode.
It's suspect.
Just calmly talking about it with officers, providing information that is consistent with everything they're seeing. What does that indicate?
Hey,
She's
don't
aware
tease
of
the
what's
muffin
going
top.
on.
It
She remembers
happens.
everything. This isn't somebody who is
And it's
not
warmer
appreciating
in
what happened.
Green Bay than it is in Tennessee today.
Is it?
So that's why we call all these experts, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a jury determination. It's a factual issue for you. And the state believes that when you hear all that evidence and consider the evidence you heard in the first phase, that you'll find the defendant has
Already
failed to
81
meet
in
her
Green Bay.
burden, that
Wow,
she should be held
Biden.
responsible for the conduct
Watching
that she's
T-Rex
convicted of
trying
and
to
what she
grab
did to
something.
Shad.
Oh, the poor little
Thank you.
stumps.
Is he done?
Okay, Mr. Freilich, are you
It's like I wonder what he tastes like.
I need to confer with Lieutenant.
Why?
Oh, yes. My witness is on his way up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm actually kind of excited about this because it is something different. Seeing the mental part, not all states have this.
I did see at one point when she shifted in her chair, he was writing something down, and man, he glanced really quick to see if she was moving
Look, she's
towards him.
smiling.
Oh,
He just
that's
told her
a
a
genuine
joke.
smile.
He just told her a joke.
They'll give you those right there. They want their notepads back.
He was making fun of the prosecutor's tight suit. Did you see that?
The little arms.
That's what it was.
He's like, boy, you see how his arms have fattened up? I bet he'd be good in that crock pot. Box.
Box. In the box.
He did arms when he hit the buffet because that jacket was too tight. Hey, Baker,
maybe-
is your stream not going on?
Tree arm movement.
Because if it's not, you're more than welcome to sit here and make fun of us. I think everybody knows it's time to make fun of me.
That happened about an hour and 34 minutes ago.
I know it. No, don't leave. Don't leave.
Way to go. You're running off the chat.
I know.
Good job. I will make fun of you.
Yeah, but think of all the publicity, Truth and Justice.
Yeah, because they've been losing out to the Instapot. So they need some
Air fryers.
airtime. Air fryers and Instapots, man, have pushed those crock pots just off to the side. Hey, you know something I saw that was because I have not seen the testimony yet, but I've seen like excerpts of like what people that are in the courtroom and stuff thought, the local reporters.
Yeah.
And this one got me. This was a picture taken from her cell phone in her apartment the night before
Yeah.
everything happened. And that's the last picture of that guy. And it's like,
Didn't think there was a question mark on the side of his head though. Someone put
Well,
that
you
No,
know.
on there.
the one I saw earlier, he had the question mark on his head. I'm like, is that a tattoo?
yeah.
It's a weird question mark.
Well, not everybody with face tattoos have perfect grammar.
Not everybody can be Mike Tyson, okay?
Mike Tyson's so cool. I wonder what Mike Tyson would think about this trial.
It's ludicrous.
OJ. Yeah, I got
Pretty cool. My brother-in-law actually got a chance to meet Mike Tyson. Said he was one of the nicest people that he'd ever, not
heard-
at all what you would imagine. He said he's just absolutely nice and very welcoming. I was like,
I've heard he's a really chill dude.
yeah. You put him in a boxing ring. And, oof.
Our box can stand up to anything.
That's a sad thought, Sanders. What if Deer just was like, he didn't say, hey,
Oh, is
you
this
ready
her
to get
dad?
kinky?
This is her dad? Oh,
Holy
crap.
cow.
This is Arturo.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It is her dad.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
This is the guy that Yaya was talking about.
Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear
Oh my
to tell
gosh, I have
the truth, the whole truth,
goosebumps.
and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the
Jeez.
record.
Oh, he
Arturo
just got
Coronado.
convicted.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how old are you?
51,
Yes.
What is your
She's
date of
younger
birth?
than me.
524-72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
Cell block
I wonder
7.
You were
why.
living in Green Bay, correct?
Yeah, you know that, Chris.
Okay. And your daughter is Taylor Denise Schabusiness, is that fair?
Baker.
She is.
You know you're always welcome.
Who is her mother?
Marla,
Coronado is her
And
last
you were
name. She
married
got
to Marla
changed
for a
to
while,
Schabusiness.
sir?
It's her real last name.
of course.
Yes.
How many years was it?
She changed it for
We were
OnlyFans
together,
or
we were
something.
married about
Yes,
10,
Yaya.
together about 15, 16.
This is what I got goosebumps
Did
for.
you live together in Wisconsin or some other state?
Illinois.
Illinois?
Illinois and Wisconsin.
And where was your daughter Taylor Schabusiness born?
In Evanston, Illinois.
Does Taylor have a sister or brother?
She has a brother that passed away last year,
Okay. What was his name?
AJ, Arturo,
yeah.
Arturo Drep,
Okay.
JREP,
And why did he pass away? What happened?
July 1st
He had a wreck.
last year. Motorcycle accident.
You remember that, Div? Oh, she just said, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
When you were living in Illinois with your daughter Taylor Schabusiness, was she ever brought to a hospital at all?
No,
Okay. Did she ever receive any mental health treatment when you lived in Illinois?
no.
Did something happen to Taylor's mother at some point?
She passed away.
Okay.
She passed away May 20th, 2009.
And that's when Taylor
sleep.
started abusing.
Did that take a toll on your daughter Taylor?
Well, of course.
Can you tell me a little bit,
Took a
sir?
toll on my son as well and me.
Okay.
Just wait, darn.
Yeah.
Took a
Just
toll on
wait.
everybody, correct?
This is
But yeah,
And when her mother passed away in May of 2009, how old was Taylor?
11, probably 11 and a half.
Okay.
My
And-
son and daughter were, about 9 and a half and 11 and a half years old.
Okay. Did Taylor go to school that day that her mother passed
yeah,
away?
he made her.
I tried to get them to go to school, but they knew something was going on.
Okay.
They came back.
He made her go to
Can you
school.
describe a little bit how the
Well, it's different.
how the death of Taylor's mother took a toll on her or impacted her? Can you give me a little bit of commentary on that?
They were pretty young. I mean, obviously, her mom's not around anymore. And, Marla she was ill. So just, I guess they kind of knew what was going on, but it was unexpected. We watched the movie the night before and
She died of alcoholism.
fell asleep, and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already passed.
You found her?
She was laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids? What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
They did not see. No, I did not allow that.
God,
Okay. But were the kids in the house?
They were upstairs in their bedrooms.
Okay. After that occurred, did you see any changes in Taylor's behavior, first of all?
She's a little rambunctious. Nothing. I mean, she played volleyball. She had a good amount of friends she hung out with. She was a normal kid.
Did things change at all for her?
I wouldn't say too much. She got in trouble a little bit at school, but I don't know, something with a band instrument.
What happened with that?
Oh,
She just took somebody's band instrument
okay.
And
and then returned it, but nothing major.
when did you come to Green Bay? What year? Do you know?
2000. I started working here in 2007.
2007? Where did you work at?
I worked for Verizon
Okay.
before. It was GTE, then turned into Verizon.
Okay.
18 years.
Right. And when you came to Green Bay, did Taylor go to school here then?
Of course.
Of course. Where did she go to school?
She went through the Howard Somical School District.
Then did she go to Bayport High School as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you get information that she was having issues at school?
Well, yeah.
What can you tell me?
From what I can recall, just normal. Just kind of acting out, I guess. Just there's a couple of little instances that happened in high school, but it's kind of why I yanked her out of there and sent her to Texas so she could graduate and kind of get away from the issues that were going on here.
She went to Texas to live with her grandparents?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
2017, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. How old was she in 2017? Do you know?
She was 16 and a half, probably 17.
16, 17. How long did she live with her grandparents then in Texas?
Can't be.
About a year, a little over a year until she graduated.
She was older than that. In
Maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
About a year, maybe a year and a half.
Was that Cotulla, Texas?
That's correct.
He's a crazy one.
Was there a point where she got pregnant?
Well,
Yeah, she was a kid.
about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. And
Yeah.
she had a baby, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the baby is currently living in Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah. How is that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk
Okay.
about him?
Not
Oh.
Let me ask you this. So, before the baby was born, was she placed at Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Before the baby was born?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Did you see her at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Oh,
when she was
yeah,
there?
yeah. I'm sorry. It's just so much going on.
It's through Brown County.
Yeah, I went to take her there myself, actually.
Okay. Why did you
I
take her
remember
there?
doing it.
She just wasn't in the right state of mind.
Was she suicidal?
Probably.
Was she psychotic?
I guess.
Objection, I don't think this witness has the ability to answer that
It's
question.
leading.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. All right. Was she
Mentally unwell.
experiencing like hallucinations?
She
and
just, yeah, she was not in the right state of mind at all. So I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together and tried to get help. And then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening, no, but yeah, she has been on some medications that she'd never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of messed her up even worse.
Did they cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have
I think
problems?
it all started with a Seroquel that was taken, back.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs, but they never agreed with her at all.
Okay. And do you know the other medications that she was asked to take?
ADHD, Adderall, I believe.
Anything about Haldol?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know she was prescribed some stuff, but I don't know the names.
Did you talk to some of the doctors or psychiatrists at the Nicolay Psychiatric Facility?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this witness can offer his observations and the facts that he's aware of from what he observed of Ms. Schabusiness with respect to what he learned from doctors about her mental health conditions. We have professionals who are going to answer questions based on the records. Those people are better equipped to answer those questions. The information he received from doctors is hearsay.
It's not hearsay. I didn't ask what they said. I just asked if you talked to the doctors, Your Honor.
Sure. So the question that's pending isn't asking for hearsay. I think the objection was made because it sounds like that's where we're headed. So he can answer the question that was just asked, and then I'll just indicate, Mr. Freilich, that objection is probably coming if you go to the next step. But the question that's pending can be answered. So I think the question was, did you talk to anybody at Nicolay?
I did.
Ask another question, Mr.
Okay.
Freilich.
Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and, her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything,
Right.
Sure.
When she lived with you, sir, what address
I don't
did
know.
she live with you at?
1130 Maureen
The
Way.
defense is going to try to pin.
And how long did she live with you?
He doesn't realize.
Just a few months.
Yeah.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No, I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Oh, like skin a body?
Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content of, again, I think it's the same objection. He can answer whether he reviewed them. He can't answer anything about the content of the record.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is, they're trying to
Let the judge get a
anticipate
judge.
an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking
Hold
to her.
it, wait. So I'm going to overrule the objection at this point.
What's she just saying?
And the question can be asked.
What?
Mr.
She
Freilich,
throwing up
can
gang
ask
signs? What was that?
Witness has it in his mind.
Okay, Your Honor. I kind of
That's her
forgot, so hopefully
bad
Did you review
attitude
some
of
of the records of your daughter? Did you review any of the records?
she doesn't listen.
Like at the facility.
Yes.
Again, she was an
Still a
adult at the
child.
time, and I can't. Yeah,
the
she
answer
was.
was no,
She
Mr.
was.
Freilich.
Yeah.
when she was living
I love this judge.
at your house, sir, on Moraine Way, was she ever experiencing any hallucinations or anything like that?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Just know that she wasn't in the right frame of mind. She, kind of see things. She'd like to walk around, and we take a walk, cemetery, just right down the
Oh,
street.
okay, totally normal.
Cemetery.
Walk in the cemetery.
She just
She saw things? Like what?
Kind of get out,
She's
walk
like, you're not
around
helping, Daddy.
She's like, you're full of
guess-
crap.
ease her mind.
Did you have concerns about her from a physical or mental standpoint?
Always.
Okay,
oh,
all right,
wait.
thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate that.
Do you have any
Oh, I hope they tear
cross-examination?
this guy apart.
Just briefly,
What were you in jail for?
Mr. Coronado, were you aware of whether or not your daughter was employed during the time that she was residing with you on Moraine Way?
She was not at the time. No.
Do you know anything about her employment history as an adult?
Sure.
And had she held jobs in the past?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you know where she worked?
She worked for Saputo. She worked a couple of years, Saputo, 3.5 years probably.
And is that relatively recently? Prior to her arrest, of course.
Well, yeah. Yeah, right, prior to.
And
She was doing really well there too, until her
No, she was crazy.
boyfriend
Shut up.
slash husband got out of jail. That turned everything upside down.
okay. In part because of the methamphetamine use, right?
Yep.
So Taylor was doing pretty well, and then she started using the drugs.
Wrong answer, Daddy.
Oops.
No further
Pretty,
questions.
pretty bad drug too.
Anything on that, Mr. Freilich?
What was the drug?
No, meth, heroin, whatever else. I don't know.
Marijuana?
And I don't know. The kid was already doing that shit before, and
You say that shit.
Oh, dude, stop blaming the
just a
weed.
fucking
Come
loser.
on.
And he got my daughter involved in that shit.
Yeah, she didn't do
Thank
anything.
you,
She
sir.
cut him up. Come on,
Nothing
knock it
else.
off.
Hey, yeah.
Anything on that?
Yeah,
Morning.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
I'm in hiding.
Yeah.
I see you,
I
girl.
understand.
I didn't expect
What?
this guy to be on.
Why didn't they
And-
ask him if he SA'd her?
Yeah,
Don't know. Don't know if they could get into that.
I call,
Yeah, they probably
What are you
could.
in jail
Dr.
for? It's public
Diane Litton, PhD, Your Honor.
That's true. My son just sent me the picture of her doing the game sign.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that guy.
Well, actually, that what she's doing there means "I love you." I think.
No, it's backwards.
Oh, is it?
That wasn't I love you.
I missed it.
Well, she is a little backwards.
Now, that could have been her version, but
Yeah, that was just.
That
That
was
guy.
weird.
I mean, he. Gosh, I think it was the first time Yaya talked about this story and stuff. She told us about him, and yeah, I never thought about him. I've never looked him up. I've never seen what he looked like or anything. And when they brought him out just then, I got goosebumps.
Oh yeah.
It just made me sick to my stomach.
A girl.
Okay, doctor, if you want to just step right up over here.
still couldn't believe they brought him up.
No.
I mean, seriously, what's the point
Right
of
up
bringing
over
him
here.
up on that when he's
Try-
incarcerated?
Trying to establish a mental history.
Maybe
She's
she
not
is.
She's not autistic. Trust me.
I mean, where's y'all gotta remember this is a few years ago.
Right.
And that's a good-looking Green Bay Packers fan. I mean, right? She has on her jersey. She's happy.
Olin Mills does do some good filtering.
They filtered out the crazy.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court,
Oh,
so
it's
help
gonna
you
be
God?
a
Please have a seat. and
crazy
state your
hot
name
day
for the
today.
record.
Yeah, I saw that. It's already
Diane Litton.
81 there.
So she
Okay, Mr.
is the
Freilich, The
one.
witness is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They had the chair.
83
Good morning.
feels like 88.
State your name for the record again.
Diane Litton.
Can you spell that?
Lytton.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an independent forensic psychologist
Where is your office?
in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
What?
And are you a PhD?
I am.
Does that make you a licensed psychologist?
Well, I earned the PhD first and then became a licensed psychologist.
Okay. Could you briefly provide me with your educational
Isn't that how it
background?
goes?
Sure,
Your
I have
education
a
first.
bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD doctoral degree. All three are in the field of psychology.
How long have you been a licensed psychologist?
June 1993.
And did you work for UW-Madison?
I was during my PhD program at UW-Madison, during the graduate program, I was what's called a research assistant for the professors, for my professor. So that was my work when I was getting my PhD.
Okay. Initially, when you got your PhD, where did you work?
I worked for the University of Wisconsin, initially in an internship, administrative internship through University of Wisconsin system. I did that for a year, and then I became
Give me confidence.
a research scientist at UW-Madison.
So you were stuck in a college.
Did you work at
She looks like
Mendota
she's
Mental
had a
Health
few chairs
Institute?
thrown at her.
I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
After taking off about 5 years for family matters, I then retrained to become a clinical licensed psychologist. And that took me 3,000 hours at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison. And then they hired me as a staff psychologist. And so I was at Mendota for about 7 years, 1991 until 1997, when I became independent forensic psychologist. And I was a therapist too for some years too.
Okay. As a psychologist, do you conduct NGI evaluations, competency evaluations, psychological evaluations?
Yes.
What kind of patients did you treat as a forensic psychologist?
A variety. The ones inpatient at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, we used to have what called the adult and, teenage and child, not forensic units, but child units. For a while, I was on a juvenile adolescent unit, and then I worked for a couple years on what's called the civil unit, adults. They're no longer at Mendota now, but then the last part of that 7 years, I was in the forensic units, people who were committed under the insanity, NGI. And then also, so most of the patients I dealt with had been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and the other patients were there for competency to proceed to trial evaluation. So I had both.
Did you also deal with guardianships?
Peripherally when I worked at Mendota, but since being privately employed, I do numerous guardianship evaluations for Outagamie County.
Okay. Had you also been involved in doing sex offender evaluations as well?
Yes.
Now, you have a curriculum vitae, correct?
Yeah, a very small one, yeah, resume.
And you did provide that to me, is that fair?
Yes.
What does that mean? Yeah, a very small resume.
She has a small CV. He's going to read it, and she's a little embarrassed, so she's preempting that.
Counsel, just to clarify,
Might have
we're
gotten
starting over with
fired for her incompetency or something.
They're going to re-qualify her as an expert, it sounds like.
Brief stint.
Yeah.
Isn't she the only one that said she was mentally incompetent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I'm still waking up here, don't mind me.
That's my brief
I don't think I'm going to wake
resume.
Yeah. So am I. Yeah. It's okay.
Does your resume or curriculum vitae contain information about your educational background?
Yes.
Does it contain information about other patients or cases you've worked on?
Well, it summarizes my jobs since 1975, so yeah.
Okay.
And the type of cases that I do for the last 32 years?
Okay. And your license is still in effect, correct?
Yes.
Is everything in that curriculum vitae Exhibit 1 true and accurate as of today?
Well, except I wasn't able to do the online renewal of my American Psychological Association membership. I found that out this year, so I had to call them up and do that. So that's the only thing. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's not accurate.
But you're licensed in the state of Wisconsin.
Correct.
Offer Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No.
One will be received.
Thank you. Now, were you provided with some brief background information about this case?
Yes.
And were you provided information from prior counsel and from me?
Yes.
What kinds of information did you review in this case?
It was voluminous, and I asked for more information too. The records, though, discovery, included the criminal complaints for the offense, prior offenses from 2020. That's the police records and the formal criminal complaint. And then inpatient, a 21-day inpatient psychiatric hospitalization at Nicolay.
Can I stop you right there? Did you receive those documents?
Yes.
Oh my God,
Did
I
you
just thought of
receive
something.
the order for civil
They
commitment?
brought her
Yes.
dad in.
Did you receive
because
an
he's
order
in
for
jail for SA.
psychotropic medications for Taylor
So
Schabusiness?
they can
Yes.
bring that up to
And you
prove
looked at
that
those legal
he
documents?
Yes.
Has probably done it before.
What year was that? Do you know?
Okay.
Yeah, which,
That's what I'm
pardon,
thinking.
which year?
When those orders were entered, the civil commitment order?
2021, I believe, for 6-month order for civil
Yes.
commitment and the order to
That's
treat.
Nova.
I just saw that.
She is
I was
Dr.
thinking more
Schabusiness.
like the who's the other female doctor that she had
yeah.
that Dr. Mommy Muffins discredited?
I know who you're talking about. What
Yeah.
was her name? Karen? Was she a Karen?
May have been.
Yeah, because
that-
she was
that's
she was a
exactly what I was
Karen
thinking of.
also. Because I think Dr. Curry was a Karen. Dr. Mom was
Shannon, I think.
Shannon.
Shannon
Your Honor, can I approach?
Curry. Yeah.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 2 and 3.
But I'm with Mikkel. I do appreciate her natural hair.
2
Anyone
is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order of commitment.
Is that for Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And Exhibit 3?
That is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order for involuntary medication and treatment.
Is that for Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
Is that from 2021?
Yes.
How now, Brown County?
Do those documents indicate that she was mentally ill at that time?
Good
Yes,
question.
Do they?
And that she was court ordered to take some medications?
exactly.
Are those documents that you reviewed as part of your evaluation in this case?
Yes.
Offer Exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objection?
No.
2 and 3 will be received.
So, Dr. Litton, you can carry on. What other documents or things did you look at as part of your evaluation?
I reviewed the other evaluators in this case, their reports. And then the 2 inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations from Bellin here in
Interesting.
Green Bay. I reviewed voluminous school records, which I don't often get in these cases. But the school records for Ms. Schabusiness covered kindergarten through 11th grade and all the behavior incidences. So I think that's about it. And then the Prevea, we've asked for those records, but they haven't been received yet.
Did you review Nicolay Psychiatric Center records from through Brown County?
Yes.
Did you review the report from
Yes.
Dr. Christina Engine,
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta,
Yes.
Dr. Matthew T. Seipel,
Yes.
Dr. Deborah Collins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are all psychologists, correct?
Yes, they are.
So I'm curious,
also
just because you're
review, did you also
prescribed a
review
drug, does
the
that
criminal
always
complaints and police
necessarily mean
reports
that
and
you should
other case
be
materials?
taking it?
Yes.
I mean,
No, right?
if it's not
You can be
like peer
misdiagnosed.
reviewed,
Were you able to, well, before I
was
get into
there
that,
an issue with
did you
like
prepare
people getting
two
bad prescriptions
tables,
that they didn't need?
so
I
to
did.
speak? Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the
Rabbit,
tables
you're
are?
absolutely correct.
The simpler table, one page, is
And I know I'm pretty
Ms.
sure
Schabusiness's
psychologists
mental
cannot
health
prescribe
history
drugs.
with
It
just the
requires a
names of the
psychiatrist to do that.
records, the
Exactly.
date of the treatment, if it was known, her age at the time, and then
But
the
I'd expect her to know what the
Wait,
diagnosis,
drugs are, what to do.
medications, and the conditions. So that was the one page. And then the other one was prepared by her school, and
Bond use,
it
that's the one.
reflects sixth grade through 11th grade, but this is just the table that the school had prepared. I had also, though, reviewed her kindergarten through fifth grade. So this table is sixth grade through 11th, but I also reviewed kindergarten through fifth grade, too.
It's not
Kindergarten was when she
And,
was really bad.
You
Night,
brought
Manacor.
these tables here
Take care,
and
Manacor.
provided them to me, correct?
Yes,
And they've been provided to the state?
So we're gonna get to see these
I
eventually.
guess. I don't know. Were they provided to the state?
Yes, they were.
Okay, yes, yes,
Your Honor.
yeah, you told me that.
Why?
Can I
Oh, now
approach
she
your Honor?
remembers under oath.
Yeah.
What year did they say she moved to Texas?
When it was actually her mom died and said that she was 11 when that happened, so.
No,
Was she
no.
born
she was
Exhibit
in Texas,
4
right?
is a
I don't think they gave
one-page
a clear
table,
timeline of
Taylor
when she went to
Schabusiness
Texas.
mental health
I
history.
thought she said 2016.
With the record, the
2017,
information came
2017?
from
Okay.
the date, if it's known, of inpatient or jail records, her approximate ages, and then the conditions during that either psychiatric treatment or in jail, the conditions, if they did make any diagnosis of her, and then medications, if there were medications prescribed. So that's what Exhibit 4 is.
Could you take me through that in a little bit more detail as to the treatments she received and the medications?
Yes. And from the age of about 7 through 14, she was treated, and again, I can't remember how the Prevea,
Prevea.
here in Green Bay or this area.
You're not that
Probably outpatient, so ages about 7 to 14, and we know the 14 is definite. She was seen for, and she was under psychiatric care, and I believe therapy,
Since
I think,
7?
counseling, for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and she was begun on Zoloft, an antidepressant,
Wow.
2 to 3 weeks when she was 14 before the admission to Bellin. So
This
that's
is what they
on
do
the
to
next
kids right
line.
now. Right now, they're
Yeah.
putting kids on
Bellin,
this.
Bellin
Younger.
Health Psychiatric
younger.
Center
Yep.
Adolescent Unit. She was there for 3 days, 2012, age 14. From the medical records, the conditions that they saw, the psychiatrists, the mental health people at Bellin, a thought disturbance, hallucinations,
She's a thought
delusions,
She was 21 when she moved to
suicidal,
Texas.
depression. She was initially diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression, severe, with psychosis. She was put on
She's starting to
an
rock.
antipsychotic medication, Seroquel, and they discontinued the Zoloft that she had been taking 2 to 3 weeks before the admission. And the reason they discontinued the antidepressant medication is sometimes it can trigger worse symptoms in a person
It
with
makes you more
bipolar.
depressed
When she
if
was
you're not depressed.
discharged after the 3 days, no longer suicidal.
I agree with
She was
Eloise.
then diagnosed with a mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis, but still, the psychiatrist noted there was still some paranoia. You want me to just continue?
Sure.
Okay. The next admission, psychiatric, was to the same facility, Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit, inpatient. That was for 3 days, 2 years later,
Well, she had a
in
lot of stuff going on.
2014. She was diagnosed with a mood disorder with prior history of psychosis. She had a history of diagnosis of mood disorder, suicidal, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, history of hypomania, and marijuana use daily. She was prescribed medications to treat some medications, lithobid. They're
Do you
to
think it's possible that
they're
this is
to
why she
manage
was self-medicating
bipolar
because
disorder.
this is the way that they're
She was
treating her?
prescribed
Telling her to
Abilify, which
taking
is an
drugs is the way to
antipsychotic
make
medication,
you feel
and
better?
they stopped the Seroquel.
White
that she
Rabbit,
had been
what's
on
hypomania?
since the age of 14. The next is St. Mary's Emergency Room. She was there for just a brief visit, the ER, March 22nd, 2021. She was 23 years old.
Interesting.
She was observed to have hallucinations, paranoia,
Okay.
delusions,
Thank you, Diva.
and she was using, or she had a history, but I think she was using at that time, marijuana, methamphetamine. Okay? So that was 1 day at the ER.
Jesus.
Then, and I believe, if I have this right, I believe she was in jail for 2020 offenses, and I believe she went to the emergency room in 2021 from the jail because of the psychosis.
Just another guess.
Okay, then we have the Nicolay Psychiatric Center
No way.
inpatient.
Nova, come on.
No.
From March 22nd, 2021 until April 12th, 2021. At that time, she had a 6-month civil commitment with an order to treat, which was what those exhibits 2 and 4,
Okay.
2 and 4 were, I think. Okay, this was 2021 for 21 days. The records indicate bipolar disorder, substance use, hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. She was initially on Abilify that she had been prescribed since age 16. And again, she was 23 during the 21 day at 23 years old during the 21 days
That's a lot of
at
numbers.
Nicolay. So they kept her on, I believe they kept her on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, but then put her on an injected to make it easier. So you get the injections of an antipsychotic,
Yikes.
Aristada, I think, Aristada, I
That
can't
is
pronounce it.
weird.
Aristada. They
That's a
put her
dark
on
word.
that,
List it all.
so hoping that she'd be more compliant, easier. You go to the psychiatrist, and get a shot. I don't remember if it's once a week. Some of them last a month. So I'm not sure about that one. And I think I said she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, substance use, had hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. The last records were the jail, Brown County Jail mental health records. That was from a stay 3 months in 2020, June to September 2020. She was 22 years old, and that regarded 2020 offenses, criminal. She was noted to be suicidal, bizarre behaviors,
Well, yeah, you give me that much drugs, I'd be bizarre too.
hallucinations,
Yeah, no joke.
and had used methamphetamine and heroin. Then, from the ages of 24 to 25, currently, records from the jail
Exactly.
were from January 4th, 2022 to July 9th,
That was my thought too. The
2023.
Records
She
from Florida
had,
Crime?
and I'm getting these from their mental health
Well, she was
records,
in jail in
psychiatrists,
January.
mental
Hmm.
health people
How
at the
did she
jail.
commit?
They noted she had suicidal ideation, bizarre, self-injurious behaviors, many conduct reports.
No chair throwing, Texas Jim.
She was nonverbal and isolative in her cell at times. She smeared and drew on her cell walls with feces.
I knew it.
That's what
And menstrual
Look at her
blood.
face.
She was naked at times. She had hallucinations, intense anger at times.
We don't
She
have the
was
death penalty
prescribed Risperdal, an antipsychotic medication for, quote, psychosis and impulse control. But she was usually non-compliant. Then as far as I know, the antipsychotic olanzapine is currently her medication.
Ugh.
prescribed
Well, so much
at
for
the
lunch.
jail, but she
Law
is
was talking about the chair
typically
she
been
threw at this lady.
non-compliant with
I missed what she
taking
just
it.
said.
Well, her and
that's
Hunter,
it for that
both
exhibit.
are artists.
Did you generate a report on this particular case?
Yes.
Right, Rabbit? White Rabbit?
Told ya,
Biological art.
Picasso
There you go,
fecal freak. Oh, Yamaha.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too. That because if you don't need the drugs and they're putting these on you because you're lying about your symptoms, you're
Well,
going
and
to have adverse effects.
This
because
whole
maybe she's
history
just
is
looking to get high.
This whole history's kind of muddied the waters because it's mixed in so many street drugs with it.
Yeah.
That you can't establish like a baseline of yes, this is what her mental state really is.
Is that right, Rabbit? Frequent flyer. Does she have a personality disorder along with all this?
Yeah,
She hasn't said.
They said that is bipolar not a personality
Thank
thing?
you, Art.
No, my
my
sister
little
has
brother was
bipolar.
diagnosed with hyperactive attention
Dr.
disorder.
Litton, you prepared
turned
a
out he
written
was just
report, correct?
dyslexic.
Yes.
And was
We've been a
that
long
dated
time
July
using
3rd of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, you guys, I'm ADHD. I take Vyvanse
Was
every
it
day,
15
but I
pages?
don't act like that.
About that, yes.
Did you sign it?
I mean,
Yes.
a
Oh,
bad
9
diagnosis
pages.
is a bad diagnosis.
You did review her medical and mental
Millions of
health
people
history, correct?
drugs
Yes.
Yeah.
that help them every day.
Yes.
Her background.
They don't
correct?
go choking
Yes.
someone to death and slicing them up into little bits
Yeah.
with no
Right.
regard.
Her family
for
and
it.
social background, is
I was
that
reading
fair?
what Law Knows
Yes.
said.
Alcohol, drug abuse, and education?
Yes.
Sexual, physical abuse history, fair?
Yeah, yes,
Jobs,
yes,
charges?
yes.
Tell me about the first interview that you did with her.
That took place February 7th, 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023, at the jail in a conference room. She remained nonverbal the entire time when I attempted to interview her, and she suddenly ran to the corner of the room, picked up a plastic chair and threw it at me. I called the guards. Took them a couple minutes to get there. She sat down, I sat down, tried to calmly ask her why she threw the chair. She, again, was nonverbal. The guards
It's
came.
the kind of person that they want to
I
have
explained the
escort
situation.
police officers in a
They
tight
initially
situation.
said yes, I should terminate the interview, but offered the possibility of taking Ms. Schabusiness to a
They wanted
secure
to have her
booth
talk to George Floyd,
to see if she'd interview. She
pin
nodded
him down.
that she would be willing to go there and talk to me. We got there, and she again was nonverbal. That was the first 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023.
So you had 2 interviews with her on that day?
2 on that day.
The one interview, was that in a room with just you and her and a table?
Yeah, yes.
And in that interview room, they have a stack of chairs there?
1 chair in the corner.
Okay. And then later you went to a more secure area where there was glass. Did you talk to her there?
I tried to, and she again was nonverbal.
But did she give
Four
the face
previous
impression
psych
she doesn't?
exams,
That
I'd
was
be
before I got
nonverbal
involved.
too.
Is that fair?
Exactly.
Then did you have the occasion to meet with her on a different date?
I did, when the last attorney, the original attorney on the case, after she threw the chair at me, was nonverbal on February 7th, 2023. Her defense attorney went, like the next day, went to discuss things about, why did you throw the chair? She didn't have an explanation. But she agreed, and she was verbal to the defense attorney. She told him, yes, she would then interview with me. He said, I'll come back tomorrow to double check. He returned, I guess, the next day. She again said she was verbal with him and agreed that she'd interview with me. So I returned on February 13th, 2023, and she refused to even come to the interview room. So those were the first 3 attempted
So the only
interviews.
person she's toying with is a psychiatrist. She wants you to think she's crazy.
Was there an occasion
she's just being
where
obstinate.
you had
Yep.
another interview with her?
I did, yes.
You can tell
When
by
was
her
it?
hand
On
gestures
purpose.
in court. That's part of the stuff. That's why she's doing
On
those
June
hand gestures.
And figure out what her brand of crazy was going to look like.
2023,
Right.
And was that at the Brown County Jail?
yes.
In the interview room?
In the conference room, yes.
And what is the conference room? Can you describe the layout there?
Not a huge room,
Yes, I did,
but
Doc.
there's a table, a bigger table in the middle, and plastic chairs, thank goodness, plastic chairs.
Oh, thank
And then
goodness.
there was that the people sit on.
Oh, the people.
And then, one plastic chair in the
I
corner,
wanna see what the plastic
not a
chair looks
huge
like.
He's a
conference
kinder
room.
chair.
That's what I'm thinking.
From the incident on February 7th
one
where
of
the
those
chair was thrown
Playskool
at you, did
chairs.
you have some,
As soon as it flew in the air, she wasn't done
Safety
writing the word
concerns,
crazy. before her
precautions?
charge. Crazy, I'm out.
With her or me? Or,
Yes.
She had, she was handcuffed to a waist belt.
Nova.
but I mean, did you have concerns from the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at
Go
you?
right
Oh,
every
yeah,
day, Nova.
definitely.
Okay.
You
First
deserve what
time
happens
in
to you.
32 years, a chair's,
Very
anybody.
glad,
anybody
Baker's not
I've
here.
interviewed ever did
Don't worry,
that.
Nova. She'll ride
So
you like
on
a
June
donkey.
19th of 2023, you
Check
had
her
another
bags when
interview
she
with
comes
her.
to the door, man.
Yes.
Did you make any requests at all?
Well, for
She's
you to be
carrying
there,
my bags.
but, you know, you had already met with her several times. She had not been aggressive with you. Ideally, I wanted to meet with her in that conference room as opposed to behind plexiglass in a little tiny booth.
Miami, she talks faster than Ross.
So that, you know, so yeah, the June 19th, 2023 interview where she did talk was in that conference room.
And you asked me to sit in?
Yes, I did.
Did I interfere in any way?
No.
And so tell me a little bit about that interview on June 19th of 2023.
We only, you know, I was only
talented.
with her for 2 hours. She had a great deal of trouble, difficulty with paying attention and concentrating. My impression of her at that 2-hour interview was she was psychotic. She had visual,
Exactly.
auditory, hearing, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. She was
How would you know she's not
delusional.
talking?
She was
She's
paranoid.
not responsive. How can you diagnose something like that?
She answered
Well, that's what she looks like in this trial.
some of my
right?
questions. My impression of her was that she was really trying to answer questions, and she was verbal. This time she spoke with me.
Oh,
She was
now she-
verbal, but my impression was that she was really trying to answer my questions. But her
Right.
thinking
Long
was
question.
very, what we call disorganized, very delusional. She was actively hallucinating,
Disorganized.
hearing things,
You know
a
what I'm
train, a loud train
I'm waiting for her
whistle
to say
that she
"Things just happen."
screaming, which she told me she hears in the courtroom too.
Well, that's
Very,
interesting,
as
because I
the
said it's
2
like
hours
she's, like,
went
having a conversation
on,
with herself.
she became
Good
so
voices.
distracted and very, you know, afraid. You could see it on her face, fear, because of the delusions she was experiencing right then.
If I had to see
And
this lady,
she
I'd
got
be
more
having
and more
variants also.
scared about what she thought she saw, a train and of this louder whistle. So
I find this interesting.
after 2 hours,
Yeah, I do
that
too.
was it. She was so, in my impression was that she was so distressed. I didn't want to
And she's in
continue
prison. She's
the
fully
interview.
medicated.
Then
Can we assume that
I felt I
correctly?
would be inflicting more harm on
I don't
her
know, right?
Yeah.
if I
They haven't
continued
established
the
that.
interview. So she gave me some
You know, if they haven't established.
information
How does the train whistle
about her
mean
bipolar
cut his
condition,
head off?
her mental health history,
Yeah.
family. Yeah,
The
that's
train did it?
Dr. Litton, thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether or not Ms. Schabusiness's memory for remote or recent
So far, it
events
seems like
was
she's
impaired
talked to her for
when you
2
met her?
hours only.
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
Not only did I see that memory issues, impairment in the 2-hour interview, but I see it in her records too. She can sometimes remember remote events, like, you know, pretty well, where she lived,
That's what my rabbit
approximate
says about me.
dates, the approximate time her mother
Like the little
died.
shopping cart's full of
So
candy.
the date
T-bone?
when she
Oh,
got
no.
married, roughly, it's a little fuzzy, but
Well, we know there's no bubble
yeah,
gum in
better
there.
remote memory. But she often will, in the same interview with treaters, evaluators, she'll be confused. And I saw memory impairments during the 2 hours, memory gaps, kind of a person with bipolar disorder or a other psychotic disorder like schizophrenia when they're actively psychotic, we sometimes see
She's
memory
talking in
gaps
circles now.
for the time they were very psychotic, or with bipolar
Tell 'em why,
1
Rabbit.
disorder,
So she's
when
just
they're
making
in a
up stuff
manic
right
state, they can
Yeah,
often
it's a word
forget
salad.
what's going on.
It is.
Then when they come
Psychotic,
out of the
bipolar,
psychosis,
Psychosis.
they'll
She's got
try to,
all of
sometimes
the-
they'll have a
all the
spotty
catchwords,
memory.
but not connecting
Sometimes
the
the whole
dots.
memory will come back, or what they were doing, what happened during the psychotic episode. But sometimes it's totally blank. Sometimes it comes partially back. And sometimes they try to reconstruct what happened, and you
She
get a
Google
kind of a
doctor.
funny
I mean, that's all I can
reconstruction.
say.
How do they
is
explain their behavior
They
just
show-
making up
when they were
crap.
manic,
Do they show this
with
doctor
bipolar
the,
or psychotic from
interview
schizophrenia, for
with
example?
Schabusiness?
They'll do a funny, not funny.
Yeah, she did a really
but
good job of reconstructing during
bizarre
the interview.
reconstruction. Well, let's see if I did that. If I got married while I
can
was
almost guess her next
psychotic, well,
word.
let's see. I must have
Psychotic,
liked the guy.
psychosis, bipolar,
I've heard some really
schizophrenia.
odd memory issues.
Jeez,
What about her
so
speech? Can you
bizarre.
give me any
It's
commentary
just-
on her speech from the
Such
observations you
word
made?
salad.
Her speech is generally, you can understand. I could understand her. She generally speaks in
We
what we
can't
call
understand her,
connected
though.
sentences. So you can understand her speech. She's not, there's another term, word salad, for somebody.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Carlstrom, are
who's
you
just
talking to her?
Blah, blah, you can't understand. It's called word
Told
salad.
you I gotta hide my
I've
talents.
never, in her
She
records,
said word salad.
when I interviewed her, she's never been like that. So you can understand her
Read your mind.
speech, and she'll speak in brief, what we call connected sentences. Sometimes they're logical, lucid, but other times not. They don't make sense. They're going off track. They're, whatever we're talking about, poof, she goes off track and says something totally different.
Are you saying that she goes off on tangents?
Very much so.
So
yes.
does expert.
Not
Oh, wow.
always, but yes, I observe
Not in
that.
so many
in
words, but-
records,
It's called
too.
ADD.
When you discuss certain topics, is she
It's
called
connected or
ADD.
disconnected?
Sometimes, like in the 2-hour interview, sometimes
Yeah, over here it's
and again,
called-
my
they're called
impression was
squirrels.
that she tried really hard to answer my questions. Sometimes she was connected to what I was saying and to reality. Other times, no,
Squirrel and rabbit.
definitely not connected, in my impression.
During the 2-hour interview that you had with her on June 19th, was she distracted by any
June
internal
19th?
or external stimuli?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
She
you have
was
a stick for what,
distracted
7
by
weeks?
a clock on the, and this is one of these tangents, a clock on the conference room wall. She was distracted by a cord. We had just been
We're
talking
a
about
normal day. Come on.
past suicide attempts, and she had tried apparently to hang herself. So when she was a teenager or younger, and she was distracted by a cord and a voice telling her to
Oh, now it's
hang
voices.
herself with that cord,
Oh, okay.
but she said, I'm controlling it though. She had a train, she thought she saw a train, and a whistle that got louder
Yeah,
and
what kind
louder
of train
and
is she talking
louder.
about?
Another train?
She was delusional in her thinking. So those are just some
It was
examples.
2 hours, so she has to repeat.
Did you
this
ask her
over and over
about
again.
her mood on a scale of 1 to 10?
I did.
And what was the response you got?
007, which was bizarre.
Yeah, she was fooling
And
you.
I
She was
think a
playing the
reference to,
ultimate
Yeah,
spy game from your
007.
ass.
Oh, couldn't see that coming.
What can you take from that?
my impression was that, again, it was some tangent. And, it sounds pretty goofy.
Taylor
bizarre.
fucking got you.
I asked her to
got
clarify that.
Tracks all
And she
over
really
the
didn't.
place.
It led into
Yeah.
a discussion of
Track past the jail.
mania, bipolar 1 mania, and we discussed that, her impressions of bipolar, and has she ever had a manic episode?
Is obsessive compulsive disorder a mental disorder
effing in
or
my
issue?
head, though.
Is it
I'm
for
just
her or
wondering,
just in
with all
general?
Just in
these
general.
mental disorders
Yes,
that
it's
they're
a mental
describing,
disorder.
some of them
Did you
sort of
talk to her
counteract
about
the other
any
disorder.
compulsive behaviors or any issues
You
like
can't
that?
have the same,
Yes.
like
Tell
with
me about
competing
that.
disorders. You can't have the same.
I brought up the issue of
They don't match up.
hypersexuality.
Here we go.
Also, just obsessive compulsive
Wait a second.
symptoms, traits.
Is-
And
is
she
this
said
Dr. AD?
sometimes she's will touch her hair a lot. She'll wash her hands 30 to 40 times with germs.
Audra.
With the
But then
germ.
I
germs?
asked her about
problem.
hypersexuality, which is sometimes seen in a person with bipolar 1 disorder when they're in a manic state, manic psychotic state, this hyper, too much interest, arousal with regarding something sexual. And
Morning,
she
Audra.
was very surprised.
She
She
gets
had never
horny.
heard of that. But she clicked on it. It was interesting. She clicked on it like, oh. And then she described some past obsessiveness, and I think she said in
Gotta walk away for a
2020,
minute. She's gotten
for
worse.
about a year, when she and her husband viewed
That's
a
what I'm saying.
lot,
She's-
and she called
She's
it
got like
obsessive.
these disorders that just
adult
that
pornography.
counteract the other disorder. I mean, it just
Does
it's so
hypersexuality
weird.
give you concern or pause as it relates to mental health issues?
It does, because, and this wasn't the additional
woman's never been
evidence
hypersexual
about
in
it,
her life.
that she has likely, well, in my opinion, she has had hypersexuality during the bipolar disorder, when she was diagnosed at least age 14, but probably before that. She made inappropriate sexual comments in her classrooms
Like what?
while growing up
Teenagers
in
do that.
school.
Say more, say more.
I do that.
Then when
Still
she
haven't
was
grown out of that one.
inpatient, I
why she
believe
needs
the
to tell us.
21
We know if
days,
it's
I think it
abnormal.
was Nicolay, and was it 2021, she was inappropriate. They caught her in the bathroom, 2 separate incidences with two different male patients.
Doing what? What was
there's
inappropriate?
been some incidences in the jail.
Dib wants
I don't
details.
remember that exactly.
You're gonna have to tell me more. That's not crazy.
But yes, that's definitely a concern. I've seen other people
Well, when you're doing it
with
in a mental hospital, Deb, I think that's
inpatient, outpatient,
A little different.
who are hypersexual, and again, associated with
Damn.
bipolar mania, manic episode, or could be schizophrenia, but typically bipolar disorder. I've
know
certainly
that.
seen that at
Bipolar
Mendota
makes you horny.
and
Yeah,
when
I don't.
treated
I've never
or
heard that.
evaluated people.
I'm gonna
It's
Google that.
not
okay?
incredibly
Makes you-
common, but
makes you
it
scrub
can.
a whole lot.
It's one of the classic symptoms of a
Makes you hear
bipolar
whistles,
manic
bells.
episode.
Did Ms. Schabusiness
That's
say
what
anything
it's
about her
Lucid.
Yeah.
thinking?
Right.
And
I don't know.
Her
Some of the
feelings
stuff
on
just
that?
isn't adding up.
Yes.
what did she talk to you about?
You mean during that 2-hour interview?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at the exact quotes here, but the thinking, she hears screaming in the courtroom. It sounds like quite
During a
constant,
manic
she said.
episode with bipolar, a person can have
I'm looking here, yeah,
experience-
she said
can
she
experience
reported she hears
hypersexuality.
screaming all day long, and not from the other jail inmates,
So it is
telling
a
her to
thing.
wake up.
That is a thing. I
Screaming
actually read a book
happens,
about it,
quote,
I
a
forgot.
lot when she goes to court. It, quote, very much so, end of quote, affects her ability to concentrate on a daily basis and when in the courtroom.
Cause you,
And then the
well, you have
voices,
bipolar, cause you to
the
be
screaming are scary and tell her to do
hypersexual.
stuff.
So you climb on someone's back and
So
pull a choke
her
chain
thinking
until they die.
is,
I mean,
it's, I always ask people, I evaluate, how is your thinking and memory? And to me, it's just, the thinking is, it's difficult for her to think because of the.
Well, it's difficult for me to think
the
too, but you know.
bipolar symptoms of psychosis thinking. It affects her attention, her
Wait, Rabbit, I said
concentration.
that
and
yesterday,
messes
didn't I?
up her thinking.
Well, it might be this lady trying to describe it.
She was
messing up her thinking.
promiscuous in the neighborhood.
As
when
part
she
of
was
your
younger.
complete analysis in this case, did you find that Taylor Schabusiness was is married?
Yes.
And did she provide you with any information about the, about the marital relationship?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that, I hate to say this about someone not here, but she said that her spouse, who I believe they married in 2020, got her involved in methamphetamine use. He was a dealer. He was, again, her reports about this vary, but she has reported that he was very physically abusive, hit her, well, she told me that he hit her on the head numerous times.
Oh, here we go.
That was when I was evaluating her, any head injuries ever in your past, and she mentioned that he had hit her on the head numerous times.
Then where's the MRI?
Very controlling person.
Exactly.
She had gone to a neighbor's house at one time in 2020 to ask them to call 911, and another neighbor, when the police came, another neighbor said that she knew them both, and she said, yeah, he was abusive, controlling, drug pusher, addict, yeah. But she is still married. I believe there's, but she was going to, in 2020, she was going to try to get the marriage annulled, but I don't think that's happened at this point.
You just told us she was still married to him, so figure it out.
Yeah. I mean,
While you're changing topics, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. We started a little bit
Yeah,
later.
good
We're
Lord.
11 right
Good.
now.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll take about a 10
Yeah,
minute
Judge
break.
is like, okay,
So all rise for the adjournment.
I'm over this lady just making up. I mean, it's almost like she just Googled all of the.
Yes.
She had this diagnosis pre-planned, and so she just Googled things that could fit into giving us this diagnosis. That's what it sounds like to me. Like all of the multiple different things adding up to be this one giant. Well, she has to be crazy because this X, Y, and Z. Let's look for this. I really want to see the prosecution's point on this, where they bring in actual psychiatrists and start discussing a lot of these issues, because it just doesn't sound, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
So I have a question though. If she's diagnosed with ADHD, bipolar, and she has medicine from her doctor, and then she's in jail, she's being interviewed after the crime in June or July, June, and would she not still have access to prescribed medication? Like, does prison not keep you on that?
Yeah, they
Okay,
would.
so then when they see her, she should be on ADD med. She should be focused and all that, and right? So it feels like she's saying she's not being able to focus. She's looking at the clock. She hears the thing. And if she's medicated, to me, I feel like that's different than if she's not.
Right.
Unless you're taking the wrong medications because the diagnosis is wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, that causes serious problems. That's what I was saying earlier. That's what happened with my brother. Is he was misdiagnosed with ADHD. He was dyslexic, and it made him much worse and much more violent and aggressive. And so he started self-medicating because that's all that he knew, to the point where, he's no longer on this planet.
Sorry about
Just so it's having there if you're treating the diagnosis properly, it can be very, very helpful. But unfortunately, some doctors like to overprescribe for things that don't need to be, and that may have been what was happening with her. Especially if you go in there and you lie just to get your high. I've met people like that too, and that's that's bad.
Yeah. And like Nova said in chat, I'm not familiar with it, but she seems to be taking off of one drug and been put on another drug. And I know that there's, a time where you need to adjust. And so mentally, I don't know if it deteriorates your brain, these type of drugs, and she's not working. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yes, that's
such a
the
mental
thing.
mess.
Like when I think Shizzy's talking, he said this it doesn't make sense. Well, I think what's not making sense is like there's three things like I'm thinking of that's like you're not making that connection. It's like, okay, so she did all these drugs, but then she mixed them with street drugs. And the street drugs, she's not going into the psychiatrist and saying, yeah, well, I'm also doing this, this, and that.
Right.
And the only thing we've ever heard of, and this is what's I don't know, this whole thing to myself, I was kind of floored when they were talking about like all these drugs at once, because all I ever heard was meth and pot. And now you're hearing, oh no, man, like it was all these things. And but the whole fact of the matter is, does all that add up to where she's not responsible for what she did? And that's where there's not making that connection right now. Just saying, hey, she was on a lot of medication and she was unresponsive and whatnot. She wasn't very,
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Right, because she's the same girl that you've watched for 8 hours a day for now we're working on day 4 that hasn't had exhibited any of this. So then what's the deal? She's fixed?
Or remorse.
Well,
Like,
does
that remove all remorse for?
But let's just say
doing
that she's
something?
such a mental mushy brain because of all of the experimentation these doctors have been doing on her since at least 14. Then fine, then we should still see that mental mush right now, but we don't. We only see what seems to be her weird facial expressions. Maybe she's just trying to fight off the train or something. I don't know.
Right.
Well, it was Mr. Many Dreams, I think, said that she's not distracted. Look at her. She's looking at that one spot on the desk this whole time. I was like, oh man, I never thought of it like that. So I don't know. It's
she's focused. She's been paying attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
She just has that I don't give it
right
two shits attitude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's
Like a
just,
petulant child where they're just like, go away. I don't care what you have to say.
Well, that's just
this
it.
makes me think about something else. It's like, so like all this stuff, like you're taking like psychotic medicines, as far as I know, they're pretty high power. I mean, they do some like wild stuff, right? Like if you're not psychotic, I don't know how everything works out with them, but you hear, I don't know. It's like, there are millions of people that take these things and it helps them. And then you hear the one or two, of course, that are taking this and
have adverse effects.
And we always say, well, we say they have adverse effects. They're already something wrong with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of them are mixing that with street drugs? That's the question I've never asked myself before. And because I'm thinking these have to be like, because street drugs now, everything's coming in from China. They're all coming out of a pharmacy, probably.
The fentanyl.
Over there.
Yeah.
They're not. It's not the guy with a van that's been spray painted. What's the has like the rodeo? Not rodeo, but you know what I mean. Stagecoach on the side of the van.
Cowboy.
Yeah, the
cowboy
van,
mural.
Yeah. Airbrush, a cowboy mural airbrush on the van. He's like, yeah, man, I agree with this myself. This is good. It's not that guy. It's it's now coming out of pharmacies and stuff overseas. I don't know. It's just for me. I don't have an answer, and I just feel I've got motor mouth about it because I'm so taken back.
Here's my quote. Maybe they hadn't fully medicated her, but when she attacked the other DA, maybe they're like, put this bitch on her meds because we need her to just sit here and stare at the dot on the desk.
Well, Yaya had something to say about that, of why she attacked
She might be on the
lawyer.
She had to step away for a second.
Yeah, she did.
And I could be misquoting this. Yaya said that attorney is the same one that was representing her father, and she did that to basically lash out at her father in a sense. So that's something.
Well,
possibly.
And the thing I can't get past in the testimony by the psychologist here is she talks about, I went into the room, she was nonverbal, and that was the time she threw the chair. Then her attorney comes in, she talks to her attorney a couple days later, 2 days in a row, agrees to meet with her, and then she wouldn't go back in there. I mean, does that not sound like a girl that knows what she's doing as opposed to somebody who's just out there?
I see. I don't know any of this stuff.
It seems deliberate.
But also, are they going to be able to convince a jury,
right,
that she's mentally incompetent to be in jail?
I think if they have
to be enough to convince them, because apparently the psych ward isn't working for her.
No,
it hasn't worked in the past.
If somebody on the jury is using antidepressants or has a relative that has long-term ADHD or anything like that, they're going to be like, yeah, they've never unalived anyone. This is not crazy. There's a difference between crazy and being on, you know what I mean? And I do believe that. I think there's a difference between crazy and being on pills and street drugs or whatever.
Now, expert, I know in the first part of the trial that they had to have a unanimous decision in order to convict her on all 3 counts. Do they have to in this case?
I don't know.
In the second part, do they have to have a unanimous decision?
It's an interesting question.
But she was Googling the stuff. She took pictures, particularly of dude's head, like what she might have snapped in the moment. She wasn't on meth on those days. Like the totality, she has to always be crazy or she doesn't get crazy, in my opinion.
Well, those aren't put in fact that she wasn't high on anything at that point. There's no evidence that she was or wasn't. It's undetermined.
Okay, that's true.
All right, so if bipolar disease medication can cause a person to feel flat, not feel like themselves, if I have clients that not like the medication because it makes them feel
blasé,
fancy word, they would. She did that to me on purpose. You guys know that, right? Rather than the highs and lows, they feel that way. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. If you're, I think of the opposite of getting drunk. It's like, oh, hey man, it's cool. I got buzz going on. And it's like, then the next day you're like, oh, I'm just normal. It's like, that's a high and low.
Yeah, being normal is
backwards. I don't know.
It also sounds
I'm so
like
out of my element on this stuff, and I apologize.
Yeah, same. Nova says, how do you know she wasn't on meth daily? You're right. I don't know that. I guess I was assuming that. But it does sound like she started her mental health issues and at least at 14 starting to be documented. And then not until 20 did she begin using meth. And so all the psychosis shit was already on record before she met her husband.
Yeah.
You're right, Valhalla.
By the way, Valhalla, I have thought to myself, I've invited Valhalla on like 4 different times now for different things. I go back and I haven't.
You didn't enter, yeah.
I didn't take my bipolar Valhalla medicine.
You didn't take your Pop-Tart medication this morning?
Maybe in the moment.
Pop-Tarts in here. Pop-Tarts.
That's what I'm hearing now. Everything's a drug after hearing this.
Pop-Tart, they prescribe it.
Maybe.
It's in a big box.
Caffeine.
I'm out of
Not
vitamins.
a crock pot box,
but
but a box.
You know what? I'm out of vitamins, and that does bother me. Like, you guys take vitamins?
I stopped taking those about 2 years ago.
When I don't take them, I feel awful. Sorry. Well, I eat a lot of Pop-Tarts and Dr. Pepper, so that's probably I survived on vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Valhalla, I did send you a link, but this time I double checked. I just sent you, and I hadn't sent one. That was so great of me. I'm like, yeah, I love Valhalla. He's a great guy. And then I just ignore him. And you know what? Valhalla needs a shelf for his trees. That's our next concern.
Yes.
What Jude said is true.
I'll have to make one for him. something that he can use.
Because of people like her, people who have valid documented mental health are now being seen as psycho nutcases who go off any minute. And that's all.
Back to lurk.
Back to lurking.
I was like, wait a second. I was thinking they were back to lurking at first. My brain is fried, man, after all this stuff.
Oh, I know
Val said
Valhalla.
he just
I
sent the
know.
link, y'all.
Yeah, I
I
know.
really
He does that
did.
to me too.
That was horrible.
I've done that as well. I've absolutely done that. I go back, I'm like, oh, I went to go say, sorry, we didn't see you tonight. You know, it was a good show. And then when I get there, I'm like, oh shit, there's the link. Here's the link. I would click enter. Sorry, I didn't send that.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. I was going to ask you, do you ever type stuff out and then you don't know why you didn't hit enter?
Oh, I know why. Because I needed to make it
All the
perfect. I'll
time.
be right back. And then guess who doesn't come back? Me.
Squirrels.
Yeah.
That's why
Because
he
now
does
there's
it.
no more notification to tell me that I need to be here. And yeah, I ruin it. I'm a bad friend. I'm a bad communicator. But I'm trying.
I'm just really stupid. I mean, I can accept that. Can't y'all?
Yeah, we accept you stupid.
We accept you're
Thank
stupid.
you.
We love you anyway, though.
It's okay.
Question for the panel. What would she have to do to prove she wasn't mentally fit versus what she has already done?
She
At the-
doesn't have
at the
to
time of the
prove
murder.
she's-
But see, the thing is, you got to focus on that moment because that's what's in question.
Right.
You got to focus on whether or not, okay, she did have a psychotic break at that moment and she didn't know what she was doing or she wasn't aware of the repercussions of her actions.
Yeah. Basically, what would she have to do? If you could wipe out the entire interview that she had with the police, where she talks about climbing up on his back, riding him like a donkey while pulling on the
Chain.
dog collar, and then sliced him up to little bits. Sounds like corpse back.
And she
Sliced him
was
up to
really
little
regretting
bits,
that she
so-
didn't use meth during that. So she wasn't like under that last.
Right.
You know.
Because it'd been 2 days since her last hit, supposedly.
Well, was it? I thought. Okay.
Yes.
So I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, she
It was 2
says that,
days.
but at other times she says that they were doing drugs before, like she was shooting up trazodone and
She said they went down to the
doing
basement
meth.
within 5 minutes. They started the donkey stuff. That the meth was
Yeah.
still on the side table.
Yep.
And it would be there when the cops went back. So
I mean,
possibly
that's about
he
the
was
only
just
thing
on
that
drugs.
you could give me that would make me want to
But
question.
she shot him up though, right? Didn't she?
Yes.
give him
That,
drugs?
that was
Yeah,
my
so
impression.
So she was. She's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. I wish she would have taken the stand.
God, Noah, stop.
Okay, be seated.
I want to know why she's got a turtleneck on with a blazer when it's 90-some degrees outside.
Somebody said that in chat.
She's got a
Early
very
on,
cold
yeah.
heart.
Your
She's got a very cold
review
heart. Yeah.
of the educational records for Taylor Schabusiness, did you make any conclusions about whether she had a budding personality disorder?
No, I did not. No.
Did you see
she
in the records that she was a
didn't wear the
really
hockey gear.
disturbed teen?
Yes, that was my impression.
And did you indicate that you felt that it even went beyond that?
Yes. Which was later confirmed when we later received the Bellin inpatient records from when she was 12 and then again at 14, and was diagnosed with a thought disturbance, bipolar 1, depression, severe with psychosis by age 14.
Did you have a chance to review a colleague's evaluation, Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes,
Is she a PhD?
she has a PhD.
And she reviewed or examined Taylor Schabusiness in the past, correct?
Yes,
So you had a chance to consider her report, correct?
yes,
Did you also review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report?
yes,
And he's a forensic psychologist from the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, correct?
yes,
And then did you also have the opportunity to review Dr. Christina Engin's
I
report?
think this is where
Yes.
they're trying to debunk the
These are
other
reports
doctors.
that were conducted based off evaluations of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
Maybe.
Yes.
Before I ask you about whether you agree with their opinions or not, I'm going to ask you about what is your opinion as it relates to your evaluation and assessment of Taylor Schabusiness?
My opinion is that she qualifies for the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. My opinions are that she was not responsible because of a mental disease. She wasn't responsible for the criminal conduct because at the time of the event, she had the mental disease, and it both affected, she lacked substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct at the time the homicide occurred, but also she could not
It's true.
conduct, she couldn't conform. She lacked volitional control. She couldn't conform her conduct to the requirements of law. She was lacking in her ability to control herself. The volitional control
Kind of makes
both
sense, but
was
she-
lacking.
Just
That's
so
my
blasé in their
opinion.
interview.
You said that she lacked the ability
Didn't
to
change her
control herself?
clothes.
Yes, at the time of the event.
What the
There you
doc
go.
just said is exactly
And
the
do you
state
opine
code.
that she has a mental
That you have to pass
disease or a
those,
mental defect or both?
prerequisites.
Yes.
Both?
It's unclear. I tried to get
Right,
her
Mr.
to be
Snooper?
evaluated. I suggested she be evaluated, as Dr. Luchetta did too, further for possible mental defect, brain issues. That didn't happen. But my impression was that she has a mental disease, which is the most likely bipolar
She
disorder.
might, Sean. Where's the poll? That's a great question. There should be a poll. Is she getting insanity or not? Because they're
Based on your training and experience, can chemicals exacerbate?
They
Close
can,
out the poll
yes.
and I'll put that one up.
Did
There you
you
go.
draw any conclusions on whether Taylor Schabusiness has any kind of chronic brain damage?
I couldn't because that has to be done. For the first step is what we call neuropsychological testing by a neuropsychologist. Pretty elaborate testing. That's the process.
Brain damage would just
And then
MRI would
if
show that,
those
wouldn't it?
test results are abnormal, then the next step would be a referral to a neurologist and medical doctor who would assess her and then decide whether or not there was enough information from the testing to explore the possibility of some brain defect, brain damage, maybe, yeah.
Okay. In your report, your opinions are on the last page, is that fair?
Yes.
And did you talk about her presentation when she presents herself? Do you have comments about that?
Yes, my comments about that are that it's very unusual, what we call presentation. How is she looking? How does she talk? How does she interact? Everything, what's going on in her mind,
Today's
whatnot.
the day she's gonna go.
And it's
So this is why she was changing her shirt throughout the day.
really unusual. And I searched my own 32-year memory bank here. And it's exceptionally unusual presentation, how she's coming across to me, the two attorneys, other evaluators in the school.
Would you
I feel like the
agree that
RCA
she
dog.
has a strange presentation?
She does.
How about her facial expressions? Can you give some commentary on that from what you've seen?
Very unusual. She's been described as smirky. Smirky. She has inappropriate, her grinning, weird grinning when she's talking about
Is she talking about the joke?
crimes?
Her facial expressions are about to
Looking,
get fucking
people
weird.
have interpreted it to
Yeah,
be
they're
like
trying to excuse what she
laughing
did in the
at
interview.
what she did. At times, in the jail, with evaluators, with me,
Got a new
at
polo.
times, briefly, it's very strange. Other times looking, real, I mean, I can mimic it, very scowly.
like her.
A lot of people interpret it superficially to be grinning. Yeah, grinning it all, but getting a kick out of everything.
They look alike. Look at that. Maybe that's your mother
Not me.
reincarnated.
Based on my
Not me,
experience and training. That's
Okay,
a
I know a
psychotic
lot of
person right
people
there.
when they're nervous.
That's
see
what's
that?
causing
Wow.
this really weird,
What'd she do?
bizarre. And
Wow.
I'm
She
telling
pointed
you,
at her and said,
That's a
to
psychotic
me, it's
person
off the
right
scale.
there.
Yes.
Get her
32
off the
years.
stand.
I've seen a lot of psychotic people, bipolar, psychotic, manic, and I just haven't seen very many like this. That is very exceptional, very exceptional.
Grandma,
Do
go
you
drink your gin
believe
and
that
tonic.
she has a genuine
Go on.
mental disorder
Yes,
of a psychotic nature?
yes.
What is the nature?
The best, my best opinion is the bipolar 1.
That
With
doesn't mean
Psycho business.
sometimes
Bipolar.
with psychosis, sometimes not. But that after we got the Bellin records from 2 inpatient admissions at age 12 and 14, or 14 and 16, let me just double check. Yeah, 14 and 16, she was diagnosed at 14 with bipolar depression, severe with psychosis. So that confirmed that's I was thinking about schizophrenia, and sometimes schizophrenia and bipolar are very hard to distinguish. Sometimes not, but sometimes really hard to tell bipolar from
What?
schizophrenia.
Sometimes
And there's
it's
a
hard
kind
to
of a
distinguish,
combined one
sometimes
called
not.
schizoaffective disorder, and that's been applied to her too, but
right,
I think based
Rabbit?
on this history we have from Bellin when she
A
was
lot of
diagnosed
people
with
will
bipolar.
giggle when they're
And then
nervous.
again at Nicolay, when she was 22 years old, also bipolar. My
whole life is
opinion
laughing
is
because I'm
based
nervous.
on
What are you
my
talking about?
experience and training is bipolar 1. The more serious bipolar 1, bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 can have psychosis, psychotic episodes. So that's my opinion.
Well,
Are your
stinks.
opinions to a reasonable degree of professional certainty or psychological certainty?
Yes.
Both.
What's she gonna
correct?
say?
She
No.
sounded uncertain about everything.
You did prepare a report on all of these findings, correct?
Yes.
Could I approach your honor?
Sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I don't.
Right now in the poll, most people think that she will not be found.
That is my report, July 3rd, 2023.
She'll be found sane.
Does that report contain all of your findings and evaluations based on Taylor Schabusiness?
It's a brief summary, yes.
Everything in there is accurate, correct?
I hope so, yes, I think so.
Okay. And the report is dated July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
Oops.
No. 6 is received.
Doctor, you did review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report, correct?
I did, two reports,
Okay. You read through both of them?
yes,
You're aware of the opinions and findings that he rendered, correct?
yes.
Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Contrary to how Dr. Seipel,
See?
his opinion, which I respect all professionals' opinions. I don't criticize the professional.
Just tell us.
I can support my own opinion. But in contrast,
Disagreeing each one of them.
I believe that she has, my opinion is that she has
I
a
read it.
genuine mental
It was a
disorder.
good opinion. Everything about it was wrong.
Right. So I just have
And
to
then
disagree
Dr.
because it's
Christina
different than
Engine, Did you
mine.
review her evaluation?
Exactly.
Yes,
He's a
And do you
psychiatrist.
agree or
to me.
disagree with
I'm
hers?
just a psychologist.
disagree.
Tell me why.
I didn't do any medical training outside of
Similar to Dr. Seipel, if I remember her report well enough, I disagree. My opinion is that Ms. Schabusiness has a genuine, mental disorder of a psychotic nature.
That's
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
So what would you
Oh, my
prescribe?
land.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Good morning, doctor.
Hi.
She's gonna get slammed.
A little hidden here behind the court for us. I'll try to move over. Can you hear me okay?
Thanks.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you testified you're an independent forensic psychologist, is that right?
That's right.
And does that mean that you're just sort of a solo practitioner, you're not employed with a larger facility?
Right. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself.
Why
And
is
you've
that?
been retained by the defense in this case?
Yes.
All right.
work
So
for
is there a
him.
retainer agreement in place?
No, say the very vast majority of my cases were for the public defender. So they have an appointment letter, how much they think they're going to pay, like that. No money up
She's
front until the
part-time.
case is done and they bill,
I
or
understand.
he bills.
Sure. But you are being obviously compensated for your testimony.
No, I haven't been paid anything. No, I've been on this case,
So
since
you're not
20,
gonna
I
be
don't
compensated?
get paid till the case is all done.
Okay, but at the end of the
How much-
case you will.
Right.
Okay. You were asked questions about having previously conducted NGI evaluations in the past.
Right.
How many?
Hundreds? I don't know, maybe, a lot.
Maybe a lot, yeah.
And
20.
how many in the
Problem
last
they
10 years?
ask
Technical
about
term.
Many.
being paid.
And I have several
That's
right now,
disingenuous.
several,
The
many.
prosecutor being paid.
Okay, so like
Yes.
dozens?
Oh, yes, at least, yeah.
And your CV, do you still have that in front of you? I believe it's Exhibit
No.
1. You outlined some, on page 2, publications and presentations that you've completed, is that right?
Yes.
And
She is no
for instance, in 2022, you had a publication or presentation on sexually violent persons.
Yes.
And similarly, in 2001, another publication on sexually violent persons.
Those were presentations, yes.
And would it be fair to say, I mean, looking through 2009 at least, all the publications and presentations we're seeing are with respect to sexually violent persons cases?
Most
Okay.
are, yes.
And do you have publications or have you presented on the topic of conducting NGI evaluations?
No. Other than 2018, a young colleague and I did a fill-in at the Wisconsin Psychological Association just on starting a forensic practice. And, we talked about the different kinds of, it was to a group of psychologists who were thinking of getting to be a forensic psychologist, so we probably mentioned NGIs.
But that wasn't like a presentation on how to do NGI evaluations?
No.
Okay. I then want to ask about some of your sources of information, and counsel went through some of those with you.
I better hide
With
my car
respect
keys.
to what occurred on February 22nd,
It
2022.
doesn't work. Yeah. Get somebody
what
else
sort
to
of
hide your car
information did you
keys.
review?
The criminal complaint. You said, what information did I review regarding that
Yes.
event?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because nobody was there. Parents were upstairs. So we don't have any direct witnesses, but I reviewed the
Oh,
police
please.
reports, all their interviews. That's basically it. What she told other evaluators and what she
This
told
woman
me
never
very
even talked
briefly.
to
So
her.
that was it.
So it was when you say police reports, you're referring to like the paper report that a detective or officer wrote?
Right, there's the criminal complaint or information, which is a couple pages long, but then attached usually with it, are the basis for the criminal charges. And, with the police, I guess in this case, the police who went there, arrested her, their interviews with her.
So did you just review the criminal complaint or also all of the police reports?
All the police reports.
So then it sounds like you didn't review the recorded interview itself of Ms. Schabusiness.
Transcript, the recorded interview herself, and at least an hour and a half, 2 hours of the video.
Of the 7 hours?
So you,
7 hours.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She wasn't
Did you
getting
review
paid,
the
y'all.
recorded interview of Ms. Schabusiness from February 23rd of 2022?
What I was given by the attorney was a transcript of their interviews. And so a transcript, written type
Okay.
We
The
get it.
transcript.
Was it like the police report summarizing it?
Fair? A transcript?
If I remember
read that
right,
the
it
same as
was
you
a
do when you have
transcript
mannerisms
of
and
the,
stuff
you know,
like that?
I don't know if they had a court reporter
Hey,
in there. I don't know how
I
they
just
did that.
I just pulled
But
up
not the actual visual
Long
image itself. You
crimes.
didn't.
I only saw about an hour and a
and
half, 2
that
hours
gesture
of
she
the
made
visual.
means effing loser.
Visual.
I was wondering
what do you
about
call
that.
Video,
made that to her
video
dad?
She made that to her
in those
dad, effing
conference
loser.
rooms where the police detectives were interviewing Miss
I wonder what
Schabusiness.
she's going to make towards this lady.
So you reviewed an hour and a half of that. Was that the February 23rd interview?
Yes, I believe so.
And so you didn't review the rest of the approximate 5.5 hours of that interview?
No, it didn't transmit to me
Didn't you love it
by
when the
computer for
basic
some
question I
reason.
just asked?
So it was only roughly an hour
She's
and
a
a half,
boomer and
2
she
hours
couldn't get the
of
whole
what I
thing
did
downloaded.
get.
I guess the defense didn't
I have
provide
a lot
that
to
the
say
whole
about
interview for
this
you?
They
lady
tried,
being
but for whatever reason, I don't know, technology between the DAs or that's
Yeah.
happened before, not
Yeah.
uncommon.
Well, to be
Something
clear,
wasn't quite right
we
there.
aren't providing you any information to review, right?
What, pardon?
The state isn't providing you any information to review, right? You're getting that information from other people.
Well, I think it goes from you all to him.
Sure.
Yeah, right, and then to me, yeah.
So then it also sounds like, Doctor, you haven't reviewed the February 28th interview of Ms.
Hey,
Schabusiness?
Caitlin.
I read the
Hey, Caitlin.
police
Read the transcript.
descriptions of it, and I thought I had a transcript. You know, I think it was a summary, pretty decent summary
Pretty good summary.
of the February
I
28th.
trusted
Similar, the summary, pretty decent, detailed of the February
Pretty decent.
23, the 2 interviews they did on that day.
But not, again, the actual, visual image, the recorded interview itself?
Not from that one again. If it was sent to me, I couldn't see it.
Okay. And you mentioned that obviously one of your sources of information is from your meeting or meetings with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. And the the February 7th, 2023 interview, that was the instance where Ms. Schabusiness threw a chair at you, right?
Yes.
And after she did that, you said she just sat down.
Yeah.
And was calm after that point?
Very, and I looked at her, as I'm subject to doing, I used that time before the guards came in, maybe, it took a while, 3 minutes or so, and it was weird, bizarre, whatever you want to call it, because she immediately, very calmly, came back, sat down across from me, and I looked at her physiological
There's a
responses, just totally blank.
I
And again, I've
watched
seen
this,
violent
surgery
patients. I
on
got attacked
YouTube,
once at beat
and
up at
I slept in
Mendota.
Motel 6,
Got
so I
slapped.
think I could
But
perform open
I
heart
saw
surgery.
very many aggressions on the unit I was on at Mendota for the 14 most aggressive patients,
He wants to see
males
how she
in the whole
describes
state.
her.
And
I like
we'd
he's
have
looking
between
right
3
at
to
her.
7 aggressions. And usually after a person does something like that, they have a red
Check the
face,
Discord.
angry, yelling, swearing, breathing heavily, nothing,
Staring at the
nothing.
camera,
So,
trying to get a
those
smile.
prior instances you talked
smirky.
about, those were with people who were at Mendota, you said?
Yeah.
So those were people who were
Nauseous
actually found to
processing.
have a mental illness.
No, not all of them. We were the overflow unit. We mostly had, our patients were from around the state,
I get that a
jails,
lot, girl.
prisons, Winnebago mental health. They were most of them
Mike.
had been found not guilty, legally insane, but we were the overflow unit for the admission unit for competency evaluation. So they were not all necessarily mentally ill, but most were with a psychotic illness.
And those were the people who kind of made a gesture, like a red face,
Yeah,
things like
but
that after.
I've dealt with many
It's just
aggressive
doctors just
people
using
in the
self-protection.
outpatient setting too. And yeah, it was unusual. I just don't, searching my
hitting on
memory
that.
banks, had a hard time coming up with somebody, I've seen it before, but it's unusual for a person to not be aroused, when they're feeling so angry.
Oh, Beagle
It was
girl,
unusual.
you're right. I want to
Then I want to ask
drive down to the
about
courthouse,
the June
but I'm not
19th,
going to.
2023 interview
She has her
with
keys
Ms.
locked away in
Schabusiness.
the safe.
And that was at
Doesn't have
the,
the combination.
a conference room area?
Yes,
And her attorney was present for that, right?
yes.
And is it common for you to have those sort of evaluations with an interested party in the room?
I always ask attorneys, going back to when I was at Mendota, I learned this at Mendota, I always ask attorneys, if they have the time, to sit in at least during the initial part, like for a competency evaluation, so I can see the attorney and the client interacting. And so it gives me more information about whether the defendant is understanding what's going on, if they're able to work with their attorney. So I always ask attorneys to do that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't have time, whatever. It was unusual, though, in this case, that the defense attorney sat in through the whole thing. I did it for a particular reason, though.
Okay. And then you talked about exhibit number 4. Do you still have that in front of you, Doctor? It's the chart you prepared.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right.
Okay. I know there's a number of exhibits here.
Sure, good point.
You kind of listed the age of Ms. Schabusiness at the time of various admissions. Is that right?
Right, approximate age.
So it looks like ages 14, there was a Bellin Health Psychiatric Center.
Yes.
Age 16 from Bellin Health Psychiatric.
Yes.
And then there was nothing that was reviewed until Ms. Schabusiness was 23.
Right.
So you reviewed no mental health history, and you're aware of no mental health history from ages 16 through 23.
Well, 2020, she was in the jail. Or no, I guess that was 2020, when she was 22. So, yeah, no, there's a gap.
Yeah. So there wasn't anything, I guess, from 16 to 17.
I'm sorry, I can't
Not
with this
that I
lady.
know of.
Oh, damn, caught me there.
And when you were kind of summarizing
Oh, yeah.
the chart in Exhibit 4, I noticed a few times that when you were describing hallucinations, there was also sometimes then concurrently reports of methamphetamine use. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in your experience, methamphetamine can produce psychosis as a side effect.
Yes, it can in some cases.
And that was actually reported in quite a few of these records, wasn't it?
It was.
All right. So then I want to ask about the Bellin stay in 2012. You reviewed those records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit interview, so to speak. Right?
Exactly.
This is
All
when
right.
she's 14,
So you
2012,
would
right?
recognize that if you were to see it?
Yeah.
Maybe. But I have it on the chart. I believe at the discharge, she was diagnosed with mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis by the 3 days.
Jeez.
That's exactly right.
Go figure.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 7. Does that appear to be the discharge summary we're talking about?
Yes.
No psychosis,
And
though.
in discharge diagnoses, you mentioned a mood disorder without psychosis.
Yes.
Nowhere in the discharge diagnosis is there a bipolar diagnosis, is there?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it says page 118 on the bottom, but it's the last page of that stapled packet, Doctor. You see the portion that says condition on discharge?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, quote, on exam, Taylor denied hallucinations or thoughts of harm toward herself or others, a wish to be dead, or that she would be better off dead. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
And that was the Bellin Health records from 2012.
Yes.
I then want to ask about the Bellin Health records from 2014. You reviewed those as well?
Yes.
And
Disgusting.
there was a portion that contained the discharge notes as well. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, she winked at us? What the hell was that? Ew. You think she's writing to like a boyfriend in jail right now? How do we figure that out?
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 8.
MS Law's going to send her a
Yes.
Does that appear to be some of
Okay.
the discharge
Conjugal
notes from
visits or it
October
didn't happen.
29th of 2014?
This was difficult because
I
you see at the
imagine.
top and all through here, pretty weird, because it's got, every page at the top says 10/28/2014, admission, and then parentheses,
difficult.
discharged from assess at Bellin. So it's confusing. It was one of the more confusing medical, I've been reviewing
records.
medical records since I was age 14.
What?
The candy striper.
What?
And this was
Stop
hard.
it.
So
Please, give me a
it's
break,
difficult
lady.
to
She
figure
was
out.
speaking on people's
Is
medical
this the
shits as the
final
hospital
discharge?
attendant.
And I think I finally concluded.
I watched ER2. Put me on the
She
stand.
was only there for 3 days, so
Pretty sure that's a HIPAA
I
violation.
think it's the discharge.
They didn't have HIPAA back
But
then.
it's the
That's true.
discharge
That's true.
summary, but it is confusing. You have to look at all the dates and everything. But this
That
was
really is.
confusing.
She said
You have
she
to look
graduated
at
in
dates, and those
92 or
dates are
something.
confusing.
Doctor, flip to the
Candy
last
striper.
page of that exhibit. Do you see
She
the
just wanted to
area
put that
where
image in our
it lists
mind.
the diagnosis for
Yeah.
Schabusiness? And
Don't-
there's 2
don't do that.
diagnoses, aren't there?
Right,
One of which is cannabis
Come on.
abuse,
There you go,
comma,
Bob.
continuous.
right.
The other is alcohol abuse, comma, episodic.
Yes.
Okay, there's not a bipolar diagnosis listed there, is there?
No,
But
there's
Nova's
not.
right.
There's not
No
that prior
bipolar,
mood disorder that we
bipolar.
heard about in
Imagine.
But
2012,
she's on
is
the
there?
meds.
Somewhere in these pages, I believe, that
And I'm sorry, doctor, if the question
Okay.
isn't clear, in the diagnosis part, neither of those diagnoses are listed, are they?
exactly, no bipolar, and
There
what,
you go.
what else was the other thing you
That's-
said?
that's
Mood
all that
disorder.
Mood
matters.
disorder.
Yes, you're right.
And that was the Bellin from 2012, right?
Yes, age 16.
14.
Yeah, go to the diagnosis.
I then want to ask about these
There you go.
records from Nicolay Psychiatric, and that's sort of the county admission, right, to locked facility?
Hey, listen, you're staying here
Yes.
at.
Okay.
you're
And
staying at
actually,
our
the St.
house.
Mary's
We wanna know
hospital
you're
visit,
Thank you so much
safe.
for
specified
what
200
you've done
rec.
for
That
us
was like
with
the
this
day
case,
before
especially
the admission to the
for a
Nicolay
year
Center,
now.
right?
I think it was the
Thank you,
day
guys.
of. I think that it looks like, because it's March 22nd, 2021, I think St. Mary's ER discharged her right to Nicolay.
Right.
I think that's how that went down.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
So when
Gizmo.
Ms. Schabusiness was admitted into Nicolay, she had a drug screen done, did she not?
Yes,
And that drug screen was positive for controlled substance, was it not?
I believe so. I don't have it written down here, but substance use,
Some of
yes.
that
And
looks
then by
unsure. I
then,
wonder if it's Mr. Coronado.
my memory is that it was meth, I think, meth.
Oh,
Probably
wait, meth
THC,
in
marijuana.
2014? The dad said she didn't start until that guy came into her life.
I don't want Yaya to put her mic on when she goes through the door. I want to make sure she's okay.
Yeah.
Y'all, she wasn't able to go to AJ's funeral because of the Arturo
Parents.
Coronado, or the guy we saw at the beginning of this trial. I mean, this
Yeah,
is very.
He was
close
mad at me
relation.
because somebody, I can't say his name due to a cease and desist, but he did a documentary on her, and I was in the documentary, and we showed it on my channel, and he saw it, Taylor's dad. So he was looking for me.
Yes,
Yeah,
NG. That's why she looks 50.
That's so. That's why she's 25 going on 50.
No wonder she had problems in school. 14 using meth. What year did they say her mom died?
2009.
Okay.
She was 11. Is that
9.
what her father said?
Oh.
Okay, can I just say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Most of the people
You had
here, some
reviewed those
people here,
records from
know
Nicolay
about my
Psychiatric,
medical
right?
history.
And those helped you reach your conclusion?
Yes.
And
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 9.
been on
Not an EDA.
a lot of medication,
Test your memory.
and I was never diagnosed with ADD until I was in my 30s.
Notes from
I've
Mission
never
Business's
cut
admission
anybody
into
up.
Nicolay Psychiatric.
So for them to put
And
the
that's dated
ADD
March
stuff out there,
22nd of
that's driving me crazy.
2021.
It's a problem with everything.
Did you say 27?
nowadays.
It's 23rd.
March 20, you're correct.
We'll talk
The
about
admission
it some
date is
more.
March 22nd.
Yes.
Okay, and the date of service that's listed here is March 23rd.
Right.
And then in the history of present illness, it states in the second line, she has been using methamphetamine. She would not tell me how often and how much she has been using it, but drug screen was positive for methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
All right. And then Nicolay Psychiatric, that's a sort of locked facility, right?
That's my understanding is it is. I don't think I've ever been there, but my understanding is it's probably locked, I would guess.
Is it a facility that's sort of closely
Yeah, pen and
monitored?
paper when you come over here.
I think they do. I think I did read
Pen and
that
paper.
they lock their units, I believe.
I guess the purpose of all that staff presumably is to watch after patients.
Well, right, because she was there on a mental health commitment, so she either had to have been dangerous to herself or to somebody else, and those are usually locked units.
So presumably, people who are in that facility aren't, using controlled substances anymore,
Usually.
usually. So then I'm going to show you exhibit number 10. Does that appear to be the discharge notes from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, this one we know because it says final summary on the top.
And that date is April 12th of 2021.
Yes.
That wall's on fire.
And there still is for the discharge diagnosis, as you mentioned, a bipolar diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Can you flip to the second page? On condition on discharge, it states the patient has a bright affect. Is that right?
Yes.
That she is forward-looking.
Yes.
That she showed some motivation regarding remaining clean and sober.
Yes.
That she denies any delusional beliefs.
Yes.
That she, I guess it notes, there's still some degree of paranoia is present, but denies any thoughts of self-harm.
Yes.
And that was after being in that facility for that time.
And she was just started on, she was on
consider myself
oral antipsychotic, but she just was started on the injected medicine, the longer acting injected antipsychotic, it's called atypical antipsychotic medication, which then she didn't stay on. After the 6-month order to treat, she.
But also on April 12th, she presumably would have been free from methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC.
From the, so
THC
21
did not do
days.
this.
Usually, in general, it would have been out of her system, but
what?
it could be still possibly affecting her thought
No, you're reaching, honey.
processes. That's just,
Okay, a
you
friend
just
of
don't
mine
know.
texted me
because
yesterday.
the
She used to
testing
be
wasn't
on meth.
done.
Sure.
But no,
for
it
8
did, but
years.
totally, yeah,
And
she still had some
out of your
paranoia.
system
It
within
says some
48
degree of paranoia.
24 to 48
However,
hours,
she
she's
wasn't,
gonna
no delusional beliefs. So she
I think
wasn't
they said that somewhere.
super psychotic.
too.
Wasn't psychotic.
Yeah.
And actually, I glossed over two discharge diagnoses. One was the bipolar, right?
Yes.
Well, there was a second
There
one,
he
wasn't
is.
there?
Yes, substance use
Hey, Andrew.
disorder, i.e., in other words, THC, marijuana, and
Oh my
methamphetamine.
So is she crazy?
Thank you.
Who, the doctor
They're-
or Schabusiness?
they're working on it.
All of
Then
this other than
about
court.
I love when the
some
trial
of these
attorney comes in and says, so is she
hallucinations that are
crazy?
scattered throughout the records you reviewed, right?
Yes.
And
That's
some of
entertainment
those
right there,
are
folks.
things that the defendant is endorsing. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And what does endorsing mean?
voice
She's
is just like
saying
quiet.
self-report. She's reporting them herself. She's describing some of them herself. Not a lot over her history. Are you talking about the hallucinations?
Just the concept of what endorsing means. And I
Yeah,
think you stated
that's,
it.
yeah, just
Something
saying.
that's reported by a person.
Do you have a headache? And if you say yes, that you're endorsing the headache.
Thank you. And actually,
while we're still on the topic of the bipolar diagnosis at Nicolay Psychiatric, you mentioned that you reviewed a report authored by Dr. Lucetta. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Lucetta was a expert retained by the defense earlier in the case.
Yes.
And she prepared a report that you reviewed.
Yes.
And part of that report, Dr. Lucetta spoke with Ms. Schabusiness.
Yes.
And do you recall a portion where they were discussing that bipolar diagnosis?
I don't remember that exactly.
Would it
I'd have
assist
to look at it.
Would it assist to review
Sure.
Dr. Lucetta's report? I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 11. Does that appear to be consistent with Dr. Lucetta's report?
I believe so.
You reviewed that report?
Yes.
Doctor, if you could turn to page 3 of that report. In the second paragraph, I guess it's the first full paragraph. Sort of the last sentence of that. And it says, quote, she, and that refers to Ms. Schabusiness, questioned the bipolar diagnosis, hypothesizing that her symptoms were attributable to methamphetamine abuse, explaining that prior to admission, she had been administering the drug intravenously up to 9 times per day for 5 to 8 months prior to her admission. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Wow.
And that's
What, 9
referencing
times a
the
day?
Nicolay records that we just
Injecting
saw,
that.
9 times.
right?
Yes.
Injecting.
And that's where the bipolar diagnosis came from.
Just a second here. She seems to be. Hi, Brenda. When at the right beginning it says Ms. Schabusiness reported that she was previously admitted, blah 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 blah, and it
Is that
seems
a
like
medical
that's what
terminology,
she's
blah, blah,
telling
blah, blah,
to
blah?
Dr.
think
Lucetta.
She really, yeah.
But then
In the glossary.
at the point where that last sentence, she questioned the bipolar. That's, and I had difficulty. I remember reading this, and I couldn't
she's
quite figure it out.
not
I
qualified?
think you're
I don't know.
right that when she's questioning, she questioned the bipolar diagnosis, attributing it maybe to methamphetamine abuse. I think Dr. Lucetta is taking that Ms. Schabusiness, that's what she told Nicolay, the psychiatric staff there, I think.
That your
Sounds like an
interpretation
ice
is that
cream
sentence
headache.
refers to what Ms. Schabusiness told Nicolay?
Brain freeze.
Well, Ms. Schabusiness told Dr. Lucetta at the beginning of the paragraph that she was admitted to Nicolay. Okay, so that's her self-report. She was vague about why admitted.
Because they've been all over the
Bipolar.
place.
She was
in
diagnosed with
LS.
bipolar. She was discharged. She discontinued the medication. She doesn't like to take medication. She questioned the bipolar diagnosis. So I'm not sure if that reflects when she was at Nicolay or what she's telling Dr. Lucetta. I'll go, and you think it was Dr. Lucetta, so
What, did she not read
that's
the
okay,
report?
because she's done that. Sometimes she will say, this is Ms. Schabusiness, yeah, I've been diagnosed with bipolar. Other times she will say, I don't think I've got it. I don't like to take medications.
Those
It
are not,
varies.
you could say
It
that,
vary.
that's fine.
So let's just
It's the
agree
doctor
that
didn't run any
this is what
extra
she's
tests.
telling Dr. Lucetta, but it's a little hazy there.
And I guess the point, Doctor, in
It's
any event,
hazy.
the sentence I read, those were the statements of Ms. Schabusiness regarding the bipolar diagnosis.
Right, regardless if she's telling Dr. Lucetta or the treaters at Nicolay. She questioned it. Not unusual.
Sure.
It's not unusual.
This witness is still on. She thanks a lot.
Not unusual to be lonely.
I then, Doctor, would like to talk a little bit more about bipolar 1.
You got Schabusiness to laugh.
What is the diagnostic criteria for bipolar 1?
Ugh. When a person has, by definition, they have to have had at least one what's called a manic episode, which is extremely elevated mood. And it can be with psychosis, thought disorder, or not. But they have to have at least one prior or current manic episode, two things. It's either you go from depression, really bad depression with bipolar 1, super duper suicidal type, real
Technical term.
depression. And then they
Super duper.
have to have in their history at least one of these real super duper elevated moods.
Super
It's
duper
bizarre.
elevated.
When you see it, it's pretty
Like
bizarre.
super duper low and super
Yeah,
duper
so
elevated.
that's basically it.
So you need at least one
She is a
manic
super
episode.
duper.
Yes, I believe that
Taylor
that's
is.
in the diagnosis.
And in order to
Super
diagnose
duper.
a manic episode, there are 4 criteria,
Sorry.
aren't there?
She's like your.
We look at the mood, a very elevated, exceptionally elevated mood, and then usually there's these other behaviors that go along with it. Again, the person can be psychotic, not necessarily, but they can be psychotic in this very elevated mood. And then they usually are some other behaviors. They can stay up for 3-4 days. They wildly spend, sometimes gamble
Do that
away,
on methamphetamines too.
hypersexual, energy, feeling super energetic.
So there are 4 criteria, right?
Yeah, I don't have my DSM book in front of me.
Energetic.
So the DSM-5 that you referenced,
Super
what is
duper
that?
sexy time.
But that's the
DSM-6.
American Psychiatric, MD's Psychiatric Association
She's
Diagnostic
not
and
part of, I guess.
Statistical Manual, the 5th edition. I think out in about 2015, I think it was, put out, and it's used in this country for mental health diagnoses and billing.
You would agree it's a
And
pretty
billing,
commonly
oh.
used and widely accepted
In the
source.
United States, yes.
Remind me to tell you my DSM
So for
story.
a bipolar 1 diagnosis, the first criteria is that there is a distinct period of abnormally and persistently elevated behavior. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that period has to last, quote, at least 1 week and present most of the day, nearly every day. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it's not just a manic episode that, is an hour, right? It's a long period of time that's
Yeah.
somebody's manic
Right.
in a heightened state. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Super duper.
Yes.
Super duper is the
And then
word.
the second criteria is some of those, symptoms, mood disturbances. You mentioned gambling, things like that are exhibited.
Yes.
And that mood disturbance, the third criteria, also has to cause an impairment of some kind, right?
A what?
An impairment of some kind?
Yes, an impairment, yes.
And then the fourth criteria for a bipolar 1 diagnosis is that the manic episode is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance,
Yes.
i.e. a drug,
Yes.
such as methamphetamine.
Exactly.
So,
Or LSD.
sure.
Something.
So if you're observing a manic episode, but you have information that there was recent methamphetamine use, that would be a concern for bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Yes, without further information or more observations.
Was ding a ding dang dang ma ding long. Just like random. Super duper.
Doctor, I then want to ask some questions about your report. I believe it's exhibit, is it 6? Is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, is that exhibit 6?
Yes, that's the most recent
Okay.
exhibit.
So, your report and your opinions that you're testifying to today regarding NGI rely in part based on your observations of Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th, right?
Correct, yes.
And actually, as a result of that interview, based on your observations, you had a concern about her present competency in that moment, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, your report that you're referencing in Exhibit 6 is sort of a combination NGI report and competency.
Yes, that's what I was asked to do.
And those legally are different concepts, right?
They are.
Competency is sort of in the moment.
Cheers, Vicky.
Yes,
And NGI obviously refers to the date of the offense.
exact, the time of the offense.
Okay, so during your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, you had a concern about her competency.
Yes.
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance. Move to strike.
Oh.
Yet you're using her statements to form your NGI opinion.
Her statements, my observations, but not just that 2-hour interview. It was the entire information I had about the case. But yes, you're right. During the interview, it helped me to form my opinions because I submitted a mini report months before that where I couldn't make an opinion because I hadn't been able to interview her. That was, well, both competency and NGI.
Thank you. So then I want to ask about malingering. What does that mean to you?
Malingering is intentional faking of symptoms. Could be about anything, any symptoms, but in the psychiatric profession, malingering is intentional faking of mental health system. You know.
Is that sort of a synonym for feigning or something like that?
Yeah, that's a malingering, feigning, faking. I simplify it, faking.
Sure.
Intentional faking.
And you would agree that's been a concern for evaluators who have met with Ms. Schabusiness.
Yes.
Dr. Seipel had that concern.
No.
Did he not?
I think he concluded, if my memory's right, I think he concluded that's it, yes.
I think you're right. Dr. Seipel concluded she was faking, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was a concern raised by Dr. Lucetta, was it not?
Yes, definitely.
And again, she was an expert retained by the defendant.
Yes.
And that she suggested these potential for feigning should be explored further.
Exactly.
And in fact...
Impatient.
And in fact, in your field, there are tools that can be used to help determine if somebody is accurately providing you information, right?
Yes.
One of those is the MMPI.
Yes.
And those, have you used those before?
Oh, yeah.
And they're helpful for you to know if a patient is providing you accurate information.
But, yes,
Yes.
but
A lot of
you
women
have to
do
take
fake it,
that,
just so you know, Darth.
it's one part of the clinical evaluation, but you got to evaluate it with other information to decide if it's an accurate test result.
Sure. But you need that information to then know if it's accurate, right?
You need what information?
You need to perform the test.
You don't have to perform, I don't have to perform fancy 500, 300, I don't have to do that. That's not a requirement. Psychiatrists don't do psychological testing. So sometimes I might do it, but I've done many evaluations without that when I have enough other information.
I just don't have time to
I
answer
don't
300
know,
questions.
not required. Nothing that says you're a psychologist, you got to do MMPI. No, you don't have to do that. But I've done it many times.
And Doctor, I wasn't suggesting that. What I was suggesting is you mentioned
What if
that
Schabusiness is the most sane
you need
person
to
here?
take that test into account. And
I know. I'm
If you've
saying to
done
me
the
at this
test,
point.
sure. Or if somebody else, like in this case, it had been done by all these other people, so I consider that information, and that they
And you
found that, yes,
disregard.
she
You
had,
said they're
the other
along.
thing, she had over-presented, we call it the test.
Do a real
Detects,
do a
can
psychological
detect.
evaluation.
When you're
on her? Why would I spend
over-presenting a
500 pages
symptom,
of
like,
I
oh
think
my
she
God,
got
I
pre-triggered
really got a
on
bad
that one.
headache. Really, super,
Oh, yeah.
like that, you over-present it.
Dr. Hughes
Basically,
reincarnated.
it could be faking, but it's just an exaggeration. That's another term we use.
Sure. So, but in your report, again, Exhibit 6, I think you quote, psychological testing by other evaluators found signs of possible malingering or intentional faking of mental disorder symptoms. Is that a fair summary of what you wrote in your report?
Yes.
All right. And at the end of your report, it says, quote, testing can reveal attempts to fake a mental disorder, end quote. Did I quote that accurately? It's on page 9 of your report, Doctor.
Did I accidentally say that?
Last sentence.
Right, yes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so what attempts did you make to use some of those tests to determine if Ms. Schabusiness was faking?
Yeah, good question. I looked at the other psychologists' test results, plus another evaluator done about concerning her baby, Child Protective Services. I think he did testing too. So I look at those results. Yes, they showed exactly what you're saying, but then I take that
Judge
in
looks like he
the
wants to just
context
end
of
this.
the rest of the evaluation and my experience and training.
So, Doctor,
She's saying she knows.
you did
She
not
didn't
conduct
do
any
anything.
of those tests
Yes.
with
Yeah.
Ms. Schabusiness on June
So
19th.
you disagree
Yes.
with everybody else's diagnosis, but you
Or is
didn't do
that
your
no?
own
Which way do I
testing.
answer that one?
Yes,
I did not
that's
conduct
exactly
any of
it.
those tests, right, on.
Well, that sounds like me.
Even
do
though
that.
those tests can be helpful to determine if a patient is providing you accurate
That's why you're an
information.
expert.
Yes.
Those stinking
You
tests.
didn't utilize any of those
You
tests.
really
in
need
this
those
case.
things
That's an
said.
answer to the question.
Remember, I learned from the mistakes of people who took my advice.
Okay, the kid's got my car keys. It's good. It's good.
Good.
Oh, good.
Good.
He just came home and he goes, "Why the F was
Thank you, Doctor.
Art
I have
on
nothing
the
further.
stand, her dad?"
Right.
I said, "We
It's
don't
going
know."
to be a bit, Your Honor. Do you want to take a break or should I ask some
It's
questions?
going to be a
I
bit.
told him my theory.
Okay. With regards to your
He's
report
like, "Nah,
and
keep
evaluation
rolling."
of my client, did you get a sense that she was feigning or faking?
At times with me, or not with me during our interview, I didn't think that was, or my interview, I didn't think that was faking at all.
Oh, no.
uh-uh.
No,
But
no, they
with
should
other
never fake with me.
evaluators,
She was
Oh,
faking.
and
yes.
again, the
Yeah.
test results,
She would never fake with me.
you know, it's my based on my
Every guy
education, my
said that.
training in this field, my impression was that if there was any, I don't think there was intentional
never
faking,
spoke with
period.
her.
I think we're dealing with my opinion is we're
Exactly.
dealing with a genuine mentally ill person
That look.
Yeah,
who
Taylor, us
occasionally
too.
is treated,
My evaluation, I never
takes
performed.
medications. I don't think she's intentionally faking symptoms, even in the test results. The test
She's laughing
results
'cause she
show that
knows
she
that's
was
bullshit.
exaggerating
Sorry.
symptoms of a mental illness. However, Dr. Tracy Lucetta, in her report, I believe it's in her writer's report, she points out that the majority of
evaluation was
people with
complete.
those feigning, malingering test results, they're later found out not to have been intentionally faking.
When in your
She's like, "Oh,
experience,
that's
in your
what you
training,
think."
do
He was faking
people
the face and
sometimes
got
who
it.
are going through a psychological
Faking the
evaluation
fake
or
and the fake.
some kind of an assessment tend to over-present? They want to put themselves
So
in a good
proud of
light?
herself right now.
Sometimes I've
Yep.
done those tests, yeah, and every forensic evaluation, I assess the person for malingering. Everyone, I do.
Without
I don't
using
necessarily
tests,
give
though.
all the tests.
But
Occasionally
just
I
not
do,
on
but
Schabusiness.
we have even
I don't do it on her.
other tests for just faking. And
Oh.
I sometimes use that, but
I didn't
yeah,
think she was
sometimes
faking.
She's a
people
woman,
do
you have to
that
assume
for
she's
various reasons.
With regards to Dr. Lucetta, you read the whole report, correct?
Yes,
And she had recommended transfer to one of the state psychiatric facilities like Mendota
making it.
Mental Health or Winnebago, correct?
right, for testing, neuropsychological testing and medications, and yeah.
And before you wrote your July 3rd, 2023 report, you did consider all of the information, the interview on June 19th, the interviews in February, is that true?
Yes,
And all the records, correct?
yes,
And you're indicating to the court that you did review some of the video clipped information between Ms. Schabusiness and the
No,
detectives?
yes,
So you considered all of that information, correct?
yes,
Your opinions aren't just based off of what happened on June 19th, correct?
no,
And as it relates to the DSM-5 manual, the diagnostic statistical manual
Yamaha.
that psychologists use, you're familiar with the elements for bipolar 1?
yes,
And did Taylor Schabusiness exhibit some of those elements based on what you saw?
yes. And she confirmed she had had those experiences in the past too.
And oftentimes when
Just took a
psychologists
walk.
do testing, they would do the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, correct?
Yes,
It's a series of questions, correct?
the short version.
No,
is-
White Rabbit. It doesn't.
Arguably,
And then you gotta answer these questions and then you gather information from that, fair?
Yeah, it's put into it, nowadays it's put into a computer and,
it'll be the first or
Computer
the last
test, right?
White Rabbit.
Nowadays it's put into a
well, I don't
computer.
know. I don't have the computer version. I don't know if it's all, I don't know how that works.
Let me ask
I
you
don't know
this.
how that works.
With
She
the
doesn't know.
She doesn't know how to
other
run the
test,
test,
the other
so she
gold
doesn't know
standard
how it
test for
works.
psychologists is the MCMI, correct?
Yeah.
The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test?
Yes,
Is that another written test?
it is.
Was it your understanding that Dr. Matthew Seipel did not use the MMPI or the MCMI?
No, he didn't use them.
Other psychologists had already done that, correct?
Right,
And you reviewed those reports, correct?
yes.
So you went right to it and got the materials and analyzed things from a psychological standpoint, correct?
Right, I didn't think there was any utility, any use to giving her the whole test again when she had it, I don't know, 3-4 times?
Wasn't necessary, is that fair?
I didn't think so, no.
In some of these records from Bellin, did you see that she was huffing gas, or excuse me, huffing nail polish in 2013?
Yeah.
Jack, this is outside the scope of cross.
It's in the exhibit, it's in
gas?
Exhibit 8. I can grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Grab it, show us.
Are you huffing gas?
He just,
Huffing nail
he's the
polish.
judge.
Just slip that one.
Let me
In
slide that in there.
2013,
missed
so
that.
she was
13.
13, yeah.
Oh,
Wait, that doesn't make
jeez.
sense. Because she's only 23, 25, and 23.
Oh, well, there's
15.
math
Let's not do math right now.
involved.
Yeah, math is complicated.
Hey, we're all excused. They don't even know what day she did it on. 22nd or 23rd.
Yeah.
That's true, right? She was, she admitted to huffing nail polish in 2013.
About then, yes.
Your Honor, could I have the exhibits?
What's wrong with doing that?
8, 9, 10.
Hey,
Happens to
if
everybody.
Huffing nail polish is wrong.
You just said math?
I don't want
Walk
to be right.
past the nail salon, you get high.
Well,
I'm not the only one that
You-
thinks nail polish smells good, right?
well, that's because you're going for
Yeah,
going
you
for
are.
the feet. That's because you're going for
okay.
the feet. You know, if you're going for the feet, that's a little different.
With regards to
She's laughing.
Bellin Psychiatric
Yeah.
Center, her discharge summary, it
She
does
knows this is
indicate
bullshit.
Yes, exactly.
access
Oh
one
my
that she
God,
has
I
a mood
love it.
disorder,
She's
correct?
like, oh
I
my
believe
God,
so,
it's
yes.
working.
Was that from the 2012?
Yes.
Yes.
And at least at that time, it did talk about hallucinations, correct?
Yes, and when she came in, they,
Doctor, if you could
oh,
just focus
yes.
on his question, he asked if it referenced it, okay?
Yes.
It did, okay.
Oh, answer the question, lady. That's what the judge just said. That's so bad. Man, if you would focus on. Hey, lady, answer.
I didn't ask if you went to McDonald's. Answer the question.
She's 15, I think. during the
And
huffing gas
Exhibit
huff.
9 here, the Nicolay Psychiatric Center Inpatient Mental Health Unit. The initial evaluation did indicate on the bottom, diagnosis was bipolar disorder, correct?
Yes.
Literally clear.
And on the Exhibit 10,
We all have things to overcome.
fair to
Chris.
say that the final summary for Nicolay Psychiatric Center for Taylor Schabusiness, she was admitted 3/22 of 2021, admitted with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, correct? That was one of them?
Yes.
And then she was discharged April 12th of 2021, again with bipolar disorder as one of the discharge diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And that on admission, that her thought content showed that she appeared to be having auditory hallucinations and delusions of persecution, correct?
Yes.
And suicidal ideation.
I believe so, yes.
She's
Oh,
laughing.
yes.
She thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah. Boy, I got down.
And is it fair to say that based on what you
And another word you
understood, that Ms.
pillowcases.
Schabusiness did not take her medications after she was released from Nicolay Psychiatric Center in April of 2021?
Yes, that's my understanding.
and that, at least according to that document, her affect was flat.
Yes.
What does that mean, her affect was flat?
Oh, I'm gonna get a little cough up here.
Look at
That
him, look
means
at that. Oh my
it
God.
means
Yeah,
facial
like
expression
that.
is just emotion.
She's like, what?
Flat emotions.
As she smiles.
Do I look flat to you?
on here?
She's looking like.
But I thought it made her
But she
smiley.
knows this.
I thought
She didn't even
that's
know
why
her
she
lawyer
was smiling.
spoke Chinese.
These other exhibits, Exhibit 9, she was prescribed Abilify for mood stabilization, is that correct?
Yes, and what was that one from? Is it,
The date of service, it indicates 3/23 of 21.
so that was Nicolay?
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
she was prescribed, yes. Prescribed, first she was on Abilify, I think when she came in, and then they switched her to the longer acting injected medicine just to make it easier, but then she didn't like it because it hurt. The injection hurt.
But she would do
Really?
well.
She
At
was
least
that's
that's
from
Nicolay, she
Jacob
was
Meth.
brought
She's
in
laughing.
on an EM1 petition because she was hearing voices, correct?
Yes,
And she was seeing people
Uh-oh.
who were not there, is that correct?
yes.
Val.
No other questions, thank you.
Mr. Saunders,
Just very briefly, the question about having a flat affect, about the reported
There she goes
hallucinations,
again.
about being brought in
What's that,
on
Mike?
Stupid word.
a check.
Flat
That was
flat.
upon admission into Nicolay, right?
Hot
Yes,
affect.
When she was testing positive for methamphetamine and other substances.
right, substance use.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh,
No,
very
thank you.
interesting point.
thank you, Doctor, your excuse.
What'd she
I
say?
think I did forget to.
That while she was on the
7, 8,
meth,
9,
she was showing the flat affect.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
Those will be received.
So it wasn't making her animated like in murderous state.
Your Honor, can I just make sure? A lot of things are going on in my head.
A lot of things are going on in his head.
Accepted.
Are you hearing
What's
voices?
the words, dude?
Exhibit 5, if it's not, I'll offer it.
I think we can establish that psychologist is the craziest one in the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just
Thank you.
was
Like
making
a-
Had to be
Female
walked
doctor
out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now. It is 5 after 12.
Oh.
I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room
God.
no later than 1:15. I'd like to get underway right at that time. All rise.
1:15?
So we got an
I'll
hour.
move this alone, get this over with,
Yep, 1 hour.
so maybe we can all go home tonight.
I do.
What do y'all
feel-
think?
I think it's interesting. Nova said these questions are bad for the state, and then it might have been Mike, somebody else said maybe the state's just trying to find the truth. And I had the same thought. It's like they might be bad for the state, but if the state is interested in the truth, then they should be asking the questions. So I like this part. This part of the trial is finally good.
Yeah.
What do you think, MG?
I'm going to talk to my client, Your Honor, about whether I'm going to have her testify, but other than that,
Wait, what?
I
Who
will
said
not
that?
have her testify. I have to talk to her.
Yeah,
Yes,
and I
please.
appreciate that, and that's something I wanted to
do.
Oh,
cover.
please
because,
have her testify.
In my
Please.
research, they tell judges that we don't necessarily have to make inquiry of a defendant at this phase, but it's best practice to do so, and far be it for me to try to avoid best practice. So I think I would undertake
Yes.
that qualification or that
This is what they're
colloquy with
Avoid
the client
appeal
when
issues.
we return, and when you advise me whether you have other witnesses. If you're
Let's
indicating
go.
after lunch that she would be your only witness and you don't intend to call her, then I'd have that colloquy before we bring the jury back in.
Okay, Your
Just so everybody knows that.
Honor. Thank you.
What's happening?
Then the other thing I
Oh,
want
please.
the parties to take a look at, I'm going to provide you after the lunch break, is the proposed jury instructions, and I want you to give some thought to how you want that laid out. My suggestion is that, and I'm open-minded on this, so I just want you to think about it, and you can certainly push back a little bit if you want, that I would give the, at the conclusion of evidence, I would give the instruction 160 regarding closings. Then I would have you close. Then I would give a modified version of 100. That's the preliminary instruction indicating to the jurors that I'll instruct them upon the principles of the law, that they shouldn't use any impression that they may have of my thoughts in any way. and that they're to follow the instructions that I give them. So I propose to give a modified 100. I'll modify it over the lunch hour, give it to you. You can take a look at it, and your response might be, I don't want you to give that at all, or I want you to modify that differently, but that I would give 100. I might give 315, Mr. Freilich. That is the instruction that if your client chooses not to testify, I could certainly give that instruction again. Although this is a civil matter and I'm not sure that it's really necessary, but that is a possibility. Then I would give 640, which is mental disease or defect expert opinion testimony, and 605, which is the instruction, the base instruction on this proceeding, and then the jury would go into deliberations.
All right, quick
That's what I would
instructions.
propose. I'll give you my draft of those instructions after lunch. You can think about it. We can have further conversation then. Anything else before we break?
good.
Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
There you are. Thank you.
Okay.
We think the jury's coming
then I'd
back
ask you to be
today.
back in about an hour. That'll be
So-
1:05. The jury
So
will
this
be back
part's
at 1:15.
considered a
We can take up
civil
anything
matter?
then. All right, we're in recess.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess so. The criminal stuff is tied up, and now it's just about the penalty, and penalty is civil. When it's the jury decide, what? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm playing with buttons back here.
Oh, of course you are.
Yeah. All right. They muted. So yeah, it's what is it? It's civil. It's like would that be like, if you get a speeding ticket or something like that? That's a civil penalty. Am I right on that, Mr. Trial Attorney MG? And he's gone.
He just
Well, he didn't want to answer the
Awesome.
question.
He pulled one of
Doesn't
my
answer
moves.
questions.
I'm not
for free.
answering that question. Shame on
I
you.
know. You said attorney, a trial attorney. It's like, no, I'm out. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think that would be. It'd be. Oh, wait, hang on a second here. Shit, the private chat. So, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't.
I think
it doesn't matter.
a traffic ticket can be civil or criminal.
Yeah, it depends on the infraction, right?
Yeah.
I guess maybe the whole mental defect thing is considered a
Well,
civil
she's already
matter.
guilty. We
Right,
already know she's
right.
guilty.
Right.
So it's just about where you're going to spend your time. And we're looking at now, because I was thinking about it, there is no other witness except for Schabusiness,
If she witnesses.
if she witnesses.
I hope she does.
Man, I hope she does.
I do
So
too.
bad.
Man, if she
Did it
does,
sound
I mean,
like he said she would? Should we listen to that part again?
It seemed to indicate that she was going to testify, and the judge
That
was
she
even
wanted
like,
to.
"Hey, as a matter of
Yeah.
good procedure or whatever, we actually suggest it. Yeah, good practice. Thank you. We actually kind of suggest it in these matters.
let's see here. Let's go.
Please, I hope she testifies. I would also be curious. Maybe we could head over to Long Crime and watch the hand gesture thing again, because I missed it, and I'm curious about. Someone said it's a satanic thing. I think.
Yeah.
Depends on how she did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's why I want to see it.
She sent.
Oh, okay. Do you have any more
I'm going
witnesses?
to talk to my client, Your Honor, about whether I'm going to have her testify, but other than that, no.
Sure.
I may not have her testify. I have to talk to her.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and that's something I wanted to cover because in my research, they tell judges that we don't necessarily have to make inquiry of a defendant at this phase, but it's best practice to do so, and far be it for me to try to avoid best practice.
Far be it for me to
There
try to
you
avoid
go.
best practice.
There
Yeah,
you
we'll
go.
try to avoid best
There
practice.
you go. So if she wants to, she gets to, and she seemed a little bit engaged right there. Body language wise, she seemed perking into it. So God, I hope she eats something she loves and decides that she can win us over and testifies.
Oh, yes,
Did you
please.
just say, I hope she eats something she loves?
Yeah, I want her to
Wait,
break
Ew.
Oh, it's gonna. I wonder if her meal's a slow cooked meal. All right, hang on. Here we go. Now we got. That was
There
the
he is.
greatest yeet ever, dude. I said, "So,
Yes.
Mr. Trial Attorney," you go, boom.
Yeah, I hit a dead zone.
That was
on the
awesome.
road.
So, what was it? What was the question you had
The-
back then, Venti? It was about the civil.
The second part is it?
Oh, yeah.
Why is it considered civil?
Because they want to.
You hit another dead zone?
Someone
Well,
pay
while
our
that
retainer.
zone, he comes out of that. Maybe we need to stop asking that question. Maybe it's like Schabusiness.
That's what
being
it
able to hear
is.
you.
It's muting his
Yeah.
mic.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yes, it's always.
Okay, I missed all of that. I just
Swap?
lost signal again, so I don't know what the question was.
Da Vinci is asking, why is this civil? Considered civil.
What do you mean
penalty
by
phase.
civil?
The judge just said at the end when the jury left, he said, because we're in this is a civil thing, we don't have to something. I don't know what he said, but he implied the case was now civil
Oh,
matter.
well, I believe I think the burden here is preponderance, basically. It's just a more likely than not, I think is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, because they've already done the sentencing, right? So
Yeah,
or
and that's,
the
that's
conviction,
beyond
I mean. He
They've
was
got
starting
no
to say it's
conviction.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's beyond a reasonable doubt that she did this. This is the
real quick. This is
sentencing
what
part.
Yaya sent this. So it was. See, there's her hand signal.
So that seems like
Yeah,
an
but
I love you.
that's at a freeze frame. She's moving her hand at the time.
So if you
sort of
shake
like-
it, it doesn't mean I love you?
Like just get out of here kind of thing. That's what
No,
she's
it's,
doing. She's just giving this hand gesture where she's sort of shaking her hand.
I
Same
thought
as she did yesterday with
So it could be
with the three fingers.
the gun thing?
That they were calling a gun thing. She just was shaking her hand like what's up kind of thing.
Right.
So,
Yeah, all these are is these are just like stupid hand gestures.
Yeah.
Like you'll see a lot of rappers use these same kind of hand gestures. That's what I'm talking about.
so it's
Yeah,
just
I
like a
think so.
Freudian slip that it's the I love you symbolism.
Well, I think it
She's
was
just
like-
saying, what's up, homie? Later, Holmes.
No, it's because they've got it freeze framed. That's why
Right.
it looks like that. That's all it is.
So
But it's no different. It's no different than whenever you see like Eminem or Ice-T or Ice Cube or
I gotta
any
admit, I
other,
don't watch
you
a
know,
lot of them.
It's like
well, you don't have to, but you've seen whenever they do all the little hand gestures
Yeah.
and stuff. That's all it is. That's all that she's doing.
very gangster.
Throwing up gang
every
signs.
single time they pulled that up, it's just been like get out of here kind of thing. Just yeah.
Man, when she
Stupid hand.
testifies, we'll know how true that is because if she talks like a straight up gangster, it's going to be dope.
Or to be
Oh,
whiny
please.
like yesterday. And she was talking
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
she
judge,
was.
conferring with the judge.
Yeah.
Her voice was very
Yeah.
whiny and scratchy.
She looks ready today. I hope she does this.
Jeez.
50 Cent is a beefcake. Tweety, that's information from you. All right. If you shake it, it means a lot. So Super Snooper said it's ASL for I love you, but if you shake it, it means a lot. So she's saying if that's not just a gangster symbol, she could be also saying because it's their dad, I love you, but I doubt.
It's neither. It's
A law
neither.
and crime
I saw her
made
do
her
the
as
hand
effing
gesture.
loser.
It's not.
It's not. It's just her giving a hand gesture to say, like, see you, bye, like this bull kind of crap. That's all. They're
But
making
I
something
mean,
out of nothing.
could
They're
it
making something out
could
of
it
nothing.
so
No.
you're why do you say that? I
'Cause-
really want to take the other stance because
Bec-
you're so firm on this and I know you can't know.
Okay, because I watched her during that portion. I watched all of her reaction, and whenever he got up, all she did was just sort of like go
Okay.
away, like
Okay.
done. That's all it was. It wasn't like she did this number and said hey or anything like that. She was just like, that's all. It was just a quick hand gesture. Rewind it after he gets
Yeah.
up and walks. She's just like go away.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, you make the same hand gestures
Dismissive
whenever
is
somebody
what she's
says,
saying.
it's just a dismissive hand gesture. See, they've just got this.
So is it not saying that she was saying calling him an effing loser? Did her
No.
dad
It's
call her
what
that?
she's
No,
saying.
no.
Oh my god, those pants on the left are so cute.
Watch right at the very end whenever he gets up and watch her. Watch what she does.
Yeah, let's see it.
Hang on, so I'm looking for the end.
Yep, you're right there at the very end of it.
What was the drug?
No, meth, heroin, whatever else. I don't know.
Marijuana?
Yeah, I don't know. The kid was already doing that shit before, and
It's going to happen so quick.
Surprised he wasn't held in contempt for
just a
cussing.
fucking loser, and he got my daughter involved in that shit.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Nothing
wow.
else.
Anything on that?
That was it.
All right,
Here
let's see.
comes.
No, yeah.
No, here
Daughter
comes.
involved in that shit.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nothing else.
I just rewound it. And it
Hold
worked.
on, it's still got a little bit of time.
No, hold on. This is.
Here
Yeah, right
comes.
here, right here.
Says,
Here comes.
Just a fucking loser, and he got my daughter
Wait.
involved in that shit.
listen to what he says.
Thank you, sir.
We hear him.
Nothing else.
Well, he called her the effing.
Hold on.
Oh,
don't
that's
touch
where
it.
the
called
title
it-
comes from.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
She might still do it here. Wait. I love you too. She says it.
Yeah, they cut it out.
After
Go
they
back
put
to
it
the
up.
live. You
Yeah,
could
go back
probably
to the
find it on the
live.
live, but I'm surprised she
It'll
said
be
I
on
love
the
you
live.
too.
Yeah.
So to say she's going fuck this guy, he can just piss off seems like a stretch at this moment.
Yeah.
Well,
Like I say, it was one of those hand gestures that was dismissive. That Divinity hit the words right. Dismissive.
It is the ASL sign for I love you, but she's got it turned backwards. That's my only issue with it.
what do you mean turn
But she's
back?
not
Google
doing the ASL
back-
sign.
Backwards
The knuckles should
ASL.
be facing out.
Right. And White Rabbit saying Google the backwards ASL.
Well, that would be one thing if she was actually doing the ASL sign, but she's
Right.
not.
Right.
She's just using it as a dismissive.
Yeah. But she's also saying I love you too. So how is she dismissing him? Do you think it's both at the same time though?
No,
Like,
just
whatever.
The whole thing.
Love you
Like
too.
this is done over with. She's dismissive of the whole thing.
But she doesn't do it to the rest of the witnesses. Why would she do it to the one she's also going to say I love you to that's here to help her?
Let me see if I can find it here.
Sage, maybe you're right. Maybe it was sarcastic.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear the I love you till just now, so I'm curious.
Yeah.
When you twist/shake, it means a lot. But if you're going to say that she's applying the added shake to it, then she would also have to say that she needed her fingers forward for it to be ASL. So
Wait, in that
We
thought
hear you,
this was,
Squall.
Devil's Child, Ozzy Osbourne. Like,
And
is that
it-
what they
No, you
told
gotta
you?
put the
that's
thumb
without
down.
the thumb.
Diane Sawyer or something
Well,
like that. Tell you that.
if you look back through the chat, Super Snooper should know because she said she's deaf.
Oh, let me go back
Oh.
up.
Yes.
We might have an expert on our
So what
hands.
does it mean?
She's Squall Bob. Ain't nobody. I thought we was listening to you, but we are not. Someone said deaf. Where is it?
She said, I speak
Oh, I'm
ASL
deaf.
because I'm
I
deaf.
use
But
ASL,
okay,
I'm
I
deaf.
give.
Oh, okay. We're sorry. We're gonna go ahead and default. It means I love you, Shizzy. You wrong.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone turn on your camera and put the S above your heart and circle it and let Super Snooper know that we're sorry. Or the A. Is that an A? It's an A.
Or we could just
It's
say,
an
type
A,
it.
it's an
Someone
S.
could type it into the chat.
No, use Braille. Does anyone know Braille?
How's she gonna feel Braille
Just for
on
blind
this
people.
with my camera?
I'm just trying to make her laugh.
I was like, "Are you okay?" I'm the one who can't catch a joke. How bad's that?
And she said,
How was it saying
no.
on me? I was, man. I've been busy. I've been doing a lot of these things. Oh my gosh. So anyway. All right. So where we super don't worry about it. I don't know what
What's going on? What's happening?
I still don't know what's going on. I have no
There you
idea.
go.
Anyway, so this is I guess right now we're waiting to see if she is going to go on stand, right?
Yeah, they're going to have the lunch break right now, I think.
Yeah, so it's they come back at
1:15.
2:15.
Well, 2:15 for you.
Yeah, it's what 11:15 for you,
45
right?
minutes.
Or no, you're
Uh,
central.
it's- yeah. It's 12:25 right now.
Time zones are hard, y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? It's they are hard. That's why I don't think
The
Mountain
one
Time
that's hard is Arizona because half the year they're on one and half the year they're on the other.
No, they're the same all year. Everybody else changes.
Yeah, but they fit in one time zone or the other depending on the time of year. So you have to figure it out.
I didn't know that other countries do that same stupid thing, and they do it at different times of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, the daylight
Doesn't
savings is
Indiana do
universal.
that?
I think part of Indiana is in there. Part of it's central and part of it eastern.
Yeah.
Is it all central?
I don't know. I wish we knew somebody from Indiana that could tell us. They know things. I don't. So I'm looking to see if there's so
East 10 too is
Yaya
good.
is she had to leave and she'll be back, but she went over to Purple's she's been doing a thing for Michael Vaughn. He's the 3-year-old that went missing in Idaho several years ago. There's a every Monday she does it. It's Monkey Mondays. And there's a press conference today from the district attorney there updating the case. And I was trying to see. I don't do Facebook, and see, I don't know where in Idaho this is, but evidently the police or the sheriff's department, or the DA, whatever, they're only going to be giving updates on Facebook. I can't find about it from a search.
Well, you're not grandma, so I wouldn't expect you to.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know Facebook either.
Yeah.
Jacob Castro, I think that's Morse code, not Braille.
So we have arrest made. No, that's the other stuff. Yeah, sorry guys. I'd like to be able to update that. But I don't know anything.
All
I
right,
don't want to put
expert. I want to
Yeah.
share my screen so you can see this. So give me just a second. Full screen.
Arizona has 2 times us.
Listen. This is where it happens. I had to go back and pull it up. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Ask another question.
Okay. Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and, her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything.
Right. Sure. When she lived with you, sir, what address did she live with you at?
1130
It'll be
Moraine Way.
coming up here shortly.
And how long did she live with you?
Just a few months.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to see
What are we looking for?
your behaviors were
The hand gesture.
worse?
Okay.
Or
Yeah, the
her
hand gesture.
mental status was getting worse?
No, I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
It happens during the testimony?
Here it comes. No, here it comes. Yeah.
Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content of, again, I think it's the same objection. He
Just
can
keep
answer
watching.
whether he reviewed
It's gonna
them.
happen here
He can't
shortly.
answer anything about the content of the record.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to anticipate an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just
Yeah.
asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking
Hold
to
it,
her.
wait. So I'm going to overrule you.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's more like that's my attorney.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So there it is right there. That was the
So
hand
not
gesture.
like I didn't try. I didn't review her records. That she was an
was-
adult.
Right after the objection. Yeah, it could be an "I love you," but it's still it's not what law
Interesting
crime is making it out
context.
to be. Yes, it's right after the attorney gets his jab in there.
But it's also right after he said, "I love my daughter."
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, well.
yeah.
Moving on.
I could be very wrong on it.
What are we talking about?
What's
I'm
happening?
so lost. Why are we talking about this? Is she crazy yet?
Yeah, she's still crazy.
We're just curious. We're solving this mystery of the hand symbolism.
That could be Super Snooper.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know. I'm no expert. So anyway,
But you are the expert.
Yeah, well, of course.
By the way,
That's why you
speaking of the
shouldn't trust
expert, make
anything
sure you
experts say.
hit that like button down there. Yeah.
Please hit the like
thumbs
button
up.
if you guys are here. Please make sure you're subscribed. And in case you fall off or this stream does, we'll be back and it'll ding you with a notification. This is today it's just, why do we find this so interesting? At least me. Do you guys find it more interesting than the regular trial?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's a mental component to it.
Yeah,
Do we not
she
usually
might
get a
actually
mental
testify.
component?
Everybody's
that's
been
it.
waiting to hear her testimony. Everybody's been waiting on that. That's why it's more interesting. Like yesterday was super interesting because everybody was just waiting for her to get up on the stand.
Oh, go crazy?
Yeah.
Go crazy.
Well, we were dying for her to get on there yesterday, and we got denied. So the chance that she might pop up there today makes it even better.
Yeah.
There he is.
Sage said she could have been responding to one of her hallucinations too, assuming she has them, right? I thought that a lot. Hopefully she writes a book about what the voices were saying, because then we might be able to understand her facial expressions.
And I hope all the proceeds go to her victim's family.
I think it's illegal to
money
make
that
money from writing books from criminals, right?
Well, they can make money, but it also has to be part of the stipulation whenever they're incarcerated.
Illegal.
Schabusiness is not writing a book.
A picture book.
She's gonna go into prison. She's gonna start writing children's books.
She's probably going to do it in feces and blood if she
No,
does.
girls, why did you have to mention that
so
again?
disgusting.
I
There
scared him
goes
off.
again.
I'm sorry.
You know where the blood came from.
Yeah, and that's what Yaya was telling us all about at the beginning of this trial. And see, I hadn't heard of any of that stuff. It's just like, oh, Charlamagne, how you doing?
What up, Charlamagne?
What's up?
Welcome to the loony bin. We're gonna find out about the loony bin.
She saw I was here too. I exist.
Yes, you got the individual.
You
shout
exist.
Eliza said, wonder if the verdict will take longer than 30 minutes because there's more to discuss. I do think that, but I'm still under 2 hours on it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's going to take a little longer than yesterday, but still within a reasonable time period.
Mm-hmm. And I think it'll matter if some of these people, depending on their age, a lot of them are women, but if they have children or anyone in their lives who are on depression medicine or ADHD meds, yeah, I said that right.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be like, yeah, that doesn't make you crazy. This is not an excuse.
Yeah, and that's
Good
something.
point.
Like I said earlier, that's just what I've noticed now. It's such a thing. It's I don't know. I mean, it helps millions of people, and then you hear about the one or two, and then it's like, oh, everybody who's on this has this problem. It's like, well, I mean, I don't think so. But then, I never thought about this as mixing it with street drugs. And it's like, I mean, I expect them to do tests on it does. Use any prescription like penicillin. It'll tell you don't take alcohol don't drink alcohol while taking this drug. It's because there will be like an adverse reaction and the medication won't work. But this stuff,
That's what my Viagra says too. Don't take this medicine. Just kidding.
Don't take it with alcohol. I think it does say that on Viagra. I think it says on the commercials, actually.
You do know, don't you lie?
No, I honestly don't know. I haven't had that
you're
problem
like,
yet.
see, I hear that there's like special instructions that say make sure you have alcohol for the one you're tempting,
Yes.
or you'll be stuck with
No, I
alcohol
disavow. I
problems.
disavow.
Make sure you give alcohol, not take alcohol.
I hear it works wonders for women.
The Viagra, yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Allegedly.
Infinity knows.
Allegedly. Here's the thing I'm waiting for the defense to do, to establish, yes,
We're all going to hell.
all the illicit drugs, including there all the medication she's been given, has damaged her to the point to where she now has a psychosis, and that's why what happened.
But it hasn't, she's not exhibiting her any psychosis now. She's clearly she's fixed after she got off the.
And that's the problem.
But that's what this psychologist that never actually did any sort of evaluation on her just said that, her part of her smiling and grinning and laughing and, the blankness and all that stuff is part of the psychosis.
Oh, you're right.
It's the whole, if you
flat
if you wrap rocks around a witch and she drowns, then she wasn't a witch. But if she floats, then she is a witch.
And you have to burn her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so it's
either way.
I mean,
one less mouth
horrible.
to feed.
Yeah,
mouth to feed. One less mouth to feed.
Well, witches are made of wood, and if you set them on fire and they burn, that means they were a witch.
Ah,
everybody knows this.
Yeah, that's established.
I realize I feel uncomfortable like saying stuff because I'm not a medical person and I don't know the answers, and I don't want to start going down rabbit holes of like, well, this or that, I heard it. But now that I've said all that, I don't want to say what I'm getting ready to say. What is it? It's like your brain doesn't fully function until you're 25.
Not fully
function,
developed.
doesn't fully develop.
Fully develop.
And so any type of stuff you do like prior to then, I mean, like alcohol's real bad, any type of drugs, I mean, all this stuff, it's supposedly it messes
Now I
your
know what
brain,
happened
the
to me.
development of your brain up. And now that's
Now
what
I know
I've
what's
heard.
wrong with
Stupid
me.
me has
Is
heard
it coming
that,
back
right?
to you, Shizzy?
Yeah,
That's the thing.
it's coming back to me.
They're not
It took a
throwing that
while.
up though today. So it's like,
I had
well,
to double my ears
she
to
was
get it.
sniffing glue at 11.
I mean, she was huffing nail polish at 15. But Charlemagne said, but does it make you not know the difference between right and wrong? And that's an excellent question. She cut up the body, trying to get rid of it, demonstrating she understood she had done wrong. So, I
Right.
mean, so maybe she's not, she does the murder under psychosis, then she snaps out of it, and now she's fine or whatever, and is cutting up the body. How do you differentiate?
So she snaps out of it, discovered she did something wrong, and
Maybe
then cut
that's
up the
what
body.
problem is.
Hey, when you guys saw MG sitting there wearing a tie and shirt, and he was waiting to go into court, didn't you the whole time just think to yourself, man, I wish he was wearing those cool alien glasses?
No, I was
Going
like,
into
he looks
court?
like he's on the wrong stream.
Did you see him though the other day, those alien glasses that went over his head?
Yes.
Those were so
Yes.
cool.
Where?
I forgot I gotta
They
get
were.
some of those. Let's see here. Yeah, Elizabeth, was she psychotic the whole time she was munching?
Have we established that yet?
Okay, what?
I mean, do you think she
That
nibbled?
she ate him?
What questions
You think
haven't
she
been
nibbled
answered
a
so
little
far?
bit?
I think,
And-
yeah.
Man, my question is, she said, good luck finding all the pieces.
Right.
Ooh,
Did they find all the pieces?
Oh.
I don't know. I didn't count them.
She pick her teeth with the bones.
Ew.
That's why she took the leg bone home.
Oh.
Yes. Did she have a dog?
I don't know, but she left it in the van. She was so willy-nilly about how it all ended, just like, meh. gonna go inside, not change my clothes. I'm gonna wash my hands because my OCD, but like the rest of the shit I don't care about. It's so
And
weird.
she knew it was so cold because you could see from all the snow in the parking lot that it would be fine sitting in the van.
No, it was bone,
Like a
no flesh, no
fridge.
nothing. Like she didn't have to worry about it.
Oh,
Yucky, I know.
There we go.
Oh my Lanta. Oh
The
no,
elf
no,
was
no. Squab.
delicious.
Look away, Squab. That's a baby bird.
That's a baby elf. I'm taking that off the screen.
Oh, too soon, maybe. I don't know.
that's one of the best elves on a shelf I've ever seen.
No, I saw that. I was like, oh, that's awesome.
You know, she went to the University of Tennessee, the woman that created that.
Yeah.
She did? Cool.
Yeah, like I've been hoping to meet her at one of those, like an alumni thing. And I'm
That
gonna
would
be
be
like,
awesome.
why would you want to put an evil demon doll in people's houses? They scare me. I don't like, you know what the problem
Santa's
is?
helper.
When you're a kid and your parents get HBO and they don't watch what you're watching. And like Poltergeist, the original Poltergeist, it still comes on. Well, I don't know what HBO does now. You stream everything, right? But you know, Poltergeist comes on. You're like, oh, cool. And then you see that clown part in Poltergeist, or like the puppet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that thing freaks me out. That's what Elf on the Shelf looks like to me. Okay, well, there you
That's
go.
weird.
Yeah,
Like
no, I
Chucky?
think if I need to shut up, man. I realize you guys are just checking out.
Y'all
you're
was
doing
rich.
Rorschach-
I had
you're
to
doing
try to figure
Rorschach
out what
test.
was playing between the static. I'm on.
If he comes on with those
Poltergeist got me.
glasses, I'm gonna laugh.
Are you back?
No, I don't have the glasses.
Oh,
But are you back? That's what matters.
Hopefully, I'm on the road and going up and down in between towers, and
He's gone.
Yep, he's gone.
If it helps any,
I hear him.
I heard him laugh. If it helps any, I knew a guy that worked for a cell phone company that was supposed to take a job in Oklahoma, and he did not.
No.
That doesn't help any? Okay.
Not a whole lot in Oklahoma.
It's a true story. It's just the stupidest thing in the world.
Sage
let's
says,
see.
I think she has mental illness, but she's not legally insane. She should be in prison, not a mental health facility. However, I also have compassion for her childhood experiences.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is fair.
We can all have compassion, but it has to fit the elements of the law. So
Legal insanity, right? I think
I
that's
have
what.
compassion. I have compassion for her up to the point where she rode him like a donkey and choked him to death. That's where my compassion ends.
yeah, I mean, this was a cute picture. That was good.
Was he the
Oh,
Riddler?
look, it's date night. Date night.
When was
Or
that
she's
taken?
just- Do what?
When was that taken? Is this the
right
one from her phone?
Just before.
from her
yeah.
phone? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so creepy that she took a picture of his head still attached.
Do you think there's pictures in there with them unattached? Or
No,
one of
but I
those-
think it shows premeditation because that's what I'd say if I were the state.
No. No, if
As
there'd have
I'm
been
looking at
photos, that'd
myself
have been
on
brought up.
screen, I'm
oh,
like,
that
yeah,
would have
that's
been
pretty-
introduced for sure. Well, maybe not. It would have been very prejudicial, but
Well, I mean, the
Might have been.
The the misfortunate witness said, "Oh yeah, she was also looking up Jeffrey Dahmer too, and the KKK."
Oh, they went to
Because-
town, the Dahmer stuff.
Yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
Jeff
you make the
Boyardee?
connection though to this case.
Jeff
and-
Boyardee's great.
Chef Boyardee.
No, Jeff Boyardee, way better.
Jeff Boyardee. It's a
That's why we
Dahmer
can
meat.
make. Yes, yeah, she ate him.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's got to be right. I'm disappointed that it was. We talked all about this crock pot box. Maybe they were just shocked. as
Crackpot
well.
box.
Yeah. It's just they're just shocked that it's like every box it wasn't a U-Haul box. It's not a liquor box. It's crock pot. I still can't get over. And I went back on Twitter. Someone had taken the stills from the police body cams
Mhm.
when they go down into the basement, and you see that bucket sitting there, and they circled it, and they're like, his head's in there. I was like, yeah, that's what bothered me.
Yeah, can you show us those?
His
Well,
heads.
if I had
are-
known that, I'd have saved them.
Yeah, his heads.
Yes.
Fair.
Let
Fair
me see.
correction.
Yeah, heads. Yes, you're right.
The one that does the thinking, and then the one on top of his body.
Mhm.
It's a KFC Family Jewels bucket.
Oh God.
No.
Is bucket 1 T or 2? I can't smell anymore.
Bucket 1. She stated, "Good luck finding all the organs." Yeah, that's what makes me think that.
She had dinner.
Had to have consumed something.
Tweety, yes, plural heads. She cut off his actual
Yes.
head and his penis, and they were in the same bucket.
Yes.
I just
she
got a
used
crumb
one and
pop
not
for
the
the
other.
first time. Need ribs recipes. Yes, a little too soon, Shad, but yeah.
I've been doing ribs on the weekends. It's going to make me think twice about them now.
No, it's not. They're delicious.
No, it won't. Let's
see here. Oh, wait, I'll just share that. Duh. Big red truck.
How much longer till they come back? We're 30 minutes out from them coming back, guys.
Yep.
Wait, I'm wrong one here. Where'd that go? Yeah.
Did they find the heart, liver, etc.? I'm not sure that we know that. They did say that they found it intact, so it sounds like they found like arms, legs, feet, all of those pieces, but I don't know that they found all the organs. Was she high on meth at the police department? Did they drug test her? That's another good question. I don't know that. She said, sounds like she said she hadn't used drugs in a couple days. But she's also, if she could, meth had, she could just be a liar.
Well, they may or may not.
I thought
Because
she
they said
tested positive for all that stuff.
she may have.
In the prison?
At the jail.
I
Or
thought
at
she
the
tested
precinct.
positive for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, and I don't do trials because it's like when all the expert stuff, like the DNA, like I cannot sit through that ever again. We took the swab out. We used the blue gloves as opposed to the gray gloves that we normally use because there's a new NSN number on them. It drives me nuts. So I don't do trials, but I do realize that I do need a pen and paper. And I also said do a lot without saying it 2 times in a row, which disappoints me.
Doo-doo. Okay, so Tweety said no blood anywhere. And so in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, she did it. She washed the blood down the shower. There's a lot said about he died so his heart wasn't pumping when she started filleting him and cutting him. So there was no spurting of the blood, all of that. But there's no footmarks. And supposedly there are footmarks, red footmarks in the snow. So how'd she get out of here without footmarks and still have blood on her feet transferred to the snow? That doesn't make sense.
And the only blood they showed in the basement was there were some patches that had bled through on the mattress, but it wasn't like big, like you were, bleeding out.
Yeah. Well,
Ew. Rabbit
right,
said,
so there's the bucket.
yuck. Rabbit said she collected the fluids in a plastic tote.
Yeah, she drained a lot out too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how's you gonna do
I don't know.
Raising?
She did drain a bit of it into a plastic bucket.
Gross. Okay, so let's
There you
see.
go.
So that's the bathroom, presumably in front of us that has the shower. Do we know that?
There's the bucket.
I thought it was on the other side.
Bucket head.
Okay, so maybe this is just another room. Oh man.
That is, you notice it's 25 and 24.
Holy crap.
Who would ever think all that could fit in a 5-gallon bucket?
Easy.
And I bet what was on the mattress was she described when she was choking him out right before he died that he was spurting up blood and even vomit.
Oh
yeah. That's the towel that the
Gross.
officer lifted. He said, yeah, I went down to the
Jeez,
bottom-
Tweety.
Oh, gosh, what did she do?
She needs to be timed out or something. They're disgusting.
Go to timeout. Go to the corner.
Yeah, you need to stand in the corner for that one. On your tippy toes, please, ma'am. She didn't go back upstairs for potato. So she did she go up and down the stairs for knives, or she collected them all before she
She got
choked him?
knives, and she went up for reading glasses, I think.
Yes.
And is there an exit door? Oh, you can't get out of a basement outside, huh? You have to go upstairs.
No, you have to go upstairs.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, so this is when the
That's
cops
not
came
true.
in. See, they hadn't even touched the
There
bucket
actually
yet.
is an exit on the downstairs.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, that leads out. From what I understand.
It might have been blocked by junk.
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting.
I mean, there's not a drop of blood around it.
I know, so clean.
So she
That's
went
why
back
the
and she's
officer
like, "Oh, I'm
drew
just
his
gonna leave
gun
this here.
whenever they.
There's
I
too
think
much
it's around the shower area where the exit is, and that's why the officer drew his gun out.
Boycott Etsy? What'd they do?
Where was that?
Damn.
Was that on
It says
Twitter?
trending business and finance. Boycott Etsy. Damn.
This is my backup Twitter account. I don't know.
And she must have done
That's why it's
something
like I don't
against
have
the
anybody
media
followed over
narratives.
here. This is not the one that I do. For tweets, if you guys want to follow me, I'll follow.
Hey, it's National Intern Day.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Bill Clinton would be happy about that.
Yeah. Where's Do we need to send flowers to Monica? Anyway, that's just gross. So we're gonna stop that.
I will say.
Thanks for finding
I will
them.
say that blackberry preserves do not taste good for peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, it's not nearly as good as grape.
No, but I
You're
think
here.
those blackberry preserves kind of looking like coagulated.
Ah, stop it. No. You don't say it. You don't.
I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I meant.
Oh, okay. I see why. No, I'm not getting into that.
What'd you say now?
I was looking up boycott Etsy and I saw what it was about, and I'm like, I'm not getting into that.
Oh.
Is it because of Bud Light?
It's political.
It's
Yeah,
all
it's
because
got to
of
be
Bud
some
Light.
narrative they're not.
Was
Oh.
I think the Amazon talkie box over here.
Ooh, it's Chili
popped up.
Dog Day.
Oh yeah, I like chili dogs.
That's awesome.
Anyway, I think it said Bud Light to lay off hundreds of workers.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's like, oh well.
Maybe they can become cattle guards. Never mind.
Learn how to code.
Jeez.
I'm gonna see myself out.
You know what? I just realized when I put my head down and my neck over here hurts.
Uh-oh.
Which is
all
weird
this
because-
sitting.
Well, you know what's weird about it is so the White Rabbit's in rehab. Not that kind of rehab.
Rehab's for quitters.
Physical therapy rehab. Sorry, rehabilitation, physical therapy, whatever, PT, whatever. And she has like a pinched nerve vertebrae deal, something like that. Anyway, you have like this knot. It's scary. Like you don't think of like muscles getting into knots like this. And she's been going to this for a while. But anyway, I keep saying, I'm like, yeah, it's your chair. It's the way you sit.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, when she got sent home during the pandemic, they didn't say take your office chair with you. So she comes home and she's like, oh, yeah.
And there you
Put it
went.
in like a little girl's room. I think it came from her room as a child. And she sat in this thing for 8 hours a day, just do. She has like perfect posture, of course, right? And you're like, you know, this is the type of noise, do. And, you know, she's doing the clicky thing with the mouse over here. And anyway, so now she has pain. And I've been complaining to her about this. I'm like, you need a better chair. Now I'm beginning to get that pain. I'm like, I don't need to be sitting this long. I don't
Sympathy
like this.
pain.
This is no, it's not sympathy pain.
No, it's
I do not.
My pain's real.
It's real.
Let me tell you what. I am not. I can't sit still this long. I mean, why do you think I only took? Never mind. I'm gonna go there.
Well, you're on what, day 4 now?
Yeah.
I mean,
sort of.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's true, Squaw Bob? That's what happened to Adam Walsh? Is that the Unsolved Mysteries guy? His kid? Was it Unsolved Mysteries?
what was the name of that
I thought
show?
that was
What
Batman.
Unsolved Mysteries? It was
Oh yeah.
oh, it's gonna drive me nuts.
Yeah.
We'll look up Adam Walsh.
No, it's funner to just guess. Way
Yeah.
more fun.
Oh yeah, it is.
Doing it old school.
We're doing it old school.
That's right.
It wasn't Unsolved Mysteries. Don't tell us if you just Googled it.
I did
No, I
Google it,
didn't.
but I'm not gonna tell you.
No.
Mystery. Oh, we already
I
said
don't know.
that.
Who this- Oh, gross.
Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh,
Who's that guy?
I can picture the show, but I cannot think of the name.
America's Most Wanted. Valhalla.
There
Digital.
you go.
Yes,
There
good job.
you go.
Super. Oh, they got it. I reached
Well,
that
they-
backwards.
Oh.
Yamaha
They
loved it.
cheated. They
No,
cheated.
it's okay. It's okay. We don't know that. We just saw expert cheat, so we couldn't take him.
No,
I don't.
didn't.
I
I'm
don't
not
take him
saying-
seriously anyway.
I didn't know this though, so I don't know who this guy
Yeah.
is.
You're the expert.
I'm not. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, he started
Ah.
a foundation over that, and then
Yeah.
started the America's Most Wanted.
Yep.
Oh, is this the guy with the perfect hair?
Yes.
Yeah.
He spends a lot
Not
of
the
time with
Unsolved
hairspray.
Mysteries guy.
Can't trust
I'll
people
check
like that.
Yeah, it's not Robert Stack.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, Robert
that's
Stack.
what
He
I
was a
thinking.
cool dude.
Yeah, not
So
Robert
August
Stack.
10th, a severed head was found in a drainage canal alongside the Florida Turnpike near Vero Beach. It was 130 miles from Hollywood. The unidentified deputy, and an unidentified
John Walsh.
deputy of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Divers searched the canal on the morning of August 11th. They appeared on national TV saying they still hope that Adam was alive. Well, they had a head. So that's,
Yamaha. I did not cheat. I was on
Dude,
it.
I was
I
on
mean,
it. I mean,
What? I want to look up his daughter. Well, I'm going to tell you
Yeah.
right now that no, I was going to say something inappropriate.
No. You surely not.
No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I don't know. So, what else? Oh, hey, wait a second. Where's here? Let's go do a raid real quick. Where's Breaded Baker at?
Oh, is he still on?
Yeah, let's
Broken
go
Baker.
have some fun. What'd I say?
Breaded.
Breaded Baker. He is unbreaded.
Unbreaded.
Baker.
I said the Breaded Baker.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I hate myself sometimes. I don't even make my. I shouldn't be laughing at myself.
Touchdown. Paper? Unbreaded.
This is horrible. It's horrible.
We laugh at you,
Broken.
so it's okay. Oh, I see where MLS went.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there?
He's over there.
All right,
over
here we go.
next.
Yeah, he was going to do this case, and then he dumped it over on Baker. And
Vices.
he's like, it ended up being a good case.
You're going to stream snipe?
Yeah, I'm going to do the whole thing. Hang on a second here. I got to copy this first. Copy that. And then we're going to stop screen. Share screen. All right, there we go. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to put in the chat here that stream. You guys go over there and we'll just do a raid like we always do. Like a normal, and not like we always do it, but like just a normal raid.
All right.
Why do I feel like I don't know what I'm talking about?
I'm kind
Just
of
keep going. Keep going.
Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to put in here in the chat, okay? Go over to Baker's, put a bunch of orange hearts, say raid, and then, yeah, and then we'll come back here. We'll be ready for the Schabusiness. She's going to go on stand. But anyway, yeah, go over there and then be sure to hit the like button for him too. Give him all those likes and stuff. You know, this guy, he's got like 5,000 watch hours and he just crossed 500 subs.
All right.
Oh, he should be. He should get monetized.
I'm only at like 360 something on subs.
Yeah, we gotta get you up over there too. We gotta
I've got over 4,000 hours. But I haven't put anything out really in forever. So,
jeez, you guys, man. I don't know how you guys do it. You're like, oh, I'm just playing around. I do this stuff. I'm like, Shizzy's following my path where it takes forever.
Nah, it's okay.
Let's see here. All right, so I'm putting this in the chat. Oh, so with Joe No Filter, just put that on. That's his channel, but where the link I put in is, oh, there you guys go. Yeah, cool. Go over there and just rate him. I don't know where I am.
We may or may not be sniping you.
We are. You know, let's see here. How do I do this? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Why does my thing work? Because I'm using all my energy. Be sure and hit the like button, guys.
Done.
There you go. Boom. Now, is he even paying attention? Oh, we don't have to turn.
Oh, yeah. He's bringing him
He
up.
went off to the army. She went to college, and they kind of just
awesome.
broke up.
Where's that like button? There you go.
But he never forgot her.
All right, there you are. I like that. I like turning colors on that thing.
Love
Yes.
Cheetos.
Are they going to get into the text messaging?
That was yesterday. That
No.
was 18 hours.
No, with this guy though.
We need to tell
Oh,
MLS.
God, I
like,
hope so.
I don't know, something
I'm sure
bad.
they're gonna have to. Like,
Thank you for rating. Thank you all for showing up. Please, if you haven't, go like and subscribe over on
Yes.
both channels. We are dual streaming this case, and this is the defendant on stand. I bet the state will get into all the BDSM stuff.
Yeah.
Probably not the defense. And Dave is only here for the BDSM.
yes.
That's why.
Thank you for the raid, expert.
Up until,
thank you.
Like I said, I took off to actually go to training. As I said, it was at the beginning of 93.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
I took off to basic training in
How do I stop it? I don't
AIT,
even know.
and
At least we know where MLS Lost Show went.
at that point, you know, she was continuing on with college.
That was a perfect pause. I love that.
know it.
Yeah, I put on there. I was like,
He
MSL
says-
BDSM.
You said in your chat, hey, I almost see myself at the bottom.
Oh, it's funny because it's stuck on Wendy H right now with the Super Snoopers Unite. with
Oh my
Wendy's
gosh.
face there. It's awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Oh, that was fun. Oh, all right, let's see here. Where is our girl? Lunch is over, man. Hey, actually, you know what? We have 10 minutes. I need to go get something to. Have y'all gotten something to eat or drink or anything?
Not
I
yet.
did. I've already grabbed myself something. Div stepped away for just a little bit, but I can entertain.
Yeah, you entertain us, Shiz. Entertain us. I'm
I'll play
not
a
gonna be
little-
here. I'm gonna go get something.
play a
to eat
little
real
happy
quick.
song.
Probably gonna eat breakfast again. I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm thinking I'm gonna get another peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
There you
Yeah,
go.
see, I
Breakfast,
had
food
I had,
champions right there.
I had a protein bar or something like that.
I'm
It
out of
was,
Dr.
it was almost
Pepper,
like a
y'all.
Pop-Tart, but smaller.
Pop Tarts are great.
No, it's like a Pop Tart.
Go get some food.
It's thicker than
We
a
don't-
Pop
we don't-
Tart. It's a Pop
we
Tart
don't need you-
smashed.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't need him fading out on us.
I'm out. I'll be back. Well, hold on. I hope I'll be back. Right?
I hope so
I hope
too,
you are
yeah.
too. I like what Valhalla said. MLS jumping in the last part of that trial so he could claim both. I see you, bro.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Oh my gosh.
Man, oh man. So what has been going on with you, Volstorm? We know the expert.
I feel
got
like
his
I've been
camera
stuck
on
here for
still.
days, man.
Camera's on still, expert.
I see you. Yeah, it's you. Yeah. With your fingers. There you go.
I just yeeted the screen.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. Where's the trial?
Hey,
Yeah,
you
he
did the
did.
feed we were watching.
Oh, jeez.
Will you fix it? He didn't have his headphones in either. I hear myself echoing.
Yep.
Damn it.
Boomer.
Boomer. There we go. Much better.
There it is. There it is.
Beheaded lover murder trial.
I
love
celebrated.
I love the caption.
I know it's
Beheaded is an understatement.
Yeah, that's only part of it.
Yeah, but they didn't say anything about, double beheaded.
Oh God.
Sorry, that's bad. That's
Double
bad humor.
decapitation.
Well, it's not called decapitation whenever that other.
No. That's a circumcision or
Castration.
Castration.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Not castor oil, but castration.
Expert without glasses looked like someone from the Omega Man. Did he take his glasses off?
Yeah, you missed
accidentally.
I missed it.
Yep.
You missed it.
Define beheaded. Well,
So, if anyone's paying attention, 10 more minutes, I think, until the jury and the judge come back. So this is, stretch, get your snacks. Hopefully Taylor testifies. Get your screen recorders ready.
You got plenty of time to put in the microwave popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Coming down to it. And then I doubt they'll break again. Do you think? Like break?
They might have one more break, just depending on, because I don't know, does the state present some sort of?
I think they're probably going to have one witness come in. They'll probably be one of those doctors that diagnosed her with basically faking it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's all they really need. I don't think they need anything more than that.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine that the defense is going to be able to go hard at them.
Well, but they're still going to try to push. But she's had this all along, right? She's had this condition all along, right?
Yeah, but they can only do so much of that for just a competent doctor, not some like I don't know what that lady was.
Psychologist.
A psychologist, but she's an independent psychologist. I don't know. That just was like, I mean, are you not good enough to hold down a job or what?
Doctor Who reviews your findings.
Yeah. And she seemed more like she was independent in the aspect of like maybe
good action.
Nah, nothing yet.
Not really.
Like she was a professional witness.
Yes.
I mean, looked like
I
that's
didn't
where she
catch
was
that
making
vibe.
money at. Oh, totally.
Really?
I mean, not saying she's any good at it, but I think because they were asking her, well, how many cases like this do you have? And she was like, oh, in the hundreds.
All for the defense too.
Oh, okay. You're right. I do remember that.
Yeah, she always works for the state. And she doesn't bill until after
Right.
the trial is over. Which is
Like
just weird.
It's like an accident lawyer. They don't get paid until you do.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she's going to get paid regardless. She just sends them a bill at the end.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't know how long it's going to take. And she's not worried about it because she's getting, she's got that regular source of income coming in. It's like here in Georgia, you can become just a mediator. A lot of old judges will just become mediators or special masters.
Right.
But She did have a job, though. She said she worked in the overflow for the one facility and different mental health facilities. It sounds like she's just now working in business for herself. Is that not common for counselors or psychiatrists?
I mean, if you're close to retiring, maybe
like a side
that would make
hustle.
sense. Yeah, like a
Mhm,
side
okay.
hustle. But she's, I don't know, her diagnosis just didn't like pass any sort of sniff test. Like,
Man.
Well, she was
I mean,
all over the place.
yeah, I mean, think about the psychologists and such that you've seen get in any sort of witness case, whether they're for the prosecution or the defense. They seem to, be able to back what they're saying up, not with just speculation of, well, it could be this, or 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 it could be that,
Right.
and just basically
Yeah.
like shotgunning their diagnosis. Professional is going to say, this is my diagnosis and this is where I stand, and they're going to stand by it, not be all over the place.
Right. I feel like the psychologist should have had a tighter narrative, and then
Yes.
just bring up things that will back up her narrative, as opposed to, well, there's this and there's this and there's up here, there's this and this.
What's
Just
this guy searching his phone for? Is he on Twitter?
might be. He might be
He's-
watching the
he's-
stream.
Oh,
Show us.
he's watching
show
the
us.
expert right there. Yep. He's
Checking
scrolling through
YouTube.
YouTube. Yep.
This guy's nervous for the closing arguments. I know what this feels like. This feels like right before you hit the live button on YouTube.
No, I think it's just because his jacket's too tight.
Yeah, that's a last year's suit for sure.
He can't bring his arms up past his chest there.
Yeah.
That's why he has to do like I don't know, some old school toy or something that only bends one way.
Well, I can't bring one of my arms above my chest either, but that has more to do with like the torn rotator.
That's
cuff.
different, man. It's not because of your jacket.
Is the
Because I'm
possi-
jacked. No, I can get it up there. It just hurts.
I don't
Chris,
think. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
I was gonna say I was gonna say that I think that they will, but they're still the defense will have to rest theirs, right? If deciding
Exactly.
if Taylor will testify or not.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because
if she testifies, this could go like the rest of the day.
yeah, because he said he had no other witnesses except for her. So if she doesn't take the stand, then they'll rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then defense will get up there and just put. I have a feeling they'll just put one witness up there, and that'll be it, unless they
Yeah.
do some sort of impact statement
Right.
or have witnesses.
MLS, you feel like the rest of us. God, I hope she testifies.
Yes. If she testifies, I am going to stream this on my channel because that's going to be.
Well, yeah.
I'm not streaming it right now, but I will. Just 'cause it's going to be so big.
Jeez. Expert. If she testifies, I'll stream the rest of this pantless.
Wait, you're wearing pants? What the hell?
Yeah, why are you wearing pants now?
Jeez. Don't wear pants now.
Yeah. Everybody that's coming back from the break, remember, don't hit top chat.
Nope.
Ooh, what they got about 2 more minutes. They should be back up. I don't know what you're
Yeah.
wearing, expert.
It was funny yesterday. I got off the verdict
Yeah.
portion of it, and I had already had dinner. I'm like, oh, what the hell am I going to do? I was just like, oh, I'll just go check out and see who all streaming. Gosney was on, and
Yeah. I saw you on there.
Yeah, so Gosney was like, oh, I don't know what he read. I was like, Gosney, just reach up and start. He was like, oh, yeah. And then the expert's like, oh, yeah.
Dude, I got off here. I ate dinner so fast it wasn't even funny.
I mean, whenever we left out of here initially, I went up, talked with my wife for a little bit, and she was actually talking on the phone with one of her school, college, high school friends. She's an attorney also. And she was talking with her. And so I just started making dinner, and I already had some corn salad. It was just reheating the pulled pork and adding the barbecue sauce. And I set it down, and she starts eating. She's still talking to her colleague friend, and ate lunch. I was like, I'm gonna head out because this is gonna be a long conversation, I can tell. And head back down here. I sit down and pull up my Discord, and it's immediately like right there, it just comes popping up. It's just like they're calling the verdict. I was like, holy crap.
I got out there and I was making homemade mashed potatoes and stuff, and then I see my phone light up, and he's like, verdict. And I'm like, crap,
damn it.
Can you take this over?
Well, I don't think I ate lunch yesterday, or did I? Yeah, I had a piece of steak, red meat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Leftovers.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? Oh, even better.
Yeah. It's just a little small mock steak. You just get out the meat tenderizer.
There you go.
Throw it on the grill for a few minutes to make sure that it's warm enough to eat.
I know. I'm kind of like, I could run upstairs and get something for lunch when they come back for break, but I want to see whether or not she testifies.
Well, if she doesn't testify, then run upstairs.
Oh yeah, then I'm gone. I'm like, yeah, I don't. I could chill for a little bit. It's cool.
Yeah.
Tweety, Shizzy killed the cow yesterday too.
No,
probably.
No, maybe.
I'm not making assumptions.
Yeah, I mean, I did say it was steak. I didn't say it was a steak of.
True.
It's very true.
True.
Could be anything. Let's see. All my pets are. Yeah, all my dogs are here, so we're good. Crock pot meatloaf today. There you go, Rabbit.
Yeah, had some leftover long pork.
I know.
Leftover long pork.
Why sadistically does this trial make me so hungry? I don't know.
It's just subliminal messages like crock pot box over and over.
Ooh, MLS show with a super sticker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, expert.
That was for David.
I do get hungry during this trial too.
I just slapped him on a rump roast to smoke. There you go.
Get that butt.
We're getting a little bit of sound. Yep.
Get that butt.
Yeah, I smoked a butt over the weekend. This is like leftovers.
Nice.
Yeah. It was a 8-pound butt. Bone in.
Div, what do you think? What do you think's gonna happen, Div?
I think she's gonna show up, testify, wow us with her crazy, and she's still going to regular jail. Although she's still gonna go to regular jail. And do we know what the sentence could possibly be?
Life, I'd say.
Life.
I don't think they've said.
But that's what I'm hoping for.
So I'm curious, would they have life without possibility of parole, or would they just give her life with a possibility of parole?
But someone said she's
would it be just like they're going to give her life and she serves like 10, 15 years out of life?
That's a good question. I don't know. But I had this question. Somebody in chat a while ago, maybe half an hour or so ago, said something to the effect of she's the danger to regular prisoners. And I thought, yeah, you know what? If she does attack somebody, we're all going to be like, well, obviously she's crazy. Well, then shouldn't she be in the mental institution then? You know, I was trying to think of it from that perspective.
Here's the judge.
Judge is back.
Okay, we're back on the record. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich. First of all, other than potentially your clients, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, and then have you had an opportunity to speak with your client about her testimony at this phase of the trial?
Yes, Your Honor, I spent extra time with my client, Ms. Schabusiness. We talked about her right to testify at phase 2 of this proceeding, the NGI phase of the proceeding. She understands what that means. She understands that she could take the witness stand and answer questions and testify about various topics. I've also explained to her that she has a right not to testify, that she doesn't have to get up on the witness stand, that she can stay at counsel table and remain silent. That's her right. That's her choice. I gave her time to think about it, to reflect on it. She had questions. I answered those questions. We had a good dialogue and conversation on this particular topic. She's advised me that she wishes to waive her right to testify. She's not going to take the witness stand.
Yep. Tease.
Mr. Business, your attorney tells me that you choose not to testify at this phase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You understand that you have a right to testify, and you also have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, your choosing not to testify can't be used against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You understand those rights belong not to Mr. Freilich, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to the state. Those rights are yours and yours alone. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you feel you need any more time to talk to Mr. Freilich about this decision?
No, I don't.
And it's your decision not to testify here today, is that correct?
Correct.
Ugh, this is like getting out of an
Any further
email you don't
inquiry
want.
the state would like me to make regarding that?
No, thank you.
Mr. Freilich, any further inquiry you'd like me to make regarding
I'm with you, Caitlin.
Only if the court would inquire as to whether she felt any pressure or coercion in order to make this decision.
Mr. Business, do you feel you've had any pressure by anybody or coercion to make this choice?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm satisfied.
Fine, you're going to be that way. I'm going to get some to eat.
He's avoiding inadequate
She's had a full
counsel,
opportunity
right?
to speak with her attorney about it. And she's made a choice here today, freely and voluntarily, not to testify at this phase of the trial. And I'm going to accept that, and we are going to move forward. So I think how the matter would unfold then is when the jury comes back in, I'll ask Mr. Freilich if he has any further witnesses to call. Based upon what I've heard, the answer will be no. The defense rests, and then we would move to the state. And as I'm presuming the state is ready to call its first witness.
Yeah.
Okay. And then.
All right.
I did want to place on the record because I was advised that when we excused Dr. Layton, we weren't on the record, but there was no objection to Dr. Layton. It's too late now. Both parties indicated there was no objection to her being excused, and that's what I did. Is that correct, Mr. Freilich?
That's accurate.
And Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm, we don't need to go over these now. The jury has already been waiting a little longer than I told them they'd have to. But I did place on the on counsel table copies of proposed jury instructions, and then also just recently copies of what comes in the form of jury instruction 605B, but it's not a jury instruction, it's a proposed verdict form. Did both parties get a copy of those, Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
And Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay, we can discuss those at the conclusion of evidence, but at this time now, I'm going to bring the jury in. I'll rise to the jury.
I think it's a good decision for her to not testify. I just think it's bad TV. That's all.
Yes. Bad entertainment. Good choice.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
the
that's the
right
whole thing
choice.
here. Yeah, we're entertaining. You know, we're entertainers. We're supposed to cut up, make jokes, and not try to be like we know what's actually going on. I mean, my gosh, if I knew what was going on, I wouldn't have a screwed up life. But
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Allegedly, he knows what's going on, or allegedly he's got a crazy life. I don't know.
He doesn't admit or deny anything on live stream. These are hypotheticals.
I am hypothetical. That's my name.
We have to cut up and have fun with these kind of trials.
Cut up, right? You
Swap.
chose that?
I did hear that.
Just chopping it, you know.
Just
Just chopping it up.
Okay, be seated.
You go crazy if you don't.
Right. We are back on the record this
She
afternoon.
seems
The
mad
case is
now.
still with the defense. Mr. Freilich, do you have any?
I think she
other
wanted to
witnesses?
testify.
Your Honor, the defense rests at this time, no other witnesses.
All right, then the matter turns
I
to
think
the
you might be
state.
right.
I don't know,
And
Mr.
it's her
Lizay,
right,
Mr.
but-
Saunders, who's going to be
Yeah.
questioning the first witness. So, Mr. Lizay, your first witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Matthew Seipel.
Okay. Dr. Seipel, if you want to step forward here and
How do you talk? I mean, that's a fine line, right? Like, how do you advise your client not to talk?
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Well, he must have demonstrated the type of thing she's going to
Matthew
end up saying.
Seipel. My last name is spelled Seipel.
Yeah.
It's going to help.
okay, then the witness
Yeah.
is yours, Mr. Lizay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Seipel.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed as a licensed psychologist with Behavioral Consultants Incorporated and the Wisconsin Forensic
I'm not
Unit,
going to
where I
this guy.
perform forensic mental health assessments on a full-time
not?
basis.
How long have you been with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
I began with the Behavioral Consultants and the Forensic Unit in September of 2020 as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow, and I've continued with those organizations since February 2022 when I obtained psychology
Yes,
licensure
very
in the
loud.
state of Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
indicated
was stressing
that
out
your
internally. I
full-time
didn't even
duties is
know.
to perform forensic evaluations, is that right?
Yes.
What types of evaluations do you typically perform?
I complete competency to proceed examinations,
You can switch
mental
to
responsibility
camera.
or NGI evaluations, evaluations of people who are petitioning for conditional release from the state mental health institutes, as well as legal guardianship, and several types of juvenile evaluations.
You
No.
indicated that as your full-time employment. Do you know about how many of each of those evaluations you might perform in a calendar year?
And so I would say in total, I've completed over the past 3 years, roughly 1,000 across those types of evaluations. So in a calendar year, it would break down to typically at least 300 evaluations. About 3/4 of those would be competency evaluations. And then roughly, I would say another 10 to 20% would be NGI evaluations.
You indicated that you are a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
What does that process entail?
And so to become a licensed psychologist, one needs to complete a doctorate in psychology from an institution that is either accredited by the American Psychological Association or determined to meet equivalency of those
Wait, does he
accreditation
color in his
standards.
beard? What
And
the
then
hell
at the
is
time that I
happening?
obtained
know.
licensure, 1 year of full-time postdoctoral
Just shaves his
supervised
head when he
practice was
walks.
required.
Just
I believe
That's
that
not
standard has
real.
changed, but that was the standard for
beards.
licensure.
His kid
got
at
a hold
the
of
time that I
him.
gained my license.
Just beards for
And
men.
you indicated that you must
That's a
have
girl.
that doctoral degree. Where did you obtain that degree?
That was from Iowa State University.
And do you have, can you just go through briefly your education prior to that degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in psychology from Cardinal Stritch University, as well as a Master of Science in Clinical Mental Health Counseling from Marquette University before completing my doctorate at Iowa State.
Why does this guy bore me?
Yeah,
And
the CV
Dr.
is
Dr.
Most of them
professional work
He looks
at
sketchy.
the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, did you have an opportunity to work on the present case, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved in that case?
And so I was requested to complete 2 court-ordered competency evaluations in this matter.
When you say court-ordered, does that mean that the court is the party that retained you rather than either the state or the defense?
Correct.
Yeah, and when was that first evaluation, when was the first report filed?
That was in November of 2022.
And when was the second report filed?
That was earlier this month, in July of 2023.
Can you, you mentioned that you were retained by the court to do a
Yep.
competency evaluation, and earlier you also mentioned that you do NGI evaluations. Can you explain for the jury the difference between those two types of evaluations?
Yeah, so those are 2 entirely different types of evaluations that are guided by 2 different state statutes. And so competency pertains to a defendant's current mental status. It is independent of the mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and it pertains to whether or not the defendant presently has substantial mental capacity to understand the pending proceedings or to meaningfully assist in their defense. whereas the state statute for NGI dictates it is about the defendant's mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and specifically, was there a qualifying mental disease or defect that contributed to a substantial lack of capacity to appreciate wrongfulness of conduct or to conform conduct to the standards of the law?
He's an AI.
And you indicate that you have substantial present experience in both of those types of evaluations, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, they are different evaluations with different standards. However, are the materials used to evaluate those often similar?
I would say that collateral records are critical in both evaluations, although in competency, those records would focus most heavily on the present time and present functioning, whereas for NGI, it would be focused upon functioning at the time of the alleged offenses.
And can you talk about the records that you reviewed regarding Ms. Schabusiness for each of the two competency evaluations that you performed?
Yes, and so I reviewed the criminal complaint
he's
for
here
the
to say she's
underlying
not
matter.
crazy.
I reviewed
Yes.
all previous
Pretty much.
psychological evaluations that were completed
we
in
know
reference to
his,
this case, including competency and NGI
his
reports
degree's
from multiple
worthless.
examiners. At both times, I
'Cause she's
reviewed her
crazy.
contemporary treatment records from the Brown County Jail.
I mean, dude, man,
And
I'm sorry.
During the most
You be
recent
Dr.
evaluation, I also had the opportunity
have
to review
fun
a
or
discharge
whatever,
summary
and,
from a treatment episode at the
this
Nicolay
chick's
Psychiatric Center in 2021.
Jeez.
Did you, subsequent to the evaluation, were you also provided with copies of materials from an inpatient stay at Bellin Psychiatric, or two different inpatient stays at Bellin
Kind of reminds me
Psychiatric?
a little bit of the
Yes,
Scarecrow.
after submitting my most recent report, defense counsel provided me discharge summaries pertaining to those two episodes of inpatient care.
And were all of those records taken into consideration when you either rendered your opinion or provided testimony at competency hearings in this case?
I would say that all of the sources that I mentioned initially were considered in reaching my opinion in my report. And then those Bellin records I did consider in preparing for testimony, but they did not alter any of the opinions offered in my report.
And in addition to reviewing collateral records, did you conduct personal interviews with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes, I did.
And what were the dates of those interviews?
And so the most recent interview, I'm just referencing my report here, was on July 12th of 2023. And for the initial interview, I would reference to refresh my memory, that report from November of 2022, the date of the interview was November 17th,
He seems
2022.
like a professional witness.
Were both of those in-person interviews?
Yes.
And can you estimate approximately how long you met with Ms. Schabusiness in those interviews?
On both occasions, it was roughly 90 minutes, perhaps give or take a few minutes.
Doctor, when you were reviewing the records and ultimately when you had to come to an opinion in this case, had you encountered prior diagnoses that had been assigned to Ms. Schabusiness at various points in time?
Yes.
Were you aware that at some point in time she had received a bipolar diagnosis?
Yes.
And do you recall where that came from?
That was during her inpatient treatment at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center in 2021.
And Doctor, what did you note with respect to that particular diagnosis? Were there any concerns when you saw that?
Yes, a concern I had with that diagnosis is that for one to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, it's specifically within the diagnostic criteria for that condition that the symptoms cannot occur exclusively in the course of substance intoxication. And I noted that there's multiple collateral sources suggesting that she was abusing methamphetamine very extensively leading up to that treatment episode. So I was unable to really see how the treatment providers could have parsed out to what extent any psychiatric instability derived from the methamphetamine use versus an actual underlying mental illness.
And did you have an opportunity to review the discharge summary from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And in that discharge summary, is there a discussion of how she presented upon arrival compared to how she presented upon her release 21 days later?
Yes, it was noted that there was a remarkable difference and that psychotic symptoms were evident upon admission, including hallucinations and very disorganized behavior, although those symptoms were determined to be largely resolved by the end of that treatment episode.
Does that suggest anything to you with respect to the substance abuse that was indicated at the outset?
And so it's, again, difficult to disentangle to what extent that improved mental status resulted from any medication she received in the facility versus her mere forced abstinence from intoxicants.
Based on your professional education and experience, are the types of symptoms that were noted upon arrival at Nicolay Psychiatric, can those symptoms also be associated with the methamphetamine use solely?
Yes.
White Rabbit's back.
So it's possible for someone to manifest those symptoms solely based on meth use without having any underlying mental health illness?
Objection
Yes.
calls for speculation.
He's an expert.
Yes.
This guy isn't fun though.
You indicated that you had the opportunity
He's
to
distinct,
review
at least.
reports from other evaluators who met with Ms. Schabusiness and provided opinions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you note whether or not any of the other evaluators shared similar concerns about the bipolar diagnosis assigned to her by Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, I noted that in Dr. Engen's mental responsibility evaluation, she took most specific and direct issue with the basis for that diagnosis, and she ultimately, in her report, offered that she did not see sufficient support to assign a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. I also noted that, for example, in Dr. Lucetta's competency report, while she did not necessarily completely rule out bipolar disorder, she also noted again that the substance abuse was a significant factor leading up to that diagnosis, and she merely essentially sought to rule out that diagnosis but did not assign it.
I just want to just sort of speak generally about bipolar. Can you describe for the jury what bipolar is and what is required to diagnose such a disorder?
Yes, and so there are two different types of bipolar disorder. There's bipolar 1 disorder, which is a more severe condition, and that is the diagnosis that has appeared in some of the records in this case. Bipolar 1 disorder is characterized predominantly by manic episodes, which are periods of it lasting at least a week, where more often than not the individual has a significantly elevated mood. They may behave impulsively, erratically, have a decreased need for sleep. And in some instances with bipolar 1, that is alternated by depressive episodes, which typically last at least 2 weeks and are largely the opposite of mania. That means there's a persistently
Expert,
low
are you
mood,
bipolar?
low energy, feelings of worthlessness, guilt, or
swear I'm not gonna
hopelessness,
sleep.
things of that like. Whereas bipolar 2 disorder has hypomanic episodes,
Santa
which
Claus
are
lives in the
not as
North Pole.
prolonged or severe as a manic episode. And by diagnostic criteria, someone must also experience depression in order to qualify for bipolar 2 disorder.
So is it fair to say that to diagnose someone with bipolar 1, we would have that expectation of seeing those prolonged manic episodes, at least one instance of a prolonged manic episode?
Yes, and it would need to occur outside voluntary substance intoxication.
Is it possible for a person who has been diagnosed with a bipolar disorder, is that the type of condition that could occasionally wax and wane over the course of someone's lifetime?
To the extent that someone does indeed
Don't
meet
you say
diagnostic
wax to
criteria
wane.
for bipolar disorder, yes, there certainly can be a waxing or waning or a cyclical pattern of symptoms.
Waxing away.
It makes me laugh now.
I also
Wax on.
I want to harken back to the fact
That's
that you
what
have
Taylor
done
was
NGI
doing.
evaluations, is that correct?
Yes.
And is bipolar
Trying
a
to wax
condition that
away.
can sometimes contribute to an opinion that someone does meet NGI criteria?
Yes, it certainly can.
And under what circumstances might you expect to see that?
Yes, and so in order to reach an opinion of supporting an NGI plea in the context of bipolar disorder, one, there would need to be a firmly established diagnosis of bipolar disorder, again, in the absence of substance
volcano tacos back at
intoxication.
Taco Bell.
And there would need to be a very direct linkage between the symptoms of that
Oh,
mental
man.
illness
And
at the
Taylor
time of the alleged
Schabusiness will
offenses
never get to
and
have
the
another
substantial lack of capacity to either appreciate wrongfulness or to conform conduct to the requirements of the law. It's not enough for the defendant
love
to
the
simply
volcano
be
taco.
symptomatic, but that linkage needs to be established with the lack of capacity.
When you talk about establishing that linkage between the crimes alleged and the mental illness that's been assigned to an individual, what sorts of facts or circumstances do you consider when you do NGI evaluations?
And so there would need to be converging data sources indicating that indeed the defendant was symptomatic of that legitimate mental illness at the time, and there would need to be, conceptually, it would need to make sense for the alleged misconduct. There would need to be some sort of reason that mania, for instance, would have caused that behavior. There would need to be evidence to suggest that the person was fundamentally unable to control their behavior. And so again, that would typically comprise a pattern that extends beyond that one momentary act, but it would need to be a broader pattern encompassing that
He
time.
looks like a
So if you were evaluating
bald-headed
someone's
Zoolander.
bipolar disorder,
He
might
also
be
might have a
causal
pulled
to
muscle, you
criminal
never know.
offenses, would it be significant to you to evaluate the defendant's
Or he's trying to avoid
rather
hitting the
symptoms
microphone.
or how someone presents immediately before and immediately after the alleged offenses.
Yes, those would be critical time frames in which to gather as much data as possible.
Me too.
Is that because one would expect that someone with bipolar wouldn't manifest those symptoms solely for a short period of time, but typically over a much longer period?
Yes, that is correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for his professional opinion.
Yes, it would be expected to see, again, a symptom duration longer than just the mere moments of
Speculation got
committing a
shot
criminal
down because
offense.
this is professional opinion.
Yes.
Doctor, I want to quickly return back to some of the other records that had been mentioned. You indicated that you did have an opportunity to review the medical records from Bellin Health from two different stays that Ms. Schabusiness had, one in 2012 and one in 2014.
Yes.
And I'll first call your attention to the 2012 records, if you recall those. Do you remember if Ms. Schabusiness was assigned a diagnosis by the treatment providers at Bellin Health at the outset of her stay in 2012?
She was assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified.
So she was not assigned a bipolar diagnosis at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And then in 2014, did she likewise have some sort of diagnosis following her 3-day stay in Bellin?
She was again assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified, and they did add, which is not a diagnosis per se, but they noted alongside the diagnosis a history of psychosis. But in looking closer at the records, that history of psychosis derived squarely from an adverse medication reaction, which prompted the initial inpatient stay. So she was prescribed sertraline, and then only after that did she begin to have psychotic symptoms, and those symptoms resolved as soon as that medication was discontinued.
So not every
Again,
30 days.
She was not assigned a bipolar.
Unlike the psychologist, I read the
diagnosis in
reports.
2014 either.
Correct.
Dr. Seipel, you indicated that you did have an opportunity to review Dr. Litton's report from July 3rd of 2023.
Yes, I did.
And what type of report from a forensic standpoint was Dr. Litton's report?
It appeared to be a combined competency and NGI report.
In your experience and training, is it best practice for someone to engage in a combined report of both competency and NGI?
Typically, a separate report would be submitted to address each issue independently.
What are some of the reasons why you might not combine those two reports?
For one, there can be information introduced in the issue of criminal responsibility that might be inappropriate to be contained within a competency report. A competency report is not supposed to contain incriminating information with regard to the alleged offenses. But also, and from a psychological standpoint, it makes it difficult to parse out which data and which arguments are directed at each respective issue if they're addressed alongside each other in the same report.
Is it particularly concerning if you come to a conclusion that a person is not presently competent, that you would also rely on that information to form an NGI opinion?
I would say that it's not inappropriate if that's a data point that is considered, but that there should not be a strong linkage in that reasoning, as again, it's two different legal issues pertaining to two different time points.
This guy knows his stuff.
Just picking apart the
Doctor, when you
expert.
looked at that report as it relates to NGI and Dr. Litton's report, I'm just going to ask you generally, did you have any concerns with the methodology that was shown in that particular report?
I found that it seemed appropriate data sources were consulted, at least that's what the methods section suggested in that report, although there was essentially no discussion or review of the discovery materials that were reviewed, and really no account from a defendant's perspective of the alleged misconduct, which are very critical pieces of information that would always be included in an NGI report.
So those pieces of information that you just discussed, like the account of the offense and the specific discovery materials outlining the offense, why is it important to include that type of information in the report?
Because again, the statute for NGI pertains squarely to the moments of the alleged offense, and that is the data that most directly captures those moments. And so it becomes somewhat of a black box issue if those moments are not discussed in the report and inferences instead are appearing to be made based upon presentation at other time points. That's not sound professional reasoning with regard to the issue of NGI.
And I want to talk about information being based on other time points. Did it appear to you that Dr. Litton relied very strongly on her personal observations of Ms. Schabusiness in the interview?
I would say it seemed that the symptoms that were portrayed during the moments of that interview seemed to weigh heavily, as well as the mere fact of a bipolar diagnosis being assigned roughly a year before the alleged offenses.
Were you able to determine whether or not Dr. Litton actually assigned a diagnosis herself?
It seemed implicit in the report that she concurred with the bipolar diagnosis, although it was not explicitly stated. For instance, I am assigning the defendant a diagnosis of bipolar disorder.
Is that typical in your experience to not assign a diagnosis during such an evaluation?
In an NGI evaluation, as the identification of a qualifying mental disease or defect is critical and necessary to support an NGI plea, it would be essential for the diagnosis to be very explicitly indicated.
And that was not done here?
I would say, again, it was not explicit, rather it was more so inferred, being embedded in text.
And Doctor, the report from Dr. Litton, does that include a relatively lengthy or specific discussion of the observations of Dr. Litton from the interview that occurred in June of 2023?
Yes, the greatest detail seemed to pertain to that which would have been her second contact with the defendant.
And you personally had contact with the defendant within about a month of that particular interview. Is that fair?
It would have been roughly like 3 or 4 weeks, per my estimation.
The observations that Dr. Litton is making of the defendant, her actions, her behaviors, her psychotic state, did you witness those same things when you met with Ms. Schabusiness?
I did not notice the evident distraction that was evidently apparent during the interview with Dr. Litton. The defendant easily maintained focus and was able to supply coherent, relevant responses to questioning. She remained behaviorally appropriate and was able to engage in detailed discussion of her legal situation. There was a brief moment in which she referenced claiming to see a supposed green train within the room, which is something that was evidently very distracting during the interview with Dr. Litton. I essentially ignored when that symptom was mentioned.
She's imagining
there was
what
no
his head would
further
look like
mention
in a
of it
bucket.
thereafter, and there was no evidence that she was in any way distracted
What do you
by
think
that or any
has
similar
I don't think he
symptom.
I don't think he tilts
Did
his
you
head to
form
the
a
side. I
conclusion
think his
with
head is just
respect to,
lopsided.
The
What'd be after she got done with it?
psychotic manifestations
She can fix that.
Ms. Schabusiness was outwardly claiming to have.
Isn't that what Baker
I
said?
found that there was not sufficient support for assigning a diagnosis such as
See, now
bipolar
she's
disorder
grinning.
or schizophrenia
She liked
that
what I had
could
to
presumably underlie those
Must be
symptoms.
listening.
Hey,
Do you have any
Baker
concerns
called it.
about
He
the
gets first
validity
crack
of the
at her.
claimed
Yeah.
symptoms?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
And what were those concerns?
And so my concerns were manifold. There has
See if I can
been
make
a
her smile.
remarkable inconsistency in presentation over the pendency of this case
I can
in
give her-
terms
give her a
of the
big
symptoms the defendant has claimed to forensic examiners versus to clinical providers within the jail. And even during very similar time frames, she's offered contradictory remarks. And apparently, only during the interview with Dr. Litton has anyone observed her during the pendency of this case to seem to be preoccupied with internal stimuli. That's not something that I have observed, and jail providers have noted that even in the isolated instances where the defendant has endorsed hallucinations, they have viewed no outward indication.
I would object only because that calls for hearsay. I apologize, but overruled.
It's his
A
opinion.
little late.
Not where you were in your answer, but if you're,
Another question.
sure. Had other doctors who evaluated the defendant shared concerns that you reported about the possibility of feigning or embellishing symptoms?
Yes.
And who was that?
I noted that first in Dr. Lucetta's competency report, as part of a competency instrument that she administered to the defendant, embedded within that were validity indices. That means they were testing items which sought to determine the credibility of the defendant's endorsement of psychiatric symptoms. And her responses to those items suggested an elevated probability of a non-credible response style with regard to endorsing psychiatric symptoms. And similarly, when Dr. Engen completed her NGI evaluation, She administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, or MMPI as it's widely known, and the extent of her invalid responses on that instrument made it where her clinical profile could not be interpreted because the validity skills for that instrument suggested she was grossly exaggerating psychiatric symptoms in a manner that would be extreme and inconsistent even for a patient with legitimate schizophrenia.
She's like Amber.
And did you note whether or not
She's a liar.
Dr. Lighton performed any such psychological testing to determine the validity of the symptoms that she was observing from Ms. Schabusiness?
I found no mention of any type of instrument for symptom validity within her report.
Was that surprising to you?
I would say yes, in general, but especially specifically given that those psychotic symptoms really seem to be the crux of her opinion regarding the issues of both competency and criminal responsibility, and especially in light of prior testing data that cast significant doubt over the legitimacy of those symptoms. So under those circumstances, it would be extremely unusual for an examiner to not administer testing.
Now, did you administer testing of Ms. Schabusiness when you met with her?
I was prepared to administer testing upon entering the evaluation, although her clinical presentation suggested such testing would not be necessary to reach an opinion regarding her adjudicative competency.
Can you explain that maybe just in a little more layman's details?
Yes, and so to the extent that the defendant would have presented similarly as she did with Dr. Lighton, for instance, presenting herself as very distracted by hallucinations, unable to supply linear or coherent responses, then I would have administered psychological testing to see where the validity lied with such symptoms. Although she did not portray those symptoms and with relative ease was able to discuss her legal situation in a rational manner, so the validity of symptoms became a moot point. That the results of that testing would have had no influence on my opinion regarding competency.
Essentially, you didn't need to test the validity of the symptoms because you didn't see the symptoms.
Correct.
I'm going to have to go in the office, so I'll jump off for a little bit.
All right, MG.
Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Thanks. All right, bye.
Take care.
See you.
Now, Doctor, you
really
also had an
just
opportunity
hates us
to
to go to the
review the report of Dr. Engen, which I
gotta
believe
tell
you
him, like,
previously
don't you know what's
mentioned. Is that
happening
right?
today?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Engen's report is a report on NGI and not competency. Is that right?
Yes, it is specifically and solely to the issue of NGI.
Now, some of the shortfalls of Dr. Lighton's report that you already pointed out.
He
Did you
just
see those
discredited his own
same
witness.
concerns in the report of Dr. Engen?
I did not.
Can you compare or contrast the methodology that Dr. Engen used to the methodology used by Dr. Lighton?
And so in Dr. Engen's report, I found to be consistent with my training, experience, and my understanding of best practice in the field of forensic psychology, and that she engaged in a thorough review and detailed in her report the discovery materials. She supplied a detailed accounting of the defendant's personal account to her of the index offenses. She reviewed medical records from the Nicolay Psychiatric Treatment Center that again would have been in that time period leading up to this offense, and she administered psychological testing to aid in determining the validity of any of the psychiatric symptoms that the defendant claimed during the evaluation. And so that represented to me a full and comprehensive NGI evaluation.
And in contrast, did
I like how he
Dr.
says
Engen's
evaluation.
report specifically tie Ms. Schabusiness's behavior at and around the time of the offense to any mental illness or lack thereof?
Dr. Engen supplied a detailed articulation of why she ultimately did not assign a qualifying mental disease or defect diagnosis to the defendant, and then she in turn articulated why she did not believe there was any support for the conclusion that outside of voluntary substance intoxication, the defendant would have substantially lacked capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
I think we touched on this earlier as it related to general diagnoses of a mental health condition, but can you talk briefly about the impact that acute substance intoxication has on attempting to determine whether or not someone would be NGI?
And so according to the Wisconsin jury instructions, mental disturbance brought on by voluntary substance intoxication is not considered to be a qualifying mental disease or defect. And so to the extent that an examiner cannot rule out the sequelae of that voluntary intoxication as being the primary contributing factor to behavior, then the reason would dictate that an NGI plea cannot be supported.
Dang.
But he
Thank you,
can't
Doctor. No
rely that
further
on
questions
jury
at this time.
instructions, can he?
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tearing her up.
Yeah.
Dr. Seipel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You prepared 2 reports concerning Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
Yes.
One in November of 2022 and then one in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you received police reports, correct?
I did not review the police reports.
Okay. Did you review the criminal complaint?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review any video footage from the incident on February 22nd or February 23rd of 2022?
I did not.
In this particular case, did you administer the 2 gold standard tests, the MMPI and the MCMI?
I did not administer either of those instruments.
Yet you criticized Dr. Lighton for not doing it, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've been a
You didn't do it,
licensed
but yet you
psychologist
criticized him?
since
Okay.
February of 2022, correct?
Yes.
That's when you obtained your license to practice and do evaluations and reports and all of that, correct?
My license enabled me to practice independently, although I performed all of these evaluations under supervision from September 2020 up until that time.
In September of 2020, that's when you were a fellow?
That's when I began my postdoctoral fellowship in forensic psychology.
Okay. When you've had a chance to review Dr. Lighton's curriculum vitae, correct?
Yes.
You've had a chance to review her evaluation from July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
As far as experience level, she has more experience than you, is that fair?
I would say she's been a practicing psychologist longer, although the extent to which she has conducted NGI evaluations, I don't know if she has more experience than me.
You understand that she worked at Mendota Mental Health in the past, correct?
Yes, and typically NGI evaluations are not performed for patients already within the State Mental Health Institute.
And with regards to Dr. Christina Engine, she works in the Wisconsin Forensic Unit as well?
Yes, she is employed by behavioral consultants in the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
Would she be a colleague or a coworker of yours?
I would say we are similarly employed, although we practice typically in different areas of the state and have pretty minimal contact with each other.
And the two of you are aligned as far as opinions in this particular case, is that fair?
Well, we opined on different issues, so I would not agree with that statement.
But the ultimate recommendation is the same, correct?
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
That you and her both find insufficient evidence to support the special plea, the NGI plea.
I would say I did not offer an opinion with regard to NGI, so again, I can't agree with that statement.
Okay. You've had a chance to
He's
review
good.
Brown County jail records, correct?
Yes.
You
That's a really
reviewed
good
Bell
question.
Health records that I sent, correct?
Yes.
You had a chance to review the Nicolay
You
Psychiatric
need to
Center
longer
records
check
through
her
Brown County, correct?
from,
Yes.
You
mental?
reviewed a lot of mental health records, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that Taylor Denise Schabusiness does have a mental health history. Would that be fair?
I would say in general terms, yes, she has had contact with mental health treatment.
And fair to say that she was the subject of a civil commitment in 2021, correct?
Yes, it is my understanding that she became subject to a 6-month civil commitment during the course of her inpatient treatment in 2021.
And she was found by a court of law to be mentally ill, at least in 2021, is that fair?
According to that court order, it would suggest that, yes.
And then she was on a medication order in order to take psychotropic medications for that same period of time, correct?
Yes, it is my understanding she was court ordered to medication compliance.
A lot of different doctors evaluated and took a look at Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
With respect to the pendency of this case or more generally?
Just with respect to the pendency of this case.
Yes, I would say there have been a handful of us that have completed evaluations.
Dr. Deborah Collins, yes?
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta,
Yes.
Dr. Diane Lighton,
Yes.
yourself,
Yes.
Dr. Christina Engine,
Yes.
with regards to Ms. Schabusiness's treatment at Nicolay Psychiatric Center, was she diagnosed over there in May of 2021 with bipolar disorder, current episode manic severe with psychotic features?
Yes, that was the diagnosis those providers assigned.
She was prescribed medications, correct?
Yes, I believe it was an antipsychotic medication that was prescribed.
Do you know if that was Aristata?
I would have to consult the records to refresh my memory.
Was it your understanding that she was prescribed a medication that would be by injection?
To the extent that it is Abilify Aristana, yes, that is a long-acting injectable medication.
It's an antipsychotic medication, correct?
Yes, with mood-stabilizing properties as well.
And fair to say that through Brown County, through Nicolay, that Ms. Schabusiness was given a diagnosis of bipolar disorder.
Yes.
She was at Nicolay for about a month, correct?
I believe it was roughly 3 weeks.
A couple weeks, and then she was discharged?
Yes.
She was discharged, after she had her baby?
What was the question, sir?
Do you know, I'm sorry, do you know if she was discharged after she had her baby?
I do not believe she gave birth during the course of that hospitalization.
Subsequent to that, she gave birth, correct?
I would again have to consult the records for the dates on that.
When you looked at all these records, did you come to find that there were some references to Ms. Schabusiness suffering from paranoia?
That word was mentioned in the records on some occasions, yes.
And was it mentioned that she had experienced some delusional thoughts?
Again, that was a word that has been used in the records, yes.
And was it mentioned in some of these records that we're talking about that she did suffer from distractions, inability to focus or concentrate?
Yes, there were some notations of those concerns as well.
Was it such that, in gleaning through the records, analyzing them, that she had auditory or visual hallucinations on occasion?
Yes, and most specifically that first admission to Bellin, as well as the admission to the Nicolay Psychiatric Center where I saw the hallucinations mentioned.
Was that mentioned in 2021?
Yes, upon her admission to Nicolay when she had heavily been abusing methamphetamine recently.
You've been a doctor for some time. You've got a PhD. You've got a lot of education. You've had experience with different kinds of patients, correct?
Yes, many different kinds.
With all different sorts of
What's he gonna
problems,
say?
correct?
Yes.
And you've dealt with people who have had drug addictions and things of that sort, correct?
Yes.
You've gone to seminars with regards to how substances can affect the brain, correct?
Yes, and I taught an undergraduate course regarding the effect of substances on psychology as well.
And would it be fair to say that substances can impact the brain, can cause organic brain damage?
Substances can affect
There
the
you go.
brain.
I would say there can certainly cause some functional abnormalities in the brain, although the notion that drug use permanently damages the brain really is not consistently bore out in the literature the way that it is in kind of the public conception of drug use.
Ooh.
Drug use can also exacerbate mental health problems, correct?
It can exacerbate them or cause them of their own accord, yes.
What causes memory impairment?
There can be manifold causes for memory impairment.
Drug usage?
Certainly if there has been recent and especially significant drug use, yes, that can affect various neurocognitive capacities, including memory functioning.
How about traumatic events like loss of a mother?
I would say that can cause some difficulties with concentration, though typically would not cause amnesia in and of itself.
Is PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is that a mental health condition?
First
Yes,
time
it
they
is.
mentioned it.
Can that get worse over time if untreated?
It can, yes.
If someone has a mood disorder, is that a mental health issue?
Yes.
It's a mental defect or a mental disease?
I would say it could meet criteria as a mental disease or defect according to Wisconsin state statutes, yes.
And can that get worse over time, the mood disorder, if it's left untreated?
It can, yes.
People are not subjected to a civil commitment order unless they have a mental health condition, correct? Is that fair?
It would require a clinician to opine that they have a mental illness, yes.
I love saying the word opine, but I hate hearing other people say it.
He's reaching. He's running out of ammunition.
I saw some records in Brown County. I believe it relates to the Nicolay Psychiatric Center records.
Hey, Lori, do you have a
that
link to
there
any
was a
news about
problem
this?
addressed, risk
I've been
for
looking, I
self-injury
can't find
related
it.
to delusional thought process vague. Do you know what that references to?
I believe I recall seeing that verbiage in the records, but I wouldn't be able to supply context without reviewing those records.
Do you know if Ms. Schabusiness had problems or issues with a delusional thought process?
At that time, it was noted that that was a symptom she was displaying upon admission to the facility, yes.
Did you have occasion to, when you met with her, to observe that she had a tangential thought disorder?
During my meetings with the defendant,
Yes.
I did not note signs of a
Did he say
clinically significant
thought
thought disorder.
or
no.
something else?
How about, was that bore out with
Yeah,
Dr.
she's a
Engine or
thought.
Dr. Collins?
It's a disorder.
I would say there was, again, no indications of clinically significant impairment in maintaining linear thought during those evaluations.
In your review of the Brown County progress notes from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, did it have references to Ms. Schabusiness identifying demons in her life?
In terms of the Nicolay psychiatric records,
Yes.
I do believe there was mention of some commentary of that sort, yes.
And was there commentary that her affect appeared to be labile and inappropriate throughout group, and that she had mood changes and inappropriate facial expressions or laughing?
Yes, I did see that bore out on those records.
Did you see that when you talked with her in November of 2022 or July of this year?
I did note that there were some moments of some inappropriate grinning or perhaps very brief isolated instances of laughter. All those were short-lived and did not impair capacity for us to have a linear and meaningful discussion.
Yeah.
Hi.
In July, when you met with her, you said 90 minutes, give or take. Was it cut off for any reason? Was your interview cut off?
No, they were able to be completed on both occasions to their natural course.
In some
It's
of the
a
records,
young-
did you note that
Unless there's
it indicated
trauma,
her
right?
affect was flat
Tweety
when
and
approached?
Sage.
Yes, there were some indications of a relatively flat or diminished expression in her emotional presentation, yes.
What does that stem from, do you know?
That's again something that can have manifold causes and could simply be someone's baseline emotional presentation as well.
Could it be related to a mental health defect or disease?
It is possible, although again, it could also be due to many other factors.
Also in these progress notes, did you indicate, or did you review, excuse me, that she was feeling as though different bodies were going in and out of her person?
I do believe I read that in the Nicolay notes as well, yes.
Did she talk about having pressure in her head or having her head hurt?
Yes, that is a complaint that she has made at different occasions across time, yes.
And did she also indicate that she had problems with eye twitching and that her PTSD was triggered from loud noises?
I do believe I recall seeing those symptoms mentioned in the records as well.
Did you, at least in some of the, either the jail records or the Brown County records from Nicolay, that she talked about wanting to die and go to heaven to see her mom?
Yes, I do recall seeing such comments made.
And in reviewing these records, because there were a lot of them, did she indicate, at least in the records when she was at Brown County at Nicolay, that she was hearing voices that would get heavier at night?
I do believe, yes, there was a pattern of time of day seeming to impact symptoms at that time, yes.
And the time of day would be more at night, they'd be more pronounced at night than the daytime?
Per my recollection of the records, I do believe that was the pattern that was mentioned.
And she was encouraged to connect with a dual therapist to address mental health and her AODA issues. Is that fair?
Yeah, consistently over time, she has been referred for substance abuse treatment, yes.
And in those records from Nicolay, it also talked about that. Those records from Nicolay, it also talked about that she would have racing thoughts that would get overwhelmed and that she'd hear voices in her head.
Yes, those are symptoms I do recall seeing in the records.
And it's true, right, that there were discussions about her getting this Aristata injection every 4 weeks to help her?
Yes, that is the typical course in which that medication is administered, and per my recollection, I do believe that's what was ultimately prescribed.
Then there was some discussion about whether she would take the pill or take the injection, correct?
Yes, I do believe that the means of administration was discussed amongst her clinical team.
Even in the notes, it talked about, in the notes from Brown County, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, it talked about how Ms. Schabusiness would have agitation, anxiety, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a discussion about giving her Haldol, correct?
Yes, that would be another antipsychotic medication with pretty heavily sedative properties.
Do you know if that was ever given to her?
I would again have to refresh my recollection with the records.
And even in the Nicolay records, it talked about that it was a struggle to decipher what is a genuine psychiatric symptom and what is otherwise talked about as gaminess, correct?
Yes, I do believe that was a term that was employed in the records.
There were just a lot of records to review, and you have a good memory. But it also talked about Zoloft, correct?
Yes, that was mentioned specifically in her adolescent treatment records.
And Ms. Schabusiness was given, apparently at Nicolay, from what you reviewed in these notes, what are her coping skills and what does she want to do to make progress with mental health? Is that fair?
I don't recall that specific information.
Okay. With regards to Dr. Lighton, she says that she believes that my client, Ms. Schabusiness, qualifies for the NGI plea based on a diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. You understand that?
Yes, that's what she wrote in her report.
And she opines that her serious mental disorder affected Ms. Schabusiness's ability to know right from wrong at the time of the offense, correct?
I would say it was relatively tersely worded, although that was what was suggested, yes.
And she also said that it affected her ability to control her behaviors. Is that fair?
Yes, that was the opinion that she reached.
You have a diabolically opposed opinion compared to Dr. Litton, correct?
Again, I did not opine on the NGI issue.
Diametrically?
Thank you, nothing further.
Diabolically.
Just
Jeez.
briefly, I think you were asked a great deal again about the records from Nicolay and the specific symptoms that were manifesting at that time at Nicolay. And do you know if Nicolay actually administered a blood test to determine whether or not there were substances in her system at the time she entered Nicolay?
There was either urine or blood screening performed for toxicology purposes, yes.
And she did test positive for methamphetamine?
It was methamphetamine and I believe also amphetamines and THC as well.
And did the Nicolay records show a marked improvement in her symptoms in the 3-week stay there?
Yes, there was a relatively linear trend over time towards psychiatric stability.
And while that might potentially be attributed to taking psychiatric medications, it might also be
sobered up.
attributed to being off of the illicit substances.
I would say
She's
it's
back to being
fundamentally
Taylor.
impossible to disentangle to what extent precisely the improvement would have derived from those sources.
And you were asked questions about at points in time, did Ms. Schabusiness have potentially paranoia or hallucinations or things that could potentially be associated with psychiatric conditions or psychosis? Did anyone in any of the records that you saw make such an opinion on or around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
In
she
terms of those
looking at?
symptoms or diagnoses applying at the time of the alleged mixed conduct,
Correct.
I would say that from what I saw, Dr. Lighton was the only one that, and again, it wasn't really directly discussed, so at least seemed to imply that those symptoms were at play at the time of the incident.
Now, none of the mental health records that you saw were from February of 2022, is that correct?
I did not see any indication of her being actively involved in psychiatric treatments, so there was no reliable collateral source to corroborate those symptoms at that time.
And again, just to clarify, I think you've done a good job of this, but you were not asked to opine on the issue of whether or not an NGI offense or an NGI defense is appropriate for Ms. Schabusiness in this case.
That is correct. I was only ordered as a competency examiner.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
On those topics, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Seib.
Doctor. You can step down.
So what do y'all think about that guy?
State's next witness?
Statist.
But he was also very
Christina
concise.
Yeah, he was much more precise than the other doctor.
He made a cohesive argument.
Right.
I mean, I didn't like him personally, but he made a very cohesive argument. It's hard to go up against.
His argument is that she's not bipolar or psych or crazy. She was on meth, and that's when her bipolar symptoms show up, in his opinion.
Right.
I think the guy was just, not just, but I mean, I think that dude, what I didn't like about him is that he had that, I call it the God complex that doctors get.
He did.
Yeah.
Of course, y'all know that I'm not a big fan of doctors, so.
That's why you married one.
She won't fix my boo-boos.
She won't give you a back rub.
And then, before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand.
Thanks.
I hate it when I'm like, what I just read? I stop, I go back and read it again, and then I hear y'all laugh. I'm like, wait a second, this is, yep. I went back and saw who wrote it.
Christina Engen, CHRISTINA.
Oh, the other one.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right, Doctor, how are you employed?
As a psychologist with behavioral consultants.
And how long have you been employed with behavioral
Hey,
consultants?
Valhalla.
12 years.
And do you have any
She always
degrees?
gets you.
I do. I have a PhD in counseling psychology from UW-Madison, which I earned in 2010.
As long as she doesn't talk. she's
And
okay.
I guess what do you do
What?
as a psychologist with behavioral consulting?
It's that
I conduct
Midwestern
almost
accent.
exclusively criminal forensic evaluations.
And we've heard that
Yeah,
term.
when you
a few
think of
times.
lovely
What is,
sounding accents,
forensic,
that one's not one of them.
evaluations. What does that mean?
No, it's not.
The court principals
Y'all gonna
will
get in
approach a
trouble with the chat.
psychologist with a psychological
What else is new?
question. So a psychological question that applies to the legal situation, and our job is to help answer that.
It's just
and
a
to,
personal preference.
provide
That's all for
information
me.
To the trier of fact, the
No,
judge
no,
and
Yaya's
jury to help
back,
them
right?
answer that question.
I know.
Are some of those evaluations
Can
that
get her
you're
keys
asked?
I was waiting for her to say something.
I know.
What are you
referred to as
saying?
NGI evaluations?
Nothing.
See?
And I guess,
Nothing.
Shizzy started in that he doesn't like Midwestern
Uh,
accents. I said, y'all gonna get in
It's for
trouble.
the plea of not guilty
Oh,
by reason
no,
of mental
really?
disease or defect. It's an evaluation
Oh,
of
no.
criminal
What
responsibility.
Oh, what you know?
I can talk to
And,
him
oh,
like a
don't cheat.
Midwestern
You
here.
have,
He's lying, Yaya. He's lying.
Yes.
He made that
are
up,
you able
don't
to
you know?
approximate how many NGI evaluations you've completed in your career?
Yeah, I don't care.
Over the course
Right
of 12
now.
years, approximately 250 NGI evaluations.
And are
Bigger
those
things, right?
typically done at the request of a court?
Yes.
Have you, in your career, in those 250 evaluations, reached an opinion that somebody would be appropriate for an NGI plea?
Yes.
And
Yeah, we're still here.
contrary, have you formed the opinion that they are not, they don't fit for the NGI plea?
Yes.
All right. And Doctor, do you maintain a curriculum vitae with respect to your educational background and qualifications?
Yes.
All right. Show you the marked exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is my curriculum vitae.
And does that appear to
Because the
be
defense couldn't find any.
up to date?
They only could
Yes.
find one.
That's a
That's all
document
the
that you
defense
prepared.
had.
It is.
I'd move 12.
Did they ask for a mistrial yet? Oh, sorry.
Not yet.
Do you maintain any licensures?
Yes, I'm licensed to practice psychology in the state of Wisconsin.
And are you also board certified?
I am.
What does that mean?
I'm board certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology. Applicants can specialize in several different areas of psychology. My area of specialty is forensic psychology.
And do you maintain any professional memberships?
Yes.
And what are some of those?
With the American
bartender's
Psychological
license.
Association and the Wisconsin Psychological Association.
ABC card.
Yeah.
In addition to your employment, do you also, or have you
Cheers.
had any teaching experience in this role?
Yes.
All right, what are some of those?
I've provided guest lectures for Marquette Law School, for trainees at Mendota Mental Health Institute, once for the Department of Correction psychologists.
Hooters.
No, she not
Doctor,
even.
then I want to ask you about this case. Did you become, or asked to become involved in an NGI evaluation of Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in that?
I was court ordered to conduct an NGI evaluation.
Were you retained by the state of Wisconsin?
Appointed by the court.
By the court, but not the district attorney's office?
Correct.
And you weren't retained by the defense either?
Correct.
And is it's the case that most of the evaluations you perform are at the request of the court?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately prepare a report with respect to your findings regarding that NGI evaluation?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you.
It's a lot of work just to figure out if you're going to go to
Do you
mental
recognize that
prison
exhibit?
or
Yes.
general
And
prison.
what is that?
It's a copy of my report.
In the psychiatric office.
Does that contain your, I guess, factual findings and ultimately your opinions with respect to the NGI evaluation?
Yes.
Do you say the
I'd move
hand jive
13.
evaluation?
The objection?
Say hand sanitizer?
13 will be received.
Doing that funky hand jive?
So I guess generally, can you describe the process that you undergo to conduct an NGI evaluation?
Yes, the evaluation consists of a clinical interview, so a meeting with Ms. Schabusiness. I also conducted a full discovery review, so review of all of the police reports, videos, documents of that. And then I also, in this case, reviewed her available medical records, which included a prior competency evaluation, records generated through Brown County, and then in this case, I did administer psychological testing.
So I want to first start with the clinical interview that you mentioned conducting. What date was the date that you met with Ms. Schabusiness?
So I attempted to meet with her first on October 12, 2022. However, because of her security status in the jail, I was not able to meet with her confidentially. So I returned on October 21, 2022, and we met in a conference room. That's when I conducted the interview and the psychological testing.
And October 21st, 2022, would that have been about 8 months after the offense that she was charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned you conducted a full discovery review, and that included reviewing videos. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Was one of those interviews that you reviewed an interview of Ms. Schabusiness from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Was that a rather lengthy interview?
It was.
Did you review the entirety of it?
To the best of my recollection, I believe that I reviewed the vast majority of it. If I would say the majority of it.
All right. Were there a lot of dead parts in the middle of it?
There were, but I thought it was important to review that video footage
did not
to listen
just say
for
that, did he?
comments that Ms.
Dead parts in
Schabusiness
the
would have
middle of
made in the room by herself to observe her behaviors and the like.
So it wasn't just the comments that were made to law enforcement that you were looking for, but also her independent behaviors?
Correct.
And you also mentioned you reviewed the police reports and other various attachments that were part of the case?
Yes.
The medical records that you reviewed, you mentioned there were prior competency evaluations, but also Brown County Health Services records, is that right?
Correct.
Was that in reference to a stay at Nicolay Psychiatric?
Correct.
All right, and when was that?
That spanned March of 2021 to April 2021.
All right. And you then indicated you also conducted a, I guess, personality test, or what was the fourth
in the meal plan she was on.
collateral source you reviewed?
I can administered an objective personality test. It's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 3rd edition. The acronym is MMPI-3.
Why are they showing him?
She's frozen.
Yeah.
So I want to then go through your report, if that's okay,
Speaking
Doctor.
through her mind to me.
Camera
Beginning on
died.
page 2. So
There she is.
one of the things you start
Maybe
with
it's
is
just her.
It's called relevant history.
That is just her.
Do you see that section of the report?
Yeah, it
Yes.
was.
And I guess why is it important to review the history as part of your NGI evaluation?
When gathering history about a defendant, we are touching on topics that are potentially relevant
What's
to
up?
the issue of criminal responsibility. Things like early childhood events, history of mental health treatment, substance use, any learning difficulties, difficulty working, all of this can potentially inform the issue of criminal responsibility.
Okay. And as part of that, did you review Ms. Schabusiness's employment history?
Yes.
And I guess what did you note with respect to her employment history?
What I recall is that she has worked primarily in factory settings. Relevant to this evaluation was that she was working
You
up
don't
until
say.
about a
Factory
week
workers in
before
Wisconsin?
the underlying offenses.
Why is one's employment history relevant to an NGI
Clearly
evaluation?
not.
Glad you're here, Los Angeles.
It speaks to the prong of behavioral control. So later on, when we discuss the prongs of the NGI plea, one of them has to do with one's ability to conform their behavior with the requirements of the law. It's a capacity issue, so can a person do that under normal circumstances? And one's ability to work, maintain employment, show up, perform their job duties, that speaks to an individual's capacity to conform their behavior and meet the demands of daily living.
And you noted employment history fairly consistently up to about, I think you said a week before the offense?
Correct.
And you also reviewed Ms. Schabusiness's mental health history as well?
Yes.
As we talked about. As well, did you review her, during the course of your clinical interview with Ms. Schabusiness, her current presentation?
Yes.
And I guess what is the importance of kind of noting, as you do, the current clinical presentation of a patient?
So that's another piece of information that informs the diagnosis that is required of the evaluation.
Okay. As part of the clinical interview with Ms. Schabusiness, do you get a narrative from her about the alleged offense?
Make me thirsty.
To the extent that I was able, I did. Ms. Schabusiness recalled the time period leading up to the offenses, but then she reported that she had no memory for the offenses themselves, and she did not. She reported she did not regain memory until after her arrest.
Okay. With respect to Ms. Schabusiness recalling the time period leading up to the offense, what sort of information did she provide?
What I learned was that she had been living in Texas and returned to Wisconsin in early 2022 to tend to legal matters. She made a court appearance. I believe she was sentenced to 5 years probation. She was making arrangements to have her community supervision transferred to Texas so that she could resume caring for her newborn baby, who was in the care of her grandparents. She was working. She had started Suboxone treatment.
How is she possibly saying
maintain
so
sobriety.
much?
And I understand that she
her,
struggled during this time period, was feeling what sounded like to me some alienation in the workplace.
She just sound her mouth opens when her bottom lip falls.
Not feeling like she was connecting with her coworkers, and then began to, she reported to me she was hearing voices that were telling her to relapse on methamphetamine.
Okay. And some of those, you mentioned, employment, you mentioned some arrangements with respect to childcare. Why are some of those acts kind of relevant from an NGI evaluation standpoint?
Again, it speaks to the issue of one's capacity to conform their
Don't worry,
behavior.
Brenda, you're never
So
going
all
to
of
see
those
her.
Are very goal-directed tasks.
And those were all kind of leading up to the date of the offense.
Correct.
With respect to
Brenda, if I
February
let me have her here,
21st,
I'm gonna share her
2022
with you.
specifically, did she have a narrative about sort of the timeline of events
Sharing inmates.
leading up to the offense?
I guess
Yes,
where
on
Yamaha may have a
February
point.
21st, 2022, she recalled that she was socializing with friends. They had come to the residence she was staying, and
been mysteriously
I believe
absent
they
as of
were
late, too.
smoking marijuana.
He has been gone.
She expressed an interest in finding methamphetamine, and so
God
she
bless
said
my
that she went on
Walter
a quote meth hunt, end quote.
Did she indicate whether she had ingested methamphetamine leading up to the homicide?
Yes, she told me that she took 52 hits of methamphetamine.
What?
52.
Did she also refer to that amount as, quote, a lot?
Yes.
All right. And did she indicate at some point that night meeting up with the crime victim, Mr. Thyrion?
Yes.
And then you indicated around the time of the alleged offense, she reported having no memory of that time.
Correct.
Did she, and then you indicated she regained her memory sort of in speaking with law enforcement.
Yes.
Was that
I remember she had
professed
52
amnesia of a concern to you?
It's pretty specific.
You think after like 19,
It was
you kinda
notable.
wander off.
As I indicated in my report, I found her self-reported amnesia to be inconsistent with my review of the discovery material. So specifically, I observed her describe in great detail to the detective the details of that
exactly.
evening. So that stands in contrast to her self-reported amnesia in the present or at the time of the October interview.
How is she not dead?
You also indicated during the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, you
The devil don't
performed
want
some
her either.
psychological testing, is that right?
Yes.
What testing did you administer?
It was the MMPI-3.
What is the MMPI-3?
It's a very well-established psychological instrument dating back to the 1940s, very well researched and respected. So this test can provide indication of different types of psychopathology or different types of mental illness. It also contains a number of validity indices to help psychologists understand the response style of the test taker.
So the validity indices, I think I said that right, that you mentioned, I guess, what does that mean?
What that means is that built into the test are several items that, when they're all combined at the end, they'll indicate if a person is answering questions in a forthright manner, if they're minimizing their symptoms, or potentially if they're exaggerating their symptoms.
So is this test like a true-false questions, or how does this test administered?
Correct. It's a true-false instrument.
And I guess what were some of your findings with respect to Ms. Schabusiness's performance on the MMPI test?
Well, first, let me be clear that the test does not say anything about Ms. Schabusiness's functioning. In February of 2022, it only provides information about her function at the time of the test. So what was relevant from that was that there was indication of symptom exaggeration. She responded to items, she endorsed a number of symptoms that genuine individuals with genuine mental illness would not endorse. The frequency, number of unusual symptoms that she acknowledged was greater than those with genuine mental illness.
She's bored.
And then there was also indication of
she did the Amber Heard thing.
Credible memory impairment built into those, the results of those validity indices.
So I just want to go back a little bit.
How many ums does she need?
That was a
in
good
the
point. So
sentence?
this testing is sort of in the moment as
All
you're
of
meeting
them?
with Ms. Schabusiness, is that right?
I don't know, but if
But why
T-Bone
is it
pulls her
still
hair back
something
after
you
the
administer
break,
in the course of an NGI evaluation?
It's on.
It's on.
So getting back to that term of response style, that's very important to understand if the individual is being forthright in their account of information that they provide to me. And what I found with these elevated indices indicating the exaggerated descriptions of mental illness, unusual descriptions of mental illness, is that the information that was being reported to me needed to be interpreted with caution. Ms. Schabusiness's self-report could not be taken at face value.
And I think you state that anything that's not objectively observed should be closely scrutinized, is that right?
Correct. So then it would be important to find other sources of information that would support what she's telling me versus relying just exclusively on her self-report.
yeah, we all have a
One of
bias.
the phrases you used was endorsed symptoms. What does that mean?
For example, I'm just making this test example up, but I feel depressed. A true response would be an endorsement of that symptom.
So an endorsement is something somebody's telling you.
Yes.
All right. So based on the interview you had with Ms. Schabusiness, your review of some of those collateral sources of information, were you able to offer an opinion
Al's hitting on
with
her.
respect to whether Ms. Schabusiness was suffering from a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
And what was, I guess, that opinion?
I reached the opinion
Like
that while she did have a mental health conditions, These did not appear to qualify as mental diseases and defects.
In
So
your
might it be
report,
what
you
Sage
outlined,
said.
I guess, 3 mental health conditions. Is that right?
Correct.
What are those?
The diagnoses that I offered were methamphetamine-related use disorder, and that was applied in acknowledgement of Ms. Schabusiness's general use of methamphetamine in that time period. The diagnosis of methamphetamine intoxication was applied because she was using methamphetamine at the time of the crime. And then the final diagnosis I gave was methamphetamine-induced psychotic disorder. And I offered that one because Ms. Schabusiness was describing, and the records contained indication of paranoia. I think she made a comment about muscle rebuilding during the homicide, and this indicated to me the presence of psychotic symptoms, which I attributed to the recent methamphetamine use.
So, and that's a question I have. So, mental health
She went
conditions,
crazy, she's
in your
high.
opinion, are different from mental diseases or defect.
Correct.
And the 3 diagnoses you offered, you stated those are not mental diseases or defects.
That is my understanding.
And why is that?
Because, excuse me. So if one ingests an intoxicant voluntarily, so they took it of their own volition, and if they were not naive to its effects, that would mean it's my understanding, based on the case law, that the defendant would be subsequently responsible for all alterations of thinking, judgment, behavior related to that intoxication.
I guess, were you aware of any information in the materials you reviewed that Ms. Schabusiness's methamphetamine use was anything but voluntary?
No.
And that obviously she reported a history of using methamphetamine to you?
Yes.
So I guess, were you of the opinion that she was not naive to its effect?
Correct, yes. And I'm also aware that she had psychotic symptoms in the context of methamphetamine use the year prior. So certainly she was aware of its effects, broadly speaking, to include psychosis.
So I want to pause just here. Methamphetamine use in general, I guess, in your experience and in your education training, are you aware of some of the symptoms that may manifest as a result of that?
Yes.
And what are some of those?
Excessive energy, decreased need for sleep, and then oftentimes we see in the field of forensic psychology that it can induce psychotic symptoms. So misperceptions of reality and paranoia.
You also mentioned
how many ums was that?
A year prior, there was
all of them.
A diagnosis of
I just got the lawyer doing it
psychiatric
too.
center. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you consider, I guess, the applicability or the appropriateness of a bipolar 1 disorder?
I did.
And what was your conclusion with respect to that propriety of that diagnosis?
Let's start with an
After considering the diagnosis of bipolar 1 disorder, I did rule it out because I am aware that being intoxicated
That doesn't say too
or having a
freshly fed.
methamphetamine-induced psychosis can
Sure
look
does.
I thought it was
virtually
like,
similar
why
or
are they
indistinguishable
full?
from a manic episode with psychosis. So the two look similar.
Oh, gee.
And so what I would be looking for if I were to support a bipolar 1 disorder diagnosis is the presence of that psychosis and the mood elevation when there's no methamphetamine use
This is what the
present.
last guy said.
And are you aware of any of those symptoms absent in the context of methamphetamine use?
I am I'm not aware of a time ever that Ms. Schabusiness displayed psychotic symptoms or elevated mood outside of the methamphetamine use.
And I guess you are aware, though, that bipolar 1 diagnosis was applied to Ms. Schabusiness in April of 2021.
Yes.
Are you aware, though, that there was concerns about recent methamphetamine use around that same time?
Yes, I believe that she tested positive for several drugs, including methamphetamine at that time.
So that's why that's not a diagnosis you are willing to give to Mission Business.
Objection leading.
Just clarifying the testimony. I'm just clarifying the testimony. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. So I guess in sum then, is there any
Poor guy
mental
can't
disease or
catch a
defect
break.
that you would diagnose Mission Business with?
Yes, also offered at Nicollet, or Nicolette, I'm not sure the pronunciation. There was a diagnosis of, I believe it was polysubstance abuse or something to that effect, meaning multiple substances were being abused at that time. I believe that's an appropriate diagnosis for her. I do believe I believe firmly in the diagnoses that I offered in my report.
Okay. But those are not diagnoses that I guess are mental diseases or defect?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also then reach an opinion with respect to the, I guess, second question or the second part of the NJI evaluation, whether she was responsible for the conduct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that opinion?
I found insufficient support for the conclusion that as a result of a mental disease or defect that she either A, was unable to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law, or B, was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct.
What are some of the reasons you reached that conclusion?
Well, first, and most importantly, I was not able to find support for a diagnosis that would qualify as a mental disease or defect. So really at that point, then the analysis could end. That's a requirement of the plea. But I found, in my report, I outlined various different factors, but focusing on the two issues, one's ability to conform their behavior to the requirements of the law and one's ability to appreciate wrongfulness. First of all, I did pull from her behavior outside of the moments of her known intoxication to observe that she was able to engage in very goal-directed behavior. So I assumed that any alterations in her behavioral control were directly related to the methamphetamine use. So that was the first issue. And the second issue having to do with wrongfulness, it was my opinion that she did demonstrate appreciation of wrongfulness. There were several comments that were made to law enforcement expressing apologies to the victim's sister, indication that she was trying to conceal the body was dismembered because she wanted to conceal it.
Yes.
These all
It's like
speak
trying to
to
start a
awareness
lawnmower.
of consequences, appreciation of wrongfulness, that she grasped wrongdoing had occurred.
Yep.
And did you also consider, I guess, the validity of the professed amnesia for the time surrounding the offense?
Yes, I did not find the self-reported
What's in the
amnesia
water?
to be
What's in the
credible.
water?
First of all, there was that
What was that, a
disconnect
finger?
between what she was reporting to me in the interview as compared
Courtroom
to
water.
the recollection she had
It's not good.
during an interview with the detective immediately thereafter. And then I also found
This isn't Dasani.
indication in the results of the MMPI-3 that she was not,
Bring her own.
that she was reporting non-credible memory impairment.
That it? We done?
Hold on, boys.
She has a yoga class to get to.
She has to teach it.
She looks more like a tree climber to me. I don't know why.
Put upside down.
Okay, leave that.
Do you have just a few more questions, Doctor?
Oh.
Your report was done in November of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And subsequent to that time, Have you had the chance to review any other NGI evaluations conducted in this case?
Yes.
And who authored those reports?
Diane Litton?
Okay. And in your review of Dr. Litton's report, did any of her findings or conclusions alter
Is
your
the
opinion
defense
from
attorney
November
writing his
2022?
book right now?
No.
I guess the same opinions
Wouldn't
you're
you?
testifying here to today.
It did not alter my opinion.
Well, he's taking notes. I just get the.
And then all of the opinions that you're offering
Put my
here
name
today,
on
are
it.
they
He's
to a reasonable degree of
He's just
professional
copying
certainty?
ums down. He's counting them.
Thank you, Doctor. Nothing
It's his
further.
own thoughts.
Cross-examination, Mr.
He'll
Frillick.
put that with the court reporters.
We'll take a break right now or not? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume. All rise for the jury.
I got to come up with some BS questions for this chick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. So, what do you guys think about this one? I mean, we got excited when she sat down. And then,
You did?
Val did. Val
What,
got
what did I
excited.
say? What did I say at the beginning?
I don't remember.
Said she's pretty cute, but I just don't like her voice.
Oh yeah, the voice. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's just
Bottom
the,
line is that, you know, I think both her and the guy before her are like, look, you couldn't give her a proper mental diagnosis because she did so much meth.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. I'm still excited. She's okay.
Quit talking about me.
Sorry, Yaya, we can't help it.
Not you, yeah.
And that was not meant to be the Fed. Okay, it was being politically correct with the F word.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that was
yeah,
great.
yeah.
That was great.
I know that. My brain though, I saw it. I was like, fed, two freshly fed foxes in a forest fire. And then like I pulled it up, I read it, I was like, oh no, that's not fed.
I thought you were just trying to be correct because we were on YouTube.
She was.
Well, that
I'm
too.
the idiot.
That too. That too.
No, I meant expert when he read it. I thought he was just trying to be correct.
No, I don't know what I'm thinking.
Hottest day of the year.
Do what?
Oh, it is hot.
Hottest day of the year so far.
Is it really?
Yep.
Yep.
Or here, yeah.
It's July.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Wait
but
until
we're-
August.
We're in Wisconsin, so I got to watch how I
Remember,
pronounce my words so I don't get picked on from being from here.
It was like in the 50s on the first day of summer here. That was the low, which is very weird. So, and now I'm inside. I'm just itching to get out, man. I can't stand this.
I
But
know our
anyway.
pool's up and everything, and I've been out listening to this, not in the pool.
Miami, they've already reached a verdict. This is for the sentencing.
Well, I think she means in regards to the sanity versus insanity.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, I think it'll take less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the jurors, because, okay, they're like us, right? I mean, they're just normal people. They don't do this every day. And they're sitting there now saying, we've already come to a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we going through all this stuff? And there's somebody on there who's, smart aleck like me, that's going to say, the defense only had one witness. Or did they have two witnesses? Two witnesses.
One professional.
One.
Well, they had the dad.
Okay.
Yeah, they had
okay,
two.
two. So two.
Yeah, it's like, if they don't care more about their defense, why are we doing so much time on the prosecution? And they're just ready to go. They're just like,
The
look, I gotta get my
prosecutors have
yard.
to. The prosecutors have to. What do you call it? I can't prove their
Lay out
case that
the-
she's not.
No,
No, it's the other way around.
The other way around.
Oh.
Yeah.
Other way around.
Yeah, they
Sorry,
have to
I'm
approve-
kind of
Yeah, that's fine.
not here
No,
today.
we
Sorry.
understand.
We understand.
Burden of proof. Thank you, Eliza. That's what I was trying to say. But
Yes.
Yeah, the defense has the burden of proof in this one.
Yeah, it switches. switches on this part. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't do these things, and I don't know. I'm just sitting here. We're here for the entertainment value, right?
Yeah. And the
we all
defense.
know
Yeah.
Do what?
I was gonna say the defense. They showed us what they thought they could show us to prove their case. The dad saying that she's had issues, and then the one doctor that they could find that said that she was insane and was willing to point across the courtroom and say that's a psychopath, which I should clip. That was
Yes.
Yeah,
interesting.
really.
But now the prosecution's gonna be like, okay, we see your case and we raise you some truth. So I find it interesting. Did they indicate how many more witnesses they have?
No.
Okay.
I can't see them having any more witnesses than what they
Same.
just currently had.
Yeah.
I figured that's all they were going to call anyway, was just bringing the psychologists, therapists, whatever, and then that'd be it. Because, I mean, there's no need to call anybody else.
Yeah, I couldn't see any reason to. I'm surprised he even called in the second one, except for just as confirmation.
Not really. The first one did competency. This one did the NGI evaluation.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Ask away.
This is hard. What does it mean when the police decide to turn a case over to the prosecution?
It means that
Does that mean they have enough information to proceed forward with charges?
they've concluded their investigation and they're giving it to the state, to the prosecutor's office, and they're the ones that bring up charges.
Okay.
So now they look at the investigation and they see what they have, and they'll look at it and say, is there something that we could charge or not?
Mm-hmm.
And then they go forward.
All right. The police department is basically saying that they've done all the investigation and that they've reached a point where they need to just turn it over and see if there's anything chargeable.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
And have they ever named a suspect?
Yeah.
Oh, they have.
There's two of them in jail.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. They just don't have, they don't know where he is.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And
the wife and the husband are in jail yet, and there's two other people they were looking to talk to. I'm not sure if they're involved or not, but they were living with them at the time.
Did you say the wife and the husband?
Yeah.
Of the kid?
No.
The
people who took him.
Okay, that were at the other house. I remember. Was there another house?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, I do
Yes.
remember this. Yeah. Okay, so they've
That
been
was-
arrested. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, they
I'm
were
gonna post a
arrested
link
on
to it.
different charges. They were arrested on gun charges. Felon in the possession of gun,
Okay.
a gun or whatever, stuff like
Somebody
that.
got posted.
And they originally charged her with failure to report the death of a child. However, they took that charge away because of her Fifth Amendment, so they could use it down the road.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That sounds suspect.
They live 5 minute. Yeah, they lived 5-minute walk away from their house.
See what this one
The suspects. So it basically, the police they feel have enough evidence to move forward.
I can't get that.
Dang.
I just can't with this.
Yeah, I know. It's
That came out today.
when you told us that last night. It just it took the wind out of my sails.
Yeah.
Guys, what we're talking about is Michael Vaughn. We're moving forward in that case, and I do not think that link I put up it's going to be clickable. Unfortunately. I'm like, why is this link so long?
Oh, I saw my name in chat and I'm like, what? Or my first name. So I'm like, what?
Yeah. See you, Lost Souls. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for sending me that stuff. I haven't looked at it yet, but thank you so much. And guys, please go check out her channel, Lost Souls, True Crime, and Chat. TC and Chat. I had that link in there earlier. That one actually worked.
He's coming back.
What's coming back? The judge?
The judge.
Oh.
So what happened? Oh, I'm not going to ask you what happened while I wasn't here. So too much to answer.
Well, I'm just trying to think. You saw the... I'm trying to think, who was it? Or you saw the woman that said she was that Schabusiness was a psychopath, right?
No.
Oh, that was like Divinity said. She's gonna go clip that. You got to see. She's very animated and stuff, and she just goes, and that woman over there, she's psychotic. She goes, I'm looking at crazy or whatever, however she said.
Oh,
it.
yeah. I saw that.
Okay.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
That was not right.
Well, that's the only thing really that happened. Then the prosecutions brought on. The first guy was just like this woman, very straight laced, and I don't know.
I
He
need later to
refuted
tell
what
you
she
about
said.
my time working in a psychiatric office.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Before we bring the jury out,
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk. That'd be a fun one.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Distributed to you a set of instructions, proposed instructions, and a proposed
Yeah, I
set
saw
of,
her dad. That's why I hovered in the corner.
outline as to how they should be given. There's certainly other instructions that could be given, that were given to the jury the first time, regarding objections of counsel, improper questions, things of that nature. Although they've gotten all those instructions already, I'm not sure the need to do that. But I'm going to start with the state. Mr. Saunders, do you have any feedback regarding the proposed instructions I laid out, alternative suggestions?
No, and I have no additions. I'm fine with the ones the court selected. I guess our one quibble, our preference would be to do the instructions then closing, but that's the only change the state would have.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I agree with that. I'd ask that the court give the jury the instructions and then we can do the closings. When I look at 605B on question 1, it talks about at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? But then in question 2, it says, it uses the word mental disease or defect as well. I'm wondering if the court would consider mental disease or mental defect. Because it's either a mental disease or a mental defect.
Sure. I'd certainly consider that. The other thing is, you'll note, and I'll consider the issue that you've mentioned regarding when I give the instructions, and I want just a brief conversation about that, but we can take that up when evidence is concluded.
The law's written to say both.
I gave you 605B. It was actually
What do you
605B,
mean you
the
see
version
me?
with the comments, because of the paragraph
Oh, this
on
how
the
you
second
said-
page of 605B, the comment
Oh, yeah.
about
That's me.
possibility of using the phrasing
Oh,
mental
sorry.
disease and defect, and then it's cited the case. I don't think that's appropriate to use "and" in this case, given how the evidence comes in. That case that cites phrasing it mental disease and defect apparently was in a situation wherein the assertion was that there was a combination that went into the events. A mental disease and defect were co-occurring, and so counsel asked that the word be changed. I don't think that's what's going on in this case. The evidence seems to come in this case that either there is a mental disease or a mental defect, and there's one or the other, and the jury can look at it and decide. They can choose either one, but it's not a case where we're driving at a specific argument that there's a combination of the two and therefore changing the word to "and." Nonetheless, I wanted to call it to your attention. I don't have any problem with your request, Mr. Freilich, to change that question 2 to as a result of the mental disease or mental defect. Any problem with that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
That
Any
brings a
concern
question
with
to
leaving
me.
it as an or, Mr. Freilich, versus an and?
I've always thought that it was an or, Your Honor.
It is or.
And that's
Should
the
be
that's
or.
the pattern instruction. I only provided that one case note to indicate that there is a situation in which it was changed.
So does
to
that
and,
muddy
and
the
that's
waters?
permissible. I don't think it's
Kinda.
It's appropriate
Because the
for
one
the
says
evidence
she
to
had
be
a
in this
mental
case,
problem,
I'm
but
gonna
not a
leave it as
mental
or.
thing.
You're
Like
not
she
asking
has
for
a mental
anything
issue.
else.
Right.
But was
You
it,
don't have any
so if
objection
it
to or,
is
do you, Mr.
and, then
Saunders?
she has she'll need both. If it's or, she'll
Very
only need
good. I'll
one.
add that.
Right.
I'll add that one word in, and then we'll discuss the order of the instructions versus your closings at the conclusion of the evidence, and we'll actually have an official instruction conference at that time.
All right, just put into the
anything else
chat
before the jury comes in,
Wisconsin
Mr. Saunders?
rule,
No.
the,
Mr.
jury
Freilich?
rule that
No,
we're
Your
talking about?
All right.
All right, I have a question, expert. So, what
Yeah.
if she's found that she has some sort of mental defect? Does that mean that her not taking the witness stand means that she wasn't mentally competent to take the witness stand,
Well, no, that's her right, always.
even if she's
So-
mentally incompetent to understand her right?
Well, they already determined that, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, you still have.
Her
what
competency
you're
is only at the time of the crime, though. We don't know what it is today.
No, he's asking like taking the stand. If you were mentally incompetent, like say like you can't be held accountable for this crime, are you still capable of being able to take the stand? And I think I would lean to saying yes, because rights are foundational rights are that they were given to us by our Creator.
Then
Yeah,
we're
that's
back on the
the,
record, and we're up
Declaration
for
of
cross-examination.
Independence,
Mr. Freilich, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Dr. Engine, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi. So you work for behavioral consultants, is that correct?
Yes.
That's in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Is that part of the
This is what's
Wisconsin
important.
Forensic Unit?
Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division of behavioral consultants.
And with regards to this case, you did not do a competency evaluation, you did an NGI evaluation?
Correct.
You met with Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
Yes,
You recognize her here?
I do.
And ma'am, you met with her at the Brown County Jail on October 12th and October 21st of 2022?
Yes.
Have you met with her since?
No.
So it's been, is it fair to say that it's been about 9 months since you've seen her, correct?
Yes.
The first time that you tried to see her, there was some sort of a security issue going on and you were not allowed to see her, is that correct?
I was allowed to see her, but only cell side, and I thought that would be inappropriate to conduct an interview cell side.
As far as the things that you did to, put your report together, you relied on the 2 clinical contacts on October 12th and October 21st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You administered the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 3, correct?
Yes.
I see that number changes oftentimes. Has it changed?
It actually, I can't recall how long it was the MMPI-2, but it was that edition for several decades. And the MMPI-3 was based on 2017 population estimate. So it's a relatively recent addition.
And it gets updated and upgraded every few years, is that fair?
No, it was many decades before it was updated.
Okay. And it's essentially a true-false test?
That's the response format. It's more complicated than that.
Okay. What kind of questions are on this MMPI?
So I provided, an example that I made up, but there's various statements, and the respondent is asked to respond true or false if they agree or mostly agree with the statement, or disagree or mostly disagree with the statement.
Strongly disagree?
I can't recall the test instructions, but something to that effect.
Do people that have, education issues or lack of education, do they struggle with the MMPI?
There is a reading level that's required to administer the MMPI. I don't recall it off the top of my head.
How many questions are on the MMPI?
About 335.
Okay. How long does it take to get through the test?
Lord.
In the case of Ms. Schabusiness, I believe it was completed within about 90 minutes, maybe an hour and 45 minutes.
What?
Sometimes longer if you have difficulty reading.
Could be.
So that was done. You reviewed some police reports in this case?
Yes.
A criminal complaint and some video footage, is that fair?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
How did you get that information?
It was provided as part of the entire file. That's standard. It comes along when we receive a referral for an NGI evaluation.
Was it sent to you by the district attorney's office?
My office would have taken care of that. I received it from my office.
Okay. And then you looked up some information on CCAP, the Circuit Court Access Program?
Yes.
Basically a search on the internet of her background?
Correct.
Specifically her prior record?
Yes.
And then you looked at some Brown County Human Services records?
Yes.
Would that be the Nicolay Psychiatric Center records?
Yes.
Okay. So you looked at those?
Yes.
And then you looked at some jail records?
I did not. I requested the jail records, but they had not been received.
And was there a request to see some Purveya health records?
Yes.
Did you get to see those?
No.
Okay. Did you review any Bellin health records?
No.
Was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness had some treatment stays at Bellin Health in the past?
Yes, I understood that she attempted suicide at age 14, resulting in the admission to Bellin.
And what about at Purveya? Was it your understanding that she had gone there for some mental health treatment as well?
Yes, outpatient treatment.
Okay. So you were missing the Bellin records and the Purveya records, correct?
Correct.
Now, you got some relevant history, some background information about my client, correct?
Yes.
You found out that she was born in Chicago, correct?
Yes.
She was raised in Lindenhurst, Illinois, is that fair?
Yes.
And then she moved to Green Bay in 2009 at maybe age 11?
Yes.
And that same year her mother passed away?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that her mother died in the house when she was there?
I don't know those details.
Was it your understanding then that she was raised by her father, Arturo Coronado?
Yes.
Arturo!
And then did she also relate to you that she moved to Cotulla, Texas when she was 16 to live with her grandparents?
That's
Yes.
a cool word, Cotulla.
And that she had a series of moves. She lived in Cotulla and Alice, Texas, and Jackson, Mississippi,
Yes.
and then came back to Green Bay?
Yes.
That's kind of the progression, is that fair?
Correct.
You found out that she was also married in February of 2020?
Yes.
And when you were involved, had she given birth to her child?
Yes, that was October 2021.
Ultimately, the child went to live with the grandparents, correct?
Yes.
In Texas?
Yes.
Did you garner information that she was in an abusive marriage with her husband?
What I gathered was that she was married. There was discord within the marital relationship, which led Ms. Schabusiness to rekindle her friendship and romance with the victim in this case, and that would have been in 2020. I can't speculate beyond that, the nature of the relationship.
Did you get any information that her husband was hitting her in the head?
Objection
No.
asked and answered. She doesn't know.
No, that's a different question.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Discord ruins everything,
No.
Tweety.
Okay. So you got some background regarding her life, correct?
Yes.
Did you find out that she went to middle school in Green Bay and went to Bayport High School as well?
I don't recall that specific detail. I know that she graduated high school in Texas.
As part of the educational, assessment, as part of your report, did she report a history of some learning disabilities or difficulties?
She did. She attributed them to a diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
And was it such that she had some issues with school, suspensions, ultimate expulsion?
Yes, she was expelled, the result of fighting.
Wait, her kid was only 4 or 5 months old when she did this. Is she evaluated for postpartum, or has that not been brought up?
They haven't brought it up.
And brought it up at all.
The information that you have, as far as your November 14th, 2022 report, it's somewhat stale. Is that fair?
I would disagree with that.
It is from last year, though, correct?
Correct.
Nobody gave you any reports from Bellin Health to review, correct?
Correct.
You could have, Doctor, upgraded your report by looking at additional records, Bellin Health, and the Purveyor records. Is that fair?
Where I left my report, as indicated on the last page, is that I would be happy to receive any additional records that I was unable to obtain, and I would update my report once received if it changed my opinion. I received no additional records after submission of this report.
Your colleague in the field is Dr. Matthew Seipel, correct?
Yes.
And did you confer with him with regards to, your opinions, your assessment, your evaluation?
No.
Did you share any information with him?
I did provide him a copy of my records that I obtained from Brown County at his request, and that's a common practice among evaluators.
Sure. But fair to say that he did not he didn't reciprocate by sending you the Bellin Health records that he had?
No, he did not.
Okay. That is something that could have been done, correct?
If I was not alerted that those were part of our practice, I wouldn't have known to request those. And it's not clear to me that Dr. Seipel would know that I was looking for those. Typically, what will happen is that I will receive additional records from one of the court principals with an indication that they would like a second review of the issue.
Does it surprise you that, as far as Dr. Seipel is concerned, I provided the Bellin Health records to him for his evaluation and that he didn't send them to you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Does it surprise you that, I sent the Bellin Health records to Dr. Seipel and he didn't send them to you?
That would not surprise me because unless he had instruction to provide them to me, that would not be common practice.
You don't share information then, correct?
Only upon request, if it's appropriate, if it would be appropriate and permissible and specifically requested, but we don't, as a general practice, pass records between doctors.
If you had received these records, you could have done a supplemental report. Is that fair?
If it changed my opinion, if I felt that it was relevant and added meaningfully to this evaluation, I would have, yes.
Now, as it relates to the Nicolay Psychiatric Center, you had a chance to look at all those records, correct?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness was committed and she was sent to that facility for, mental health treatment, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware, tell me if you were you aware of an order for civil commitment for her?
I was not.
Had you ever been made aware that she was under an order to take psychotropic medications?
No.
If I told you that she was civilly committed in April of 2021, where a court of law, determined that she was mentally ill, would that cause you to have any concerns?
It would certainly be relevant, but it does fit with the information I already had, that Ms. Schabusiness was discharged from that facility to outpatient treatment with the goal of receiving substance use treatment.
And did you know when she was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center that she was under an order to take medication?
No.
Did you know that she was required to take antipsychotic medication?
Yes, I was aware that she was prescribed Abilify, an antipsychotic.
Injectable antipsychotic?
Initially oral, later injectable.
Now, during your 2 contacts with her in October of 2022, did you get a sense that she was suffering from any kind of auditory or other hallucinations?
She reported that to me, but her behavioral presentation to me was inconsistent with her self-report. And the quality of her self-report was not consistent with genuine psychosis.
Did you gain any information that she was suffering from a mood disorder when you met with her?
Her emotional expression was odd when I met with her, but I would, she did not present as acutely depressed or hypomanic, let alone manic. So I wasn't seeing significant indication of a major mood disorder.
You did see in the Nicolay records that there was a diagnosis for her of bipolar 1, correct?
Yes.
With psychotic features, is that correct?
I don't recall that qualifier, but certainly the record does indicate that she was experiencing psychotic symptoms at that time.
And that is a qualifiable mental disease or mental defect, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that if someone has an underlying mental health disorder, that using or abusing drugs can exacerbate that mental health disease or defect or condition?
I would agree with that statement.
Did you notice that Ms. Schabusiness was a poor historian when you asked her questions and asked her to expound on whatever topics of discussion?
Where I found that she provided a sufficiently detailed history. Where she was lacking was when I asked her to describe her recollection of the underlying offenses.
Did you note her to have memory loss or memory impairment?
I did not, aside from that self-reported amnesia, I did not detect memory loss.
How much time did you spend with her on October 12th of 2022? Do you know?
I would estimate about 15 minutes.
15?
Yes.
Okay. And then, doctor, on October 21st, 2022, how much time did you spend with her then?
I can't recall. My best estimate would be about 3 hours, but again, that's 9 months old.
Long time ago, right?
9 months, yes.
Do you agree that methamphetamine use does cause brain damage?
It does have that potential.
And how about adolescent, long-term
experience
marijuana use? Same thing?
I'm less certain about that.
Yeah, lay off the MJ.
Certainly, if you're using heroin or cocaine or drugs like that, that can cause brain damage as well.
Yes.
When you met with her, you did find that she exhibited some psychotic symptoms. Is that fair?
No.
In some of the records that you reviewed through Nicolay, did you recall reading anything about a recommendation for her to be on Haldol?
No. And then to be clear with your last question, I did not personally observe psychotic symptoms during the moments of my evaluation of Ms. Schabusiness, but I did see in the record indication of past psychotic symptoms, to be clear.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Did you see in the records there was a recommendation for her to be on Haldol?
No, I don't recall that.
You were asked to opine on the NGI issue, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Seipel was asked to opine on the competency issue, correct?
That is correct.
We're not talking about competency, we're talking about NGI. Is that fair?
Yes.
You had a chance to review Dr. Layton's report, is that fair?
Yes.
You read through the entire report and you're familiar with Dr. Layton's opinions, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree with her findings?
No.
You would agree that Dr. Layton's report is more current than yours, is that fair?
Well, it was authored more recently, but the authoring of the report has little to do with its relevancy because we were both doing an evaluation that was retrospective. So if you're looking at it, my evaluation would be more current than Dr. Layton's because mine was in closer proximity to the alleged offenses. So that's another way to look at it.
But another way to look at it is your, with due respect, your report is lacking because you don't have you haven't reviewed the Bell and Health records, correct?
It is missing that piece of information, but I would like to point out that it's not common for me as an evaluator when I'm looking at an offense that occurred in 2022 to be requesting records from when one was a teenager. Those would not be, they're certainly generally relevant, but they say little about what was going on in 2022.
Did Taylor Schabusiness tell you that she had no memory of the alleged offense?
She
tell
did.
you? When did she tell you that on both dates? October 12th and October 21st?
I did not ask her about the offenses on the first date. I only asked her on the second date, which is when she reported the amnesia.
That was on October 21st of 2022.
Yes.
And in reviewing those Nicolay records, it's true that she was hospitalized, correct?
Yes.
For about a month, right?
A
A couple weeks.
Somewhere between a couple of weeks and a month.
Okay. And that she was prescribed some medication for nightmares?
I believe that she was prescribed Abilify.
And
I can
go ahead.
refresh my recollection.
For a second, he'd ask
Page
those
3.
deep
Thank you.
questions like, how many heads have you chopped off?
Okay, sure. She did say Prazosin for nightmares.
I imagine I'd
And
have
it was
nightmares too.
such that when you talked with Taylor Schabusiness, that she was actively hearing voices, those were the comments that she made to you?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she was hearing voices, in her cell?
Yes.
Who were they of?
I think she was less clear. They were very vague. She may have suggested that she was hearing voices of her coworkers, pejorative in nature. She also said that she was hearing a voice saying, "I love you." I don't know who she said was saying, "I love you."
Can you help me with this? What is a manic symptom?
That would be extreme mood elevation, increased goal-directed activity, decreased need for sleep, decreased risk appraisal. Those are some primary characteristics.
Extreme mood, like throwing a chair at a doctor?
What I gather that you're referring to is the evaluation of Dr. Lighton of
Yes.
Ms. Schabusiness. I'm hesitant to characterize that as a product of a manic episode.
As far as you understand, it happened out of the blue, correct?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to review the report from Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
No.
This is a yes or no. You could have gone back to see Ms. Schabusiness after October 21st of 2022. Is that correct?
If you're looking for a yes or no answer, I'm not able to answer that in a yes or no fashion.
Oh, really? We didn't have a third date. There you go.
The fact is you didn't, correct?
That is correct.
Did you see, when you met with her in October, did you see her use odd or unusual facial expressions?
Yes, I
And she
believe
is
there were
now?
instances of her smiling inappropriately.
That it didn't track or it didn't follow, correct? It was out of context, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Saunders.
Doctor, I want to
that's
pick
what
up
they're trying
on questions towards the end there.
Boom, boom.
You were asked to describe what a manic episode or manic symptoms are. Is that right?
Yes.
With respect to a bipolar 1 diagnosis, one of the requirements is a manic episode, right?
Yes.
And how long do those typically last?
They can last for quite a long time. And then that would be, based on my experience, that they can last as long as months, oftentimes until treatment is administered.
The diagnostic criteria sort of requires there to be a week of manic episode. Is that fair?
I would need to look at the DSM, but that would make sense.
All right. So you said that you were hesitant to say the instance of chair throwing was a manic episode. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And can you explain why?
There are many reasons for a person to throw a chair. One of them could be due to a manic episode. But before I would make that conclusion, I would want to have compelling evidence that such a diagnosis is appropriate. And that would need to include objective evidence, meaning observation over time when a person is not being, thinking that they're being viewed, things of that nature.
So I guess then would some
People
of that
don't think
objective
they're being
evidence be
viewed.
to consider
So maybe she thinks that
time
she was
periods
faking too.
both before and subsequent to the manic episode that you're observing?
Yes.
Why would that be helpful to know?
It would speak to consistency of behavior. There's a lot of information that it can be gathered by looking at behavior over time. When is the onset? Does it happen? I mentioned this earlier. Does it happen when people are not being, when they do not know that they're being observed, things like that. And then there's more, the more objective evidence there is, the more credible that diagnosis can be.
So I guess in general, if you're attempting to determine whether somebody is actively having a legitimate manic episode, you sort of look at the time frame both before and after.
Yes.
You were asked some questions about your interactions with Ms. Schabusiness, about her reporting or endorsing that she was hearing voices. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And you indicated sort of her response to those were sort of vague in terms of what she was experiencing.
Correct.
In your opinion, did that appear to be consistent with genuine psychosis?
No.
Why is that?
To me, my take on them was that they were represented some social anxiety, some rumination, her thinking about her circumstances. They seemed like more of an internal dialogue versus an actual auditory hallucination, which can tend to be more bizarre. You also will see behavioral indication that a person is responding to internal stimuli or the auditory hallucination. So you'll see indication, maybe the person won't even say that they are experiencing these voices, but they'll be distracted, have a difficult time completing their thoughts. It's a lot more subtle of an expression than simply saying, I'm hearing voices.
And none of the sort of other things you are trained to look for, you observe business?
Correct.
In addition, you've already testified to concerns about exaggerating of symptoms. You were asked questions about review of certain records, particularly the Bell and Health records. You were aware that there was a prior attempt of self-harm previous in Ms. Schabusiness's history?
Yes, at age 14.
Okay. And records from that age, 10 years or so from prior to the date of the events that you're attempting to determine here, do you believe anything in those records would substantially change the opinions you're testifying here to today?
As I know it, there's not anything that would speak specifically to the issue of the NGI plea. But as I indicated, I would have been happy to receive those records if they had been made available to me. I felt, though, that for me, one of the main issues was Ms. Schabusiness's use of methamphetamine at the time of these offenses, and I don't think that information generated 10 years prior would change that. So in sum, no, I do not believe those records would change my opinion.
Okay. And then I'll sort of pick up on the methamphetamine you brought up, because you were asked some questions about that, about psychotic symptoms that you had observed in Ms. Schabusiness's records in the past. Is that fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any of those symptoms that were reported absent the context of methamphetamine use?
No, I am not.
And so like concepts like, psychosis or meth-induced psychosis, I think you mentioned, those are as a result of methamphetamine use.
Yes, my review of the record indicates that all of the psychosis observed objectively occurred in the context of methamphetamine use.
And then finally, you were asked some questions about the MMPI. I think there was a question about like lack of education and if that can impact that. Is that, you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Is there any information you're aware of any cognitive deficit for the defendant?
No, my understanding was that she attributed her learning difficulties to ADHD. She did not have an individual education program or IEP that would signify learning deficits, and she has a high school diploma, which indicates she had sufficient reading level to take the MMPI 3.
Thank you, Doctor. Nothing further.
Anything on those topics, Mr. Fraley?
Did she say that she had concentration issues?
I don't recall that.
When you talked to her, she was very quiet, correct?
She was soft-spoken.
Didn't give a lot of information, correct?
I disagree with that. I obtained a reasonable history from her.
It wasn't like she gave one-word answers,
No,
but the responses were short. Is that fair?
no.
Nothing further.
Anything on that?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Eustis.
I still think the defense found a lot of holes.
Bonus holes?
Yes, bonus holes.
I still don't
Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
Any rebuttal testimony, Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidentiary portion of this case is now closed. So to give you a sense of what's next, it's similar to the process that you've already experienced, and that is I'm going to instruct you as to the rules of the law that you need to apply. The attorneys will make their closing arguments, and then you'll deliberate. I need a few minutes to work with the attorneys. The instructions are much shorter this time, so I won't need as much time to work with them on it. But I do need a few minutes to finish those up, so I'm going to excuse you at this time. All rise for the jury.
There you go.
So what you're saying is this part is done now too?
Yep.
Yep. I'm actually setting up right now for
Verdict.
watch stream. Yeah.
Be seated. So, counsel, I want to address some of the issues that you raised before when we were talking about the instruction. I don't have a problem delivering the instructions before you do closing arguments, and so I would probably take 160 and move it. And I want to just indicate the reason that I had proposed that is for this reason. When I look at 605, the last two paragraphs in 605 seem very similar to 515, which is read after the closing arguments before the jury goes out. And so I was looking for something as a way to kind of conclude the matter as opposed to the last argument is made and I just say, go. So my suggestion is if I read the instructions in the order that you've proposed, other than moving 160 to after 605, other than that, I'm proposing that I give a modified 460 just before the jurors leave. So after closings, I give a modified 460. 460 is the instruction, and I'm having my judicial assistant draft that up. That's the one that says something as follows, and I know you gentlemen have heard it before. Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. It's that instruction. And the only thing I would eliminate is the second paragraph of that instruction, which says You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations.
605.
I delete that paragraph because, first of all, this isn't a question of guilt or innocence at this phase, and secondly, because they're actually informed about the consequences of their action when I read 605. So I think that paragraph should come out, but in exchange for giving the instructions before you close, my suggestion is give that modified 460 after your closings. I'd then swear the bailiffs and send the jury out. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I gave you the proposed verdict forms, and what I noticed as I was looking at them, there's spots for the dissenting jurors to sign, but there was no spot for the foreperson. My judicial assistant is making that change. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go make these revisions and then bring them back to you. But there are a couple of other things I need to call to your attention. First of all, a change that I made in 100, the opening instruction, is in the third paragraph. You should have that. I put it in bold. That if any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to the issues in this phase, disregard that impression. That would take the place of the language that's given in the first phase, which is, if any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. So I switched that. Any objection, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Okay.
How long do you think this is going to happen?
The majority said an hour.
Are they going to have
I
closing
did that
remarks?
poll
Mr.
earlier.
Freilich, I need to
And,
speak with
everybody still
you,
thinks
and
it's gonna be an
perhaps you need
hour.
to speak with your client about whether you want me to give 3:15. That's the instruction that your client, during the first phase, elected that I give. That's the instruction that says a defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. And that's really, she has an option to have me give that or not give it.
Talk to my client. We both agree that you could read 315.
You're asking that I give that?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Business, you've had an opportunity to speak with your attorney about that decision?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you spoke with him about it at the beginning of the first phase. You'd like me to give that instruction in this phase?
Yes.
All right. I'll give 315. 640, mental disease or defect expert opinion testimony. The interesting piece there is that the last paragraph, the court
gave
has
your
appointed,
opinion?
and then it says to fill in the name. Two of the people that were appointed by this court testified. Only one on the NGI piece, but two of them testified, and they both testified they were court appointed. And it indicates that you shouldn't give the weight, give their testimony any greater weight. I think probably both of their names should be in there, but I could
All right,
see
I'll
an
be back
argument
and we'll
that
switch
only,
devices.
Dr. Engen's name should be on there because she was appointed on the NGI. On the other hand, they were both appointed by the court, and the notion that they shouldn't be given any greater weight than anybody else seems to apply to both of them. Mr. Saunders, any opinion on that?
Not really. I guess the preference would be to include both.
Mr. Freilich?
It would be my position that we would only use Dr. Christina Engen because she's the one that did the NGI evaluation.
No.
Okay. I'll just give Dr. Engen's, keep pronouncing her name differently. I've heard it pronounced both ways. Is it Engen?
Is that another
like
gang sign?
An engine, or is it Engen?
Oh, I
thought
keep
heard her
missing
say
it.
Engen.
Hang 10.
Engen, I think.
That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Moving on then to 605, there
Was
are
it
some
the-
options
was
that
it
we
the
need to
three?
address.
It was just the thumb and the
that is
pinky. It was
under
like the hang 10.
Subheading meaning
Yeah.
of mental disease or defect. I have some thoughts about which ones seem appropriate given the evidence, but let's just run through them. The first option is, because it indicates that in that particular portion, add the following if supported by the evidence. First, Temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, that just doesn't seem to apply. I don't think it should be inserted. Agree with that, Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I do.
That'll be out. The next one, an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct does not constitute a mental disease or defect. Mr. Saunders?
I think that should be included.
Of course you do.
Particularly well, there was testimony about the criminal conduct, but antisocial, I think that kind of fits into a lot of the jail conduct reports, other behavioral things that the defense has raised.
Mr. Freilich?
I disagree. I didn't hear anybody, any doctor or professional say anything about antisocial conduct. So I would object to that.
I'm going to give that instruction for this reason. There was a lot of testimony about conduct that the average person could characterize as antisocial. And I think that's an important piece of information for them to have. So I'm going to keep that in. I note Mr. Freilich's objection, but that's going to be the order of the court. The next one, voluntarily induced state of intoxication by drugs or alcohol or both does not constitute a mental disease or defect. I note that the parties stipulated at the last phase that that should come in. I'm assuming that's where we're at now, but Mr. Saunders, you're asking for that?
Yes.
Mr. Freilich?
I'll agree.
Okay. The next one is a temporary mental state which is brought into existence by the voluntary taking of drugs or alcohol does not constitute a mental disease or defect. Mr. Saunders, you're asking for that?
Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I would argue that it's duplicitous. It's doubling up. The paragraph before is, I think, says enough. It's mentioning it twice, basically.
I see why they ask so many questions now.
I think the difference is voluntarily induced state of intoxication by drugs or alcohol or both does not constitute a mental disease or defect. The other one is a temporary mental state. The other one referenced temporary mental state versus voluntary intoxication. Temporary mental state, which is brought into existence by the voluntary taking. And I think that's consistent with some of the testimony that has been offered here. So I understand the argument, Mr. Freilich. I'm going to include that option. I think it's appropriate in light of the evidence that's come into this case.
Your Honor?
Yes.
One more argument, and I respect the court's ruling, but just to make sure I'm doing my part, is that just saying it a different way? I would make that argument too.
No.
Well, voluntarily induced state of intoxication by drugs or alcohol
The other one is
does not
drugs and
constitute
alcohol,
a mental
mental
disease
condition.
or defect.
I was just saying it a different way, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
If he gets it thrown out, it could be a different. It's a different meaning. I wish I could do another.
Any response to that?
Yes, I think they're pretty clearly different. A voluntary induced state of intoxication refers to using methamphetamine, using alcohol, using some other illicit substance. A temporary mental state brought into existence, I think, refers to the circumstances that Dr. Engen testified to about meth-induced psychosis or symptoms that are brought about by use of substances, because that speaks to the mental state. Induced is basically the same thing as which is brought into existence. So I think they're different.
Okay, I think the difference, Mr. Freilich, in response to your objection, is for someone to be in a voluntary induced state of intoxication, the jury couldn't find that that's a mental disease or defect. The next option is if a mental state exists, if there's potentially a diagnosable mental state that exists on a temporary basis, so not just the intoxication, the mental state, which was brought into existence by the use of drugs, that does not constitute a mental disease or defect. I think they're different.
That's
So
why
I
you want
know
that
your
second one
objections
thrown
and
out,
your
that same
amendment to your
question.
objections, but I'm going to give both of those because I think they're different.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next then is chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. Mr. Saunders?
I don't think this one should be given. We
Of
didn't
course
hear
he doesn't.
testimony about the latter part of that there is some permanent, and we talked about this with Dr. O'Donnell, that there is some permanent condition that the defendant has. So I don't think it's an appropriate instruction to include.
Mr. Freilich?
I strongly disagree with the state on this.
That's one of the things
I
they should
think
have
this,
focused on.
Language
Yeah.
should come in, the court should consider
They
it.
didn't focus
I
on it. I
asked,
mean,
I believe
defense
Dr. Engine and Dr. Seipel, and I believe Dr. Lighton, that, using drugs over time can cause brain damage. And so
That's
I
not what
asked
they
that you
said.
allow
Said
that
it could.
as part of the jury instruction, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Well, yes, it can, but there's been no evidence that if the condition has
Saying
become
yes, it
permanent,
can. You were going to
that is something the defendant's afflicted by. So I don't think it's proper to instruct the jury on something that can
This
be
gets thrown out, then
there. If
It's
there's
like
no
the difference
evidence that
between
it
may
actually is in
and shall.
existence. I think it invites speculation. I think it kind of is confusing to some extent as well. If counsel wanted to have an expert to testify about a permanent condition the defendant has, they could have done that.
Your Honor?
Yes.
It's crystal clear to me that this should absolutely come in.
Yeah.
This young lady, Taylor Schabusiness,
Their whole
was
case.
under a court order for
Then you should have
involuntary
argued
medication and an order for
Exactly.
civil commitment, which
Never
it doesn't
did.
happen very often. She was found by a court of law, by Judge Lee Joyce, to be mentally ill. And she was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center for approximately a few weeks, where she was receiving injectable Abilify antipsychotic. She was getting treatment, and it was clear, the records replete with the fact that she had a chronic problem with methamphetamine, marijuana. So I think it's totally on point, and that should be something that the court should consider. The operative word, in my humble opinion, is can. That word can. I think that makes it
Difference
such
between
that
can
it
and
would be
is.
applicable in this particular
Jury
case.
decision.
I think the focus is if the condition has become permanent and whether that's supported by the evidence. There's
Which you
no
can do
doubt that chronic use of drugs or alcohol has come into this case. Satisfied in light of the state of the record that it ultimately comes down to what the jurors heard.
Yeah.
There has been a great deal of testimony regarding the use of drugs or alcohol. There were some questions placed to the defense expert about impacts on a person long-term using various drugs. Satisfied the jury can assess that. I'm going to give that instruction. Certainly the parties can argue that they don't believe the evidence supports that particular aspect, but I'm going to.
That's going to change it.
So I'm going to include
No, that's
that.
the whole point. The defense. And that's the Schabusiness's only argument from the beginning.
Right.
But
I'm going to make these revisions then.
No, and I
That
agree
would
with that,
take
but
it
I
out.
I don't think the defense argued that.
Then we will move.
defense
we'll bring
never
the jury
argued
back in
that.
and we'll move
I
to
think it
You
has
tried
the whole
to.
time. It's a jury decision.
Right, we are in recess.
Thank you.
Because both sides are going to argue opposite ends of it. It's up to the jury to decide.
Yeah.
So, all right, there we go.
Are there going to be any closing arguments?
Mm-hmm.
Or is,
Yeah,
or is
they got to
that
get
it?
those
Yeah, they will be.
Yeah.
instructions.
I'm going to miss those.
printed out.
I have to head out. I have a meeting on it.
Shizzy, thank you for being here, man. And I will send you a link in case you can come back for the next one.
Sounds great. Sounds great. I mean, it might be over before my meeting is over.
It
so
might be.
yes,
She better not have any Cheetos in that cup.
Tito.
she's
Cheetos.
eating glitters. She's eating glitter.
Tito's vodka.
Tito's vodka.
Oh, okay, Tito.
Oh, Cheetos.
But
Tito's
she
got
did
it.
give it a weird look. I'd take a big old gulp.
I thought you were saying Cheetos, like, you know.
I did too.
Like, you know, those little corn puff
that's 'cause
things.
It's kind of because I was sitting, away from a computer.
Oh no, that's yeah.
I don't know.
I
I'd
think
want
we
some
just that
Cheetos
time
in
we all
mine.
want Cheetos. Oh my
Have a good
gosh.
night, Shizzy. Hopefully we see you soon.
Yeah, Shizzy, be safe, man.
Well,
Thanks,
send
Shizzy.
me out a link after they do whenever the jury goes back to deliberate, and hopefully, you know, I'll you know, they don't come back too soon. Well, I hope they come back really soon, but hopefully I can make it back in time. But anyhow,
Yeah, all right. So I
I'll
got verdict
see you
watch
guys
that's going to be
shortly.
coming on next. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that.
Well, I think they've got some more jury instructions, don't they? Like there's another hour to go for jury instructions.
I don't know if there's another.
They didn't give the what do you call it? The closing arguments, did they?
No, they haven't.
Right.
Oh, geez, yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna. I was gonna just send out the links for. Go ahead and post it. Yeah, I better not.
You can still send out the links. You can still create the links. Well, it might take up too much bandwidth, but you can always send out links and just create a new one for the trial watch, for the verdict watch. We'll be here around.
That's what I have right now is the verdict watch. I don't want to send it out and notifications go out yet.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? The YouTube notifications? I don't guess it matters. I'll do something. You'll get the links.
We'll see you hopefully shortly.
Yeah. See you, bud.
All right, bye.
Oh my
Hi,
god.
Chad. Chat is
That's
awesome.
famous. I have to go frame that.
The best
how
chat.
I-
Best chat right there.
Yeah, this is a great chat. This is a great chat. Had some. Oh man, big day. Wait, hold on. What's he saying? I won't. Oh, you won't miss him. Anyway, guys, what do you think now? I've got the. Hang on, I'm gonna put it in the chat again. This is the jury instructions on the criminal. Let's see here. It's the issue of the defendant's criminal responsibility, mental disease, or defect. And this is what they're arguing over. They're talking about that last, it's 5 pages total. And they were arguing over which ones to give to the juries or not. And so, I'll put this here. If anybody wants to click a link to it. And did that go?
It
Yeah,
did.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
What else is happening?
I don't know.
I'm gonna miss you guys now. I just realized, like, I had to go when okay. So the dog starts yelling. Amazon came. I have power now for my computer.
Extra.
Had to get a new power brick. Isn't that sad? So that's good. So that's what the dog was yelling about. And then while I'm down there, blue dog's like, oh, I gotta go outside. I'm like, okay. So she goes outside. It was a poopy break. So it was a puppy poopy break. That's why I was gone so long. And anyway, I went outside with her and I was like, holy cow, it's a beautiful day. It's hot, sunny. I was like, it's not real. I'm in a cave, constant cave here. Oh, look.
So weird. It's like being in the movies during the day. You walk out and you're like, wait a minute. It's supposed to be dark out here.
Did you ever do that, like as a kid? Like you go see a movie, like in the summertime, and it's because you're out of school. You got to go during the day, and of course, if you're spending your own money, that's the cheapest, right? And it's so cold in the movie theater. And when you come out, that hot air hits you and it's still sunny.
Yes. When I have a grow room and you go in it and it's bright and it's loud and it's cold, and then you walk out and it's quiet and normal in the regular world, it just feels so surreal. You're like, wait, what's happening?
It's crazy how it messes with you.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of, I don't like wintertime.
Oh.
It's the short days.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to start streaming outside from now on. I don't know how that's going to.
Yes.
That's gonna work.
From a hot tub?
This weather.
Oh, I wish I had a hot tub to do it in.
No, don't ever.
Yeah.
Get in
What's
the
that
pool
sound?
like Yaya.
Is that what that sound is?
No,
She's in the pool.
No, I'm cooking.
Oh, we're frying food, y'all.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
I'm eating my breakfast and lunch right now. Some animal crackers, waiting for my husband to let me know if I have to go pick them up. He brought the truck in.
I had peanut butter and jelly sandwich twice a day. It's sad when I was like, you know what I need? I need salad. You'll never hear me say that. Yeah. It's like I need salad because I'm dehydrated. And it's like water. Does cold water bother y'all?
Oh, I
No.
love it. It's the best.
I prefer a temperature like a little cold, but not really cold.
Like cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am now. It's like, and I was having this conversation. I used to I don't know. I just used to just guzzle ice water, and then it's like now it bothers my stomach or something. I don't probably have bad water. That's probably the first thing. But it's weird. I'll get a bottle of water, and I won't drink it hot, or like right out of the case. It has to come out of the refrigerator and come back up to room temperature. If it's the weirdest thing. I'm like, what has happened to me? I'm like getting these like little kid like weird tendencies, that you shouldn't have. And I'm like, it's like it's germy or whatever. I was saying about do what?
Did you cut the crust off your peanut butter and jelly?
I still do that. Actually, I take it back. I went back to doing that because I was like,
You're
what?
5 years old.
Damn it, I'm an adult and I can do that if I want to. I do not have to eat the crust.
That's right. That's an adult decision.
It is, and I love those Uncrustables.
That sounds gross.
You don't like the Uncrustables?
I don't think I've had. It's like already made and then pressed together.
Yep.
They're in the
No.
section.
I used to get them for the kids when they were younger. When I did childcare out of my home.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never eat one. No.
Oh my gosh, I love those things. They make good dessert. You want something sweet at nighttime? I don't know why. After you eat dinner, I want something sweet. It's I figure that's healthier for me than most things. When I say that my diet out loud, I realize it's really bad.
Yeah.
Get off of it. This cat is really like.
I thought you said that to me.
No,
get off.
sorry, I thought I was muted. My son's cat. I'm actually cleaning and organizing stuff, and I have like little piles here and there, and she's walking across it all.
Of course, that's what
Typical.
cats do.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you got something new, and you're trying to do something. Well, let me go mess it all up for you.
Get off my painting.
Oh, now, Rabbit, I am like that. I do like a crunchy crust.
Oh yeah, fresh baked bread. Yeah.
Never trust anyone who dislikes cats. I like the
but
cool
that
cats.
cat's
I like
sweetie. She's a
cats.
glowy.
I love
Tweet-
cats. It's just that she's kind of weird.
Cats
She's like
can't be.
just-
Cats don't want you to trust them. That's why they act that way.
I mean, she's sitting here just like staring at me for no reason.
Maybe it's learning about Egypt as a kid, and it's like, oh, cats were like gods or whatever. And it's like, I always think that cats trying to eat my soul or something when they start staring at me.
When he dies, they'll eat your damn face. Cats are messed up, man.
I mean, I've had cats my whole life, but and this one is actually very like docile.
Yeah.
And she's a good cat. She came with my son.
Whoa, you had a cat at the same time you had a baby? What the shit?
No. My son just moved home a little over a month ago, and he brought his cat and rabbit with him.
I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh. Oh, This whole thing's crazy. I'm really proud though. Yaya's attorney turns judge.
Yeah.
He has kept this thing.
Yeah, he's kept it.
I've never
I
seen.
missed a lot today, but I don't think
you're here for the good parts.
Jen says she liked other people's cats. I always had a really cool cat. My sister had a cat that behaved like a dog. It fetched and everything. These cats were really cool, but I think that's anecdotal, and most cats are not like that.
Yeah, people always tell me about how cool this one cat was. You know, I was like,
Yeah.
I knew this cat, or I had this cat, and it would fetch, and I could put it on a leash, and it's like, what?
That's kind of cool, right? A cat that'll do that stuff.
Yeah, but I've never seen it. I think they're
Yeah.
lying to me. They're trying to get me to say, "Oh, I'd love to have a cat that does that," and they say, "You want this one?"
That's true. It's a trap. I get paid to say that to certain people. I wonder if that must be why.
Would you like a cat?
Mm-hmm. I get a $10 check every month just to randomly say I knew a cat that could fetch, and now I get it. I'm part of the psyop. Never mind. 1 in 40 cats are tolerable, best case. Yeah.
Oh.
Tweety wants to know, Yaya, if the judge is handsome in person.
Well, he looks just like he looks on here.
All right. Well, if you like it, then
I mean, I haven't seen him in 20 years, so he pretty much looks the same thing, just a little older.
a little more wise.
But
Oh, rabbits.
he acts the same. He has a damn it. Sorry.
Same
he acts
mannerisms
the
and everything.
same. Yeah.
Are we on a 10-minute break, or what's happening right now?
It is this.
And right before this, did they say, like, I gotta pee or see you in
They got to
20?
type up the instructions, bring the jury in.
Damn.
So it's a little bit later today, right, than it was yesterday? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Because I think they were already finished up with closing arguments. Almost by now.
No, I don't think so. Is it 4 o'clock for you, Yaya?
It is 4:10. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I think they gave it to the jury at 5 to 5, and I was thinking that was pretty late.
Oh.
Well, the way things went yesterday.
It could be. Let me think. You said, let me look at my messages, I guess. 5 to 5 their time. So for me, what time would that be? 3?
See, I didn't even know yesterday. My son texted me and says,
yep,
the whatever. He texted me, and then I looked in Discord and I just jumped up.
Yep. I got a message at 3. So at 5:40, they came back yesterday. Your guys' time. So and they only had it for about 40 minutes. So they'll I think they'll give it to them and let them see if they can't come back, but exactly like happened yesterday.
I think so.
What do y'all think? Is it harder to answer this question than it is about being guilty?
No, I'm still torn because does she have mental health problems? Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of us that do, and we don't do these things. There's been I could be wrong on this because I missed a lot. It seems like, except for the one time when she was 14, and that was right after shortly after her mom died, she went in for unaliving herself. But it seems like the other times the psychosis whatever was brought on by her doing meth. Am I correct on that?
That's what they tried to make it sound like.
That's what the state was arguing anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that, has she had? Yeah, she's had a very troubled life. Yes. She's had mental health issues. Yes. But when she's in the, what do you call it? When they were interrogation room, she
Yeah, that
appeared
was
normal.
crazy.
I'm just like,
yeah.
I agree.
I
Self-induced.
think a lot of the like the gestures and things she was doing in court, I think was done purpose.
I
don't know.
Yeah.
Go on.
I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't play one on YouTube.
Oh, everybody does on YouTube.
I just know, I don't know how to say this.
You feel bad for her, I bet.
Oh, I do. But I've never done meth. I've never touched any of that stuff. Have I tried marijuana? Yeah. And I really hate the fact that they throw that in there because
it's the totality though.
Yeah. And I've been on a lot of different medications through the years, and some of them that she's been on. And I didn't, but then she was using meth. So, but that was by choice.
Yeah.
And how many times did we hear them say she went off her medication?
I think that's something that ought to be looked at. What I mean by that is just the don't do drugs, kids, whatever, like that, the public service announcement, it just, for some reason, just flashed in my head. And it's like, I don't think I've ever heard people say, if you're on any type of like prescription, like this is how you should not take an unprescribed medicine because of this. It seems like it's a multiplier. It makes.
Session, your silence is requested.
Oh, hang on, we're back.
Okay.
If I can hit the button, where's the button at?
I'm going to mute myself because I'm cleaning.
Okay.
All right. You should have now a copy of the instructions that I propose to give to the jury. And again, I will give this before closing arguments. I'll start with the modified 100.
Uh-oh, she gonna stab you.
There's one missing.
Don't, she's side-eyeing him like a motherfucker too.
She's like, I like my stuff in a binder. Put it in a binder. 3-inch D-ring binder.
Well, in any event, there's the add-on at the end of 100, but I'll get to that in a minute. I'm going to give 315. I'll give 640, the mental disease or defect expert opinion testimony. 605, instruction on the issue of the defendant's criminal responsibility. Then I'll give 160, closing arguments of counsel. Then you can do closing arguments. And then the closing instruction 460 after you've completed your closing arguments. I've added the verdict form, and the verdict form actually needs to have the heading on it, and I'll make sure that gets corrected before it goes into the jury. But I did fix the request you had, Mr. Freilich. So the question one is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? And I did that for question 2 as well. And in the instructions, when I indicate
It's an or, not an
to be
and.
getting this verdict form, I made that correction there as well.
Thank you.
Oh, look, he's going to change it right there. He likes to do his own paperwork.
He's putting in a ticket.
Be funny if he used whiteout. Just took the piece of paper and put whiteout and then wrote over the top of it.
There's a photocopier behind his chair.
Exactly.
So just white it out. Can you do anything for, where they said, like, Taylor said that she heard a train whistle and all that stuff? Is there ways to...
You know what, I think what I was
I don't know,
thinking was
medication
missing.
for that?
I don't think
Can
it
you
was-
get in somebody's
Thinking of
head?
602
Okay, but you
Yeah,
know
I
what?
can.
inserted in one
Did they say whether there's train tracks by the prison or not? Because we have train tracks all over Wisconsin or Green Bay.
So I think that's where.
Oh my gosh, that's such a simple and effective answer. She may actually be hearing a train.
I was
Yeah.
thinking of
Just great
602,
hearing, big
and
deal.
602 doesn't need to be inserted in 100 at this phase.
I was actually trying to Google and find out if there's tracks next to the police where she's at.
Okay.
Valhalla.
That's what I propose to give, council. I'm start with you, Mr. Saunders. Any objection to the form of the
Elaine.
instructions or the verdict form?
Just on the verdict form, question 1, I think it should read at the time the crimes were committed, plural, instead of the singular.
Right. Because we're dealing with
3 counts.
3, so that can be corrected. And then when I
That's on the pattern form, not a
605,
plural.
question 1 at the time crimes were.
Put the S in parentheses.
Yeah, they should, and just leave it there.
Any objection to that, Mr. Fraley?
No, that makes sense. Crimes were, that's what we're talking about.
Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
Oh, there's one more instance. In the top of 605, the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offenses.
Sure. Makes sense as well. Mr. Fraley, any disagreement with that?
Your Honor, are we talking 605, the number 1?
605, the very first sentence says, you have just heard testimony about the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense, and they're suggesting it should say offenses.
I agree.
And
Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
I mean, this
I guess
is...
it's also on the next page, the first question heading.
Well, it's on that same page, number 1. At the time the crimes were committed.
what is she saying about his hands?
Did he just say I'm nervous? So did she say your hands are shaking?
Oh, I'm creeped
Yeah,
out.
he did. He did. 'Cause he's right next to the mic, so you can hear him whispering.
Okay. Those are
That's what
finished.
she notices? I mean, that's what's going on, right? Doesn't that
I
seem
don't think it
weird?
appears any other place.
I mean, it all seems weird. I mean, you can't justify stuff. That's the thing we have to always
Anything
take a
else,
step
Mr.
back.
Saunders?
None of us know what this is like.
Mr. Fralick, anything concerns about the form of the verdicts, or, I'm sorry, the form of the instructions or the verdict?
Your Honor, I see what Mr. Saunders was talking about on that second page, where it's in writing. The first question is, and then it should say at the time the crimes were committed.
We've caught that already.
Okay, but on the first page, what I was talking about, we corrected that first paragraph with an S for offenses.
Yes.
But then if we look down, it says 2 questions, and then it's got question 1 and question 2. Was that changed to at the time the crimes were committed?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
And
You just
so
agreed to
everyone
it,
knows,
dude.
I'm not
Like, you
intending
just-
to go back
don't
and
make
get
yourself
that
look
corrected now. I will make sure my judicial assistant corrects that as I'm listening to closings, and so when this is delivered to the jury, they will have it corrected.
The assistant will be flogged
In
later.
addition, as I've indicated, I'm also going to have the heading inserted on the top of the verdict form. So instead of the title of 605B, which is where this verdict form comes from, it'll have the heading of this case. If there's nothing else then, I'm going to use the same time limits as we had yesterday, but they're going to be flipped. So yesterday I gave the state a half hour and 10 minutes of rebuttal. That's what you'll get, Mr. Freilich, but the state will get 35 minutes for their closing. I'm not sure if you're going to need that much time. The time that I've given everyone each time, they haven't
Let's
used.
hope not.
But I will keep track of that for this time.
Okay.
Anything else before we bring the jury in, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
Yeah.
No,
So it's
thank
like,
you, Judge.
No, we don't disagree. She was crazy. Thing is that is not defined under the Wisconsin rules.
Is she crazy or is she insane? There's a difference.
Yeah. You do not define the elements under the rules. This is a ruse. She is trying to play with your feelings.
Which microphone are you using?
And the other side is going to say, she has brain damage from doing so many drugs, dude. It's not her fault.
I don't think she's brain damaged from doing too many drugs. They didn't submit any MRIs or anything, did they?
No.
Yeah, so there.
And see, that's what could take long. That's a jury question. You gotta. You've heard all this stuff, and then you get to decide whether you think it happened or not.
Mm-hmm. But thankfully, they've been, yeah.
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
I was going to say, they've been sitting here just as long as us, so they didn't just start, oh shoot, I unplugged my head.
They didn't just unplug your headphone?
With us. Now they just have to see. Sorry, can you not hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay, yeah. I unplugged my speakers in the middle of that. I just decided to keep talking. But the jury, they've been contemplating it the whole time, right?
Given to you
Yeah.
by these instructions,
So
and
now
from
it might
these
not
alone,
take too long for them
guided
to
by your soundest
see if they all
reason and best
concur with
judgment,
what they've
reach
come
your
to.
verdict. If any member of the jury has any impression of
I
my
still think
opinion
it'll take them
as
a
to
little
the
longer
issues in
'cause
this
this is
phase
not
of the
gonna be
trial,
as cut and
disregard
dry.
that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify but must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. In resolving conflicts in opinion testimony, weigh the different opinions against each other. Also consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the facts supporting their opinions. The court has appointed Dr. Christina Engen to examine the defendant and to testify at trial. You should weigh the testimony of Dr. Christina Engen as you would weigh any other opinion testimony. You have just heard testimony about the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offenses. You will now be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. This issue will be presented to you in the form of two questions. First, at the time the crimes were committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? Second, as a result of the mental disease or mental defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? You will be asked to answer the second question only if you answer the first question yes. Before you may answer a question yes, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that the answer to that question should be yes. Evidence has a greater weight when it has more convincing power than the evidence opposed to it. Credible evidence is evidence which, in the light of reason and common sense, is worthy of belief. The first question is, at the time the crimes were committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? Mental disease or defect is an abnormal condition of the mind which substantially affects mental or emotional processes. The term mental disease or defect identifies a legal standard that may not exactly match the medical terms used by mental health professionals. You are not bound by medical labels, definitions, or conclusions as to what is or is not a mental disease or defect to which the witnesses may have referred. You should not find that a person is suffering from a mental disease or defect merely because the person committed a criminal act, or because the unnaturalness or enormity of the act, or because a motive for the act may be lacking. An abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct does not constitute a mental disease or defect. A voluntarily induced state of intoxication by drugs or alcohol or both does not constitute a mental disease or defect. A temporary mental state which is brought into existence by the voluntary taking of drugs or alcohol does not constitute a mental disease or defect. Chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. If you answer the first question
Almost,
yes,
Nancy.
you
After
must
this.
go on to answer the second question. If you answer the first question no, you should not consider the second question. The second question is, as a result of the mental disease or mental defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? If you answer both of these questions yes, the defendant will be found to be not responsible for the offense and will be committed to the Department of Health Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to herself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. In deciding whether the defendant is responsible for the criminal conduct, you are to consider only the issue of the defendant's mental condition at the time the offenses were committed. Agreement by 10 or more jurors is sufficient to become the verdict of the jury.
So it doesn't
Jurors
have to be
have a duty
unanimous
to consult with one another and to deliberate for the purposes
So
of
10 out of
reaching
12.
agreement. At least the same 10 jurors should agree in all the answers made. I ask you to be unanimous if you can. At the bottom of the verdict, you will find a place provided where dissenting jurors, if any, will sign their names and state the answer or answers with which they do not agree. Either the blank lines or the space below them may be used for that purpose. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given you by the court. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys will make their closing arguments, and as indicated, because the different burden of proof in this case, Mr. Freilich will start. Mr. Freilich, are you prepared to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, this is where all the money's made.
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Lissay. I want to thank you again for your attention. I know that you've been thinking and analyzing and listening very attentively to the testimony from these experts in phase 2 of this trial. You know, the question is whether or not Taylor D. Schabusiness is legally responsible for the crimes that she's been convicted of. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness has elected not to testify. That's her right. You are not to use that against her in any way, shape, or form. This case is a battle of the experts. We have Dr. Seipel, we have Dr. Engine, and we have Dr. Leighton. The case started off by my client's father, Arturo Coronado, who came in and he testified that his daughter had some problems, some mental health problems growing up as an adolescent, that he got her some treatment, some counseling, some professional help, that he helped her at Nicolay Psychiatric Center, and that my client lived with him for a period of time. So he provided the framework and the background for some of the issues that this young lady has.
No, he didn't.
And we heard about the fact that her mother died in the home, and she was there. And that was I would submit that was a pivotal event in her life because she loved her mother. Then we moved on to Dr. Diane Lighton, PhD, a doctor, forensic psychologist.
More emphasis on that.
And she provided testimony as to her extensive background, her training and experience. And she provided testimony that she worked at UW-Madison as a scientist, that she completed over 3,000 hours of post-doctoral training at Mendota Mental Health Institution, a well-known institution that treats people with mental health problems, and that she became a licensed psychologist in 1993. She worked there doing competency evaluations, NGI evaluations, many other evaluations. And then in 1997, she went and became an independent forensic psychologist, where she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations, including competency, NGI, not guilty by reason of insanity or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. We call it NGI. Evidence-based sentencings and guardianship. And so she testified about her background and her resume. Lawyers call it a curriculum vitae, her CV. Bores out all of the experience that she has working in this field, technical field. And she went on to testify about the fact that she met with Taylor Schabusiness in February of 2023 at the Brown County Jail, and Mrs. Schabusiness was nonverbal, non-responsive, apparently threw a chair. She tried another approach where Dr. Lighton met with her behind glass and didn't really get any response. Then we heard about the fact that she did meet with Ms. Schabusiness in June of this year, and she was able to conduct her interview and glean and garner information with regards to her mental status and this report that she was tasked with. And I submit that Dr. Lighton testified that she didn't have to do an MMPI, a Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. She was able to gather enough information from reviewing all of the other materials and information that she had. Interviews, consults with the prior attorney, with me, reviewing all of the other doctors' reports, Dr. Lucetta, Dr. Seipel, Dr. Collins, and other doctors that have been involved in this case. She reviewed police reports, looked at interviews, looked at the criminal complaint, looked at Brown County Jail records, looked at Nicolay Psychiatric Center records when my client was inpatient there, looked at her school records, looked at the Bellin Health records, looked at a lot of information.
Looked at a lot of information.
Basically, what we have here is Dr. Lighton, who's very experienced. She did the NGI evaluation. You heard from Dr. Seipel, Matthew Seipel, that he did a competency evaluation. He did not do the NGI evaluation. Dr. Christina Engine, she's the one that did the NGI evaluation. Now, as it relates to Dr. Lighton, she is of the opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, she testified that Ms. Schabusiness, Taylor Schabusiness, qualifies for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. The serious, she opines, she concludes, that the serious mental disorder affected Taylor Schabusiness's ability to know right from wrong at the time of the alleged offense, dating back to February of 2022, and affected her ability to control her behaviors. And she finds and opines that Taylor has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder for at least several years. And that was confirmed in the records from Bellin Health. She also says and opines that Ms. Schabusiness continues to have prominent psychotic symptoms and has not used substances for at least 1 year. There was some talk about the feigning, the faking, the malingering. Feigning means faking. About that topic. And Dr. Lighton indicated that it was her opinion that my client was psychotic at the time of the alleged offense, and it wasn't simply due to drug use. It's clear that Taylor Schabusiness had a problem with methamphetamine, with drugs, marijuana, other drugs maybe. Dr. Lighton says that Ms. Schabusiness had a very strange presentation, had facial expressions that can appear inconsistent with the context. If you're talking to her about something, she might smile or grin, and it may not be the appropriate time for that. But she opines that her assessment finds that Taylor Schabusiness has a genuine mental disorder of a psychotic nature, which is most likely bipolar 1 disorder. Now, in this case, you heard that Dr. Engine, with respect to her, she didn't know that my client was under a civil commitment order for Brown County by Judge Lee Joyce. Taylor Schabusiness was found by the court to be the subject of a civil commitment, and that's why she went to Nicolay Psychiatric Center. My client was also the subject of an order for involuntary medication. She had to take medications ordered by the court. No ifs, ands, or buts. Why? Because she was deemed to be having a mental illness. So that's something, ladies and gentlemen, that you should really strongly, seriously take into account, that in April of 2021, for a 6-month period, she was under a civil commitment order because she was mentally ill.
Civil commitment order makes it sound like she was married. I don't think it's hitting as hard as she wants to.
Like a civil union.
Yeah.
When you look at, the report from Dr. Seipel, or you heard about his testimony, I would argue that, his focus is on competency, and competency and NGI are two legal theories, two legal issues that have to be determined separately. But his focus is on competency, and that I would argue that his testimony is not relevant, not germane to the issues that you are tasked with, and that is to determine if my client is NGI, if she meets that criteria. Dr. Seipel although he's a PhD, his training and experience is much less than Dr. Lighton's. But his focus was competency, and that's not why we're here. Dr. Engen, she testified, and she met with my client on October 12th, 2022, and then again on October 21st, 2022. It appeared that on October 12th of 2022, there was some security issues, so she wasn't necessarily able to meet with my client. But she did meet with my client on October 21st of 2022 and had a 3-hour interview with my client. That's 9 months ago. It's a long time ago. I would argue and submit to you that her report is stale. She didn't receive the Bellin records. She didn't look at those records. Someone else could have given her the records.
But they didn't.
Maybe Dr. Seipel, he's on the same letterhead. And Dr. Seipel knew that he was doing his evaluation. There was a disconnect. There was no communication between the two doctors,
Well, they came to the
which
same
is something
opinion.
you should consider. There was no connectivity there.
Yeah, but you don't know what the procedures are.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's
Also, with due
Yes,
respect,
yes.
Dr. Engen, didn't
She injected him.
trek
Next, she rides
from
like a
Milwaukee
donkey.
to Long County Jail to meet with Ms. Schabusiness to do further assessments or supplements.
donkey butt and them big old
Didn't
legs.
do anything to supplement the report. So that's something you should take into account as well.
Well, we don't want him to have bad stage presence. I like good presence.
Yeah, with a bow and everything.
Yeah.
There's
That stuff gift wrap.
instruction, I believe the judge already gave it to you, but it indicates chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. Something to take into account here.
Never established.
Yeah, now the defense will say that, or the prosecution will say that. Hopefully.
We believe that Dr. Lighton was very clear that Taylor Schabusiness has bipolar 1 disorder, that she has psychiatric symptoms, she has mental health problems. And she made that clear. She talked about
This guy is
the fact that
valiant.
Taylor Schabusiness heard the train, heard the whistle.
What are you flipping through? Her
That
train,
she,
her whistle.
that Miss Schabusiness lacked volitional control, lacked the ability to control herself, that she is a psychotic person off the scale,
On meth.
that she has a very unusual presentation.
Was she wearing a turtleneck?
And she testified that Taylor Schabusiness, when she interacted with Dr. Litton, that Taylor tried really hard to answer her questions. But Miss Schabusiness was distracted by internal stimuli, the clock, the cord, voices telling her to hang herself,
True.
the train with the whistle that got louder and louder. Talked about 007 and James Bond when she
What?
was asked about her mood.
I missed that.
On a
Dr.
scale of 1
Litton
to
talked
10,
about
how are what are
hypersexuality.
your thoughts or some shit? And she said 007.
Oh,
And
okay.
that was a
totally
concern
missed
for
that.
Dr. Litton.
I did too.
And about OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, where Ms. Schabusiness was washing her hands 30 to 40 times or touching
Yeah,
her
and she was
hair,
trying to clean up her mess. She made
things that
Yeah. Blood's hard to
were
get
a
out.
cause for concern. you know, Wisconsin law, we all have to follow the law, and Wisconsin law
Well,
is such that the defense and a defendant must satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, that Ms. Schabusiness had a mental disease or mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity to either appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And you're going to be given some jury verdicts, basically questions. Not many, just 2, I believe. One is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or mental defect? I would submit that the answer would be yes. That's my argument. That's my request, that you consider that,
Just do me a favor and click.
and that it was bipolar 1 disorder, based on the testimony from Dr. Litton. Then number 2, you'll have to consider, as a result of the mental disease or mental defect, did Taylor Schabusiness lack the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? And you'll have to consider that as well.
Wobble.
no, she's still responsible. She's messed up, but she's still responsible.
I would submit that would be a yes. And I know you know this, but I want to make sure
This is everything you've got.
the only issue at this hearing, at this phase 2, the second phase of the trial, is Taylor
He's gonna say
Schabusiness's
she had
mental
income,
condition at the time of the offense. So take that
I mean,
into
everybody
account.
does. They always say it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, help me out here.
It's a difficult
building it
case.
up.
It's a very complex case. Deals with law, deals with psychology, deals with mental
Deals
health.
with law.
Oh, really?
A lot of things going on.
A lot of things going on.
But
Lot
I
of
would
things
ask
going
that
on.
you
Accidents
take all
happen.
of this into account when rendering your decision.
Like,
Thank you
good
very much.
Lord.
She feels like I do.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lozay, are you going to be giving? Mr. Saunders, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Afternoon.
No, that was just that's just him. That's cut and dry. Oh, no,
Oh,
wait a second.
boy.
Oh,
Yeah, she was
that might
cut,
be
but not very dry.
I mean, there wasn't a lot of blood.
Gotta give her credit.
I didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm. The floor was
I
pretty dry.
think it was the dope. I think it was the dope. I blame it on being on drugs and the come down. I barely do drugs, then months go by, then I do drugs. Admitting on multiple occasions, both to evaluators and to law enforcement, about consuming a significant amount of methamphetamine for these offenses, admitting that she and Shad were toking methamphetamine beforehand. She even talks about how she was still tweaking on meth during the dismemberment process. Ultimately, that's what this case comes down to, right? Because as we heard from, I think, every doctor, it's difficult to parse out psychotic symptoms versus drug use. So when we're talking about whether somebody has a mental disease or defect and they're voluntarily ingesting methamphetamine, it's really hard to say that that's due to some other underlying mental health issue, right? And that kind of makes sense in our common sense. But ultimately, that's what this case comes down to. It's the defendant's own words that this was fueled by meth, and now it's, well, no, it's bipolar. It's something else, some diagnosis from way before this offense. And that's not the standard you are to apply. Okay, so first, 2 questions you'll have. Was Ms. Schabusiness suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the
Lord.
offense?
Interesting.
Not in 2012, not in 2014, not in April of 2021, not in June of 2023 when she's meeting with Dr. Litton, or in July with the other doctor, Dr. Seipel. The relevant question is at the time of the offense. Okay? And I disagree with counsel. And you all sat through Dr. Litton's testimony, I don't think it's clear at all that she's diagnosing the defendant with bipolar 1. She said most likely, seemingly based on the prior diagnosis, but there's never a firm diagnosis, and we heard Dr. Seipel comment on that as well. And you also heard about what bipolar entails, right? What's required? What are some diagnostic criteria, right? We heard about these manic episodes that last a week or thereabout, or even longer, where there's this heightened and manic state followed by a depressive state. You've heard none of that. What part of the interview the defendant gave to law enforcement on February 23rd indicates that she's still going through some manic episode? What part of all of the witnesses and evidence you've heard about the time in the night of February 21st indicates that she's going through some manic episode? You've heard none of that.
Oh, that's
So
why
this
AJ was
idea that
important.
this manic episode arose and dissipated in a flash, just happening to be around the 5 minutes where she's actually strangling him, and then the day that she dismembers Shad,
Yes.
it's utter farce. There's no basis for that. Instead, we're relying on a bipolar 1 diagnosis from April of 2021. Almost a year before the offense. And you heard from Dr. Seipel and Dr. Engen, both of whom are court appointed. State didn't hire them to come. They're the court's appointed experts. Both of them have issues with that initial diagnosis. You heard why, about the concurrent methamphetamine use around the time of the Nicolay admission. And that's the same story we're seeing now, right? It's the same thing. Methamphetamine use exhibiting psychosis, and that's unfortunately what led to Shad's death in this case. It's the same thing. So this concept of a civil commitment and the judge ordered voluntary medication, it's not relevant. It's not consistent with the other evidence you saw in this case. What did you see that led you to think the defendant was going through a manic episode, to have bipolar 1 at the time of the offense? That's what's relevant. You're told what a mental disease or defect is. It's something that substantially affects the mental process. That's something else you heard nothing about, right? People can have bipolar 1 and not have their mental state substantially affected. You heard nothing from Dr. Litton to tie that diagnosis, even if we'll give the benefit of the doubt and say she did diagnose bipolar 1, despite the testimony. You heard nothing to tie that into it being a mental disease or a defect. You're instructed that, as we talked about in opening, it's not just because somebody does something really abhorrent and really awful, unnatural. That's not a mental disease or defect. That would be a perverse incentive to sort of reward people to do more deranged things, right? That's not enough. It's not a voluntarily induced intoxicated state. That's what we have here. Mental disease or defect is not a mental state brought about by the ingestion of a controlled substance. So when we heard about meth-induced psychosis, right? Again, that's something that's being brought about by a controlled substance. Those aren't mental diseases or defects. You're responsible in this state for anything you do because you choose to ingest methamphetamine.
Yes.
That's the law.
Yes.
You heard nothing in this case
Amen.
about there being some permanent condition. None of the doctors diagnosed the defendant from suffering from any brain disease because of methamphetamine use or some other substance. Not even her doctors will say that. So when the defense argues that chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect, if the condition has become permanent, nobody is testifying to that in this case. That's not any evidence that you heard.
Nice.
You heard and saw the defendant in the time almost immediately before and immediately after this offense, right? We heard from Dr. Seipel about that, and I think the defense fundamentally misunderstands why the state called Dr. Seipel. Obviously, he didn't do an NGI evaluation. We asked him about that. The relevance is because he highlights flaws in Dr. Litton's report, in her opinion. And that's the sole opinion the defendant's relying on to meet her burden. We heard about why, when you're considering, a bipolar diagnosis, particularly in the NGI context, it's really important to look as close as you can to the proximity of the offense, right? And that makes sense, right? It helps validate if this is actually some manic episode or something that would be throwing a chair randomly at a person, right? But there's a difference between those two things.
Oh, show us.
We heard none of that. We heard none of that from Dr. Litton, did we? We heard a lot about mental diseases and illnesses that she thinks happened way before, way after. And yeah, she reviewed a lot of material, but Dr. Litton tied none of it into February 22nd of 2022, did she? No testimony about, well, okay, so if somebody has bipolar 1, how is that manifesting? How is that utterly inhibiting the defendant from her awareness of what's going on or her ability to conform conduct, right? We heard none of that. We heard a statement at the end that, well, I think she's NGI. I would support the plea. And you heard no analysis, right? No analysis of, well, I considered the defendant's actions the night of the incident, and this raised this concern for me. That would support my opinion. We heard none of that, right? And it's their burden to do so. You heard none of that from Dr. Litton. She's, yes, qualified, experienced. We heard about that. But there are real issues with her methodology in this case. Based largely, her opinion is, on her interactions with Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th of 2023. And we heard ample reason why that should be a red flag. People who actually administered personality tests to kind of determine feigning and over-exaggerating of symptoms, including experts hired by the defense, have raised that concern for the defendant that she over-reports symptoms, that she exaggerates symptoms. And Dr. Seipel is exactly right. And you heard the testimony from Dr. Litton. Most of her opinion is based on her interactions with the defendant and this bizarre behavior that she's observing. Incidentally, bizarre behavior you haven't observed for 1 second during this trial. The last 4 days, there's no throwing chairs, there's no outbursts, there's no staring or off.
Show him. Show him. Prove him wrong, you crazy. Prove him wrong.
So this idea that Dr. Litton's
He's
opinion
saying
based on her
exactly
interactions
what
with
I
the
was
defendant
trying
and
to say.
some old bipolar diagnosis,
Prove you're crazy.
there's nothing tying it together. There's nothing showing you that would allow you to agree
Taylor
with her
Kirby in the ready
opinion
stance.
that the defendant had a mental disease or defect on the date of the offense, which is the relevant question you have to answer.
Yeah.
You have reported behaviors by Dr. Litton that aren't in any other reports that are
Before
observed
you
by
get
doctors.
dressed, you gotta
Dr.
get
Seipel meets
undressed.
with her really close proximity, isn't reporting any of these behaviors. And again,
Come on, Tay,
one of the
Tay, let's
questions
see
you
a
have
snap.
is capacity, right? Substantial capacity to do things. And there's a big difference between capacity and desire to do so.
Voices are
with
talking to her
volition,
again.
with choice, right?
Get up, get
The
up, get up, get up.
capacity
kinda
to
freaky.
go skydiving. I don't have the volition to go skydiving. I have the volition to dunk a basketball. I probably don't have the capacity to dunk a basketball.
Probably, boy, you
Right, those
don't
are
have the
different
capacity,
concepts.
son.
I'll take
Not in
that
that
bet.
suit.
Information you heard about
Not in that suit.
Not in this
the
lifetime.
testimony is that it's something that the defendant can control to some extent, right? There's no outbursts or any of the behavior Dr. Litton's talking about that Dr. Seipel observes.
He's gonna get
that the
bullied so
court-appointed
much for that
expert
comment
Dr.
in a year he slam
Engin-
dunks a basketball.
Engin,
Yeah.
forget,
Yeah.
observes. None of that, right?
Could be on TikTok in a year.
To the
There we
contrary,
go.
you have
Welcome back,
Dr.
There's MG.
Engin
Hey, how's it going?
doing scientific
This
tests
guy thinks he's gonna
about
dunk a
the
basketball.
validity of some of the
He thought.
observations and determining the opposite, right? And sure, Dr. Litton was under no requirement to do that sort of testing, but when she says she just looked at the prior results and relied on those, well, what she should have been relying on is that the information the defendant's telling her isn't accurate. That's the only prior analysis that we heard about. So again, there's real methodological issues with Dr. Litton's report.
Twin brothers.
Most importantly, none of it ties together with the date of the offense. Her testimony for the better part of this morning, maybe 2 or 3 questions dealt with the date of the offense, tying it together. Dr. Litton, how are you able to tell this jury that Ms. Schabusiness was unable to conform her conduct, was not aware of what's going on? You heard none of that. She didn't even review the entire video, the recorded interview that you observed, to see firsthand, really close proximity to the date of this offense, what the defendant's behaviors were.
Hey, purple.
She reviewed a transcript.
Me purple.
I think she said she may have reviewed 90 minutes of it or something like that.
They're asking for a new poll.
Didn't review the second interview, which incidentally, as you observed, and you heard from Dr. Detective Graff, the same behavior, same mannerism, same lack of outbursts or anything like that
Show your poll.
throughout this time. Again, this manic episode that is allegedly occurring. You observed that over several days and didn't observe any of that. So that's the concern with Dr. Litton's testimony, and that's the relevance of Dr. Seipel's testimonies. He points out some of these issues. And he interacted with the defendant as well. Didn't observe any of that on multiple occasions as a court-appointed expert. Again, not hired by the state to come in and say that, report that. So you have the report from Dr. Engen, the court's expert. And you heard the testimony, and if you review the report, it jives with common sense, right? There's no mental disease or defect that she talks about. The mental illnesses, which there seem to be, are all substance abuse related. And again, the law of this state says that's not enough. That's not a mental disease or defect. So sure, there's, I think, amphetamine disorders and methamphetamine intoxication. She says, yeah, I would support these illnesses. Those aren't mental diseases or defect. She considered a bipolar 1 disorder and rejected it for the reasons we talked about. Given the concurrent use of methamphetamine, it seems like the doctors that the court appointed agree that you're using meth. You're not psychotic. Any psychotic symptoms you're exhibiting are because you took meth, not because you have some diagnosis of a mental disease or defect.
Yeah, and they weren't permanent.
So when you're asked the first question, when you see the verdict form, that question should be answered no. You've heard insufficient evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental disease or defect on February 22nd, 2022. Okay. If you answer that question yes, and only if you answer that question yes, do you get to the second question. Second question asks sort of a compound question. As a result of that mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity, again, capacity, to understand the seriousness of her conduct and to conform her conduct to the requirements of law, right? So understanding and conformity are kind of the two things there. So let's talk about that. You obviously heard from Dr. Engen about that, about how she does not support that. She does not believe that she lacked substantial capacity to have either of those two things, right? And her reasoning makes sense, and really it's kind of reasoning you probably would have gotten to without her testifying in some respects. It helps that this expert that the court appointed comes in and tells you that too, but it jives with common sense, right? Because you heard all this evidence for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today about the defendant's conduct on February 22nd, 21st, and into the 23rd. She's aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct, and she's telling you as much, right? She tells law enforcement, I took these Clorox wipes and I was wiping up, right? Specifically, even accurately remembering it's Clorox wipes, and where she put them, in the bags.
In the bags.
Detective Scanlon on February 28th asks her, hey, we saw some wiping pattern on the floor, and what was going on with that? And she was like, yeah, I was cleaning up. And they're like, well, did you move the bed over?
She knows she's not getting insanity.
Yes. Why did she say it? Why did she say she did that? She was covering it up.
Yep.
right? And that's why we ask those questions about the blood that we saw on the floor under the mattress isn't coming seeping through the mattress. It's coming because the defendant moved the bed over it, because she's trying to cover up her crime. And now they want you to believe that she's not aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes, good, great point. Let them know.
She's telling law enforcement, how am I going to get away with this? That was her motivation for dismembering his body for a lengthy period of time after the fact. Hearing footsteps upstairs, worrying mom was going to find him. She's telling you she's aware of the wrongfulness of her conduct, and she's exhibiting action and volition to clean up. Everything you're objectively seeing evidence-wise in this case shows you that she knows exactly what's going on. She even remembers details about this night. And now that we hear this professed amnesia in her comments to Dr. Engen about this offense, and you saw the interview, she had every detail down to the T. She could have drawn that entire basement for you from memory. Everything was located. She's telling you where the meth is located, where the dildo is located, what color the dildo was. She's aware of what's going on.
Nice. Don't forget these fucked up details.
Even with the
That's right. Those are the important details.
Don't forget to clip that, Div.
You have her,
I can't put dildo on my
her
channel.
memory of the
Susan already
incident.
hates me.
You're hearing about how she's describing, and you could probably infer from the nature of the offense how blood was going everywhere in the course of the conduct, yet you heard about the condition of that basement, right? It was pretty spotless, pretty clean, especially considering what happened down there. Because she cleaned up. Because she was aware of the wrongfulness of what she did. She didn't just massacre somebody, dismember him, and leave a war zone down in that basement.
Massacre.
No, she cleaned up because she knew what was going on.
Yes.
Then you get to the second part, right? If she's
Mom.
able to conform her conduct to the requirements of law. And again, you heard nothing from
10 out of 12.
Dr. Litton
10 out of 12,
to
and
kind of
it's
help you
only
with that, right?
more
Like,
preponderance, more likely than
I'll
not.
accept she has this bipolar diagnosis. Well, tell me, Dr. Litton, how is she unable, because of that diagnosis, to conform her conduct on February 22nd? And you heard none of that. To the contrary, as Dr. Engen points out, you have a lot of information to tell you she's able to conform her conduct pretty well, right? She's employed. We heard about court cases that she was dealing with. We heard about paternity things she was arranging in the time leading up to the offense. We heard about after the fact, we saw the contact with law enforcement, right? She's ordered to take her hands out of her pockets for officers. She does that. Order to put her hands behind her back. She does that. Complying with orders, complying with commands, complying with questions. She's conforming her conduct pretty well, right? She's following the law enforcement's commands. In her interview with law enforcement for a lengthy period of time, she's conforming her conduct. She's not exhibiting any manic symptoms. She's not exhibiting any psychosis in that you heard about.
Listen to him fill the water. Good job.
There's just nothing in this case to show that she's not able to conform her conduct. To the contrary.
I mean,
you heard a lot of evidence that
was a weird
She's
not
thinking
only did she not lack that ability to conform her conduct, that what she did to Shad was volitional, was a choice. She liked it. She was
copied
aroused
the whole
by
question
it,
from the jury
right?
instructions.
She told law enforcement that. She
Oh,
wanted
no.
to do
I
this.
intentionally did that. It does look
She
weird.
did.
It's not.
Because that was a volitional
why I
choice.
was
It's not
careful.
because she lacked substantial capacity to not do so. It's because she wanted to do so, and she did. You heard about her saying, well, yeah, I
bored.
knew I was killing him,
Yeah.
but quote, I did it anyway, right? Because that's what she wanted to do. And again, a mental disease or defect is not because you may not have a clear understanding of a motive. I would say you should, but that's not a mental disease or defect. Just because what she ultimately did is in some respects quite disturbing. It's not a mental disease or defect. You have insufficient
Volition.
evidence to support that. And again, it's not the state's burden to disprove an NGI plea. I think we have. But it's this defendant's burden to convince you of the NGI plea, and they've utterly failed in that respect.
I don't think they are.
I was wondering that for a minute, though.
We heard about the burden of proof, that it's a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence. And you should be,
wonder what Tom's
even though it's not a
thinking.
burden, I would say you should be reasonably certain
I wish this
the
would
defendant's
hurry up.
not suffering from a mental disease.
He's thinking, I need that massage I got
It's
scheduled
their
for
burden to
tomorrow.
convince you that you
Will
should
the
be
jury come
reasonably
back
certain
today?
by the
That's
greater
what
weight
he's
of the
thinking.
credible
Yep,
evidence that she
I'm going to say
does.
2 hours. Less than 2 hours.
It's their burden. If they wanted
Yeah,
the
he's doing
court's
such a good
expert
job
to
that it
review
won't take him long.
documents from 10 years
Yep.
prior, they could have done so.
He's
They
clearing
could have
up
provided those
the way the
materials.
defense
They wanted,
muddied
hey,
the waters.
please interview my client again. They could have done so. It's their burden,
Throw the chair.
and they chose not to. There was additional jail records. They could have produced those.
Oh my gosh.
And actually, Dr. Engen's comments about that make sense.
I didn't even think
Her
of that.
findings and all the objective evidence you have is this is a
Like,
method
grab
used
it. Don't
crime.
entice her.
that whether she had a civil commitment
She
a
said, look,
year
she's
prior,
scared. She can feel what
had
she's saying.
I think a mood disorder 10 years prior as a 14-year-old, that's not relevant. It wouldn't change anything.
No, her mom died back then. That
I
was
don't understand these
that was
arguments
due
about the
to
reports
that.
being stale. As Dr. Engen told you, it's a retrospective review, right? We don't really care, and you're not asked to decide, does she have mental disease or defect today? That's not important. The proximity to today isn't relevant. It's the proximity to the
I think she's
offense.
asking him
You
to
should
get her a
actually be
Big Mac.
entirely convinced Dr. Engen's report is the more relevant report. It's closer in time to the actual mental state the defendant had on February 22nd.
How much time's he got left?
I know, right?
It's obviously a complex case in some respects, right? It's a serious offense that the defendant was convicted of. It's obviously
No, dude, don't overthink this.
it's an important
Stop
case,
while
right?
you're ahead.
And
Yeah.
the defendant has had experiences in her personal life that nobody should have. Losing a parent at a young age, it's something many of us deal with, and it's awful to hear about. It really is. But that doesn't change the law. That doesn't change the standard in this state. Because there's simply no evidence to support she had a mental disease or defect on February 22nd, 2022. Not only did she not have a mental disease or defect on that day,
You know,
you have no
they have
evidence
not brought up the
to
fact
say
that her
that mental disease
father,
or
what her
defect
father did to her. I just
I was
realized
just
actually
thinking
capable
that.
of conforming her conduct or
I was going to
appreciating
ask
the
you what you
wrongfulness
thought
of her
about the
conduct.
fact they've never brought
You
that up.
simply don't have
I
that.
just realized it just
You
now
have
that
ample evidence to the contrary.
well they can't.
The
Apparently, well they
defendant
can't
is
prove it.
telling you
Yeah, he didn't get convicted.
that meth made
No.
her do this.
Not of her, no.
She's
Okay.
repeatedly told that
She
to law
did.
enforcement.
She did
Every
try to
objective
press
piece of
charges,
evidence you
but they
have in
threw
this
it out.
case
I'll have to look and
supports
see
that
what for.
finding. And it's simply the
okay.
case that is not
Let me
enough in this
Google
state.
that.
That's not a mental disease or defect. So don't let her now try to come in and say this was some other thing. That no, now the meth really didn't have anything to do with it. It's important to note a meth-induced psychotic state is also not a mental disease or defect, as you'll read in the instruction.
That's what he wanted
There's
to keep in.
no mental disease or defect. There's no lack of awareness. There's no inability to conform your conduct. You have ample evidence to the contrary. And that leads to one inevitable result, is that she's responsible for what she did to Shad on February 22nd. As a result, you should answer both questions no, or answer the first question no, and don't get to the second question. Thank you.
I say
There
her
you
attorney
go.
comes up and says, you know what they left out is
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
that
What
chronic
rebuttal is he
use
gonna
of
have?
drugs and alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease.
Your Honor, again, may it please the court.
Yeah.
You guys,
Gentlemen,
Yeah.
Mr. Saunders, Mr.
this
Lissett.
isn't the first time Tom has had to deal with her.
Really?
You know, this case illustrates that this young lady,
February
Taylor
9th,
Schabusiness,
2021.
has a lifetime of mental health issues.
Community Credit Union
She
versus Taylor
has
Schabusiness,
bipolar
who was
1
the
disorder.
judge.
Didn't she attack the judge?
That is a mental disease or mental defect.
She flashed the judge. I mean,
Who is the state fooling? We have a young lady that was under a civil commitment order and a medication order by the Brown County Circuit Court in 2021. So she already had a mental health disorder, a mental defect, I submit a mental disease. That predated the incident that has brought us here to court on February 22nd of 2022.
I know what my prediction is.
8/31/2020. He was a
It's
judge.
clear
in
in this
one of
record
the-
that Ms. Schabusiness was at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center for 3 weeks or so, maybe a month, in 2021. You got to see in phase 1 of this trial, Green Bay police officer Garth Russell, who parked his squad down quite a ways, and he walked in the dark of night across the snowy parking lot up to the Eastman Avenue apartment at 2353 Eastman Avenue. And Ms. Schabusiness
Okay, here we go.
met, or Officer Russell met her at the door, out on the
You're
porch.
right.
And you
Battery
could see on the
against
video,
judge, prosecutor,
her
or
face.
law enforcement officer.
You could see her,
officiating judge,
her
Tom
eyes.
Wall.
You could see her demeanor. She didn't look right. I submit to you, she didn't look right. Something was going on.
She was scared. It's a cop.
Did this happen when she was in a manic state or a psychotic state? I submit that, once you have a mental health issue, mental health diagnosis, a mental health issue like bipolar 1 disorder, it's not going away. It follows you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, especially not in a day, sir.
What we have here is
You got
someone
meth in
who
your
has
system.
a very serious mental health issue, mental health disorder. And you pile drugs on top of that, it can constitute a mental disease or defect if the condition has become permanent. I would submit that
Compound drugs on top of it.
Taylor has had mental health issues dating back to her early years. She went to Purveya, she went to Bellin, she went to Nicolay, she was under a court order where she had to have injectable antipsychotic medications.
Because she couldn't take them orally.
This guy needs some meth. God, it's awful.
She apparently
I
was
was hoping they
psychotic
would
when she
finish
was at the
before I got
Nicolay
home.
Psychiatric Center. I would submit that it wasn't necessarily from drugs. She's got this underlying issue here. She has ongoing mental health issues. She's only 25 years old, and they've been going on since her youth. I would argue that
Cheers.
the mental health issues that she has caused this whole situation, and that'll be something you have to think about.
You didn't say it with any passion.
Is she able to appreciate, or was she able to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct on February 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Was she able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law at that particular time? And you saw the video. We all saw it.
There were 3 other people in the
She
house.
was-
She didn't take anybody else with her.
Yeah.
It was very bizarre, very
She went up and
unusual,
asked for glasses.
very odd.
Can I borrow your
Her
readers while
demeanor.
I clean up downstairs?
In this case, there are a lot of doctors, but Dr. Engine, she never knew about the civil commitment order. Come on. You didn't know about a court order? She's a PhD and she deserves respect, but something happened here where it fell through the cracks that she didn't know about this civil commitment order or this medication order.
He won't touch the
And then
other
we
guy.
have Dr. Seipel, he got the Bellin
Oh,
records, got them from me. And, he does a report for this case, and I find it incredible. It's incredible that he doesn't send, with due respect to him, he doesn't send the Bellin records over to Dr. Engine, knowing that she's going to come in here and testify in a court of law in front of you jurors.
Does he
I
know what
find
their
that
procedures are?
Unbelievable. I don't make the law,
That's a reach.
but the law, you know the law because the judge read it to you.
I don't make the law.
You have to consider whether she's responsible because of a mental disease or defect.
Okay. Yeah.
So you've got to think about all of that.
Yeah, I was hoping
The
this got
defense didn't
finished, but
fail.
I'm gonna have to go in
There
and help the
is a
wife. So.
plethora of
Do your
evidence to
duty,
show her
sir.
mental health
Right, you
history.
Doing okay?
Y'all have a good one.
All right, man.
See ya.
Bye.
Was her bipolar 1 condition permanent? I submit to you that it was. Did it cause a crazed situation for her on the date of this fatal incident?
Up to you.
You heard Detective Groff, who's a very seasoned detective with the Green Bay Police Department. You heard him go through very methodically questions. He was patient. He asked Taylor Schabusiness lots of questions about what was going
Sorry, I'm
on.
not gonna Joe
And
Biden.
he testified that
No, he's
the
more
police
competent.
detectives and the officers, it was an ongoing investigation, and they didn't have all the facts. They didn't know all the things that were going on. It was evolving. Detective Scanlon was over on Stony Brook, and Detective Groff was at the police department.
Exactly, Sage. Thank you.
She told Detective Groff, I didn't intend to do this. Me and Shad were buddies. Words to that effect. So I submit that she did not want to do this. At the time, was she in a state of psychosis? Who knows? That's for you jurors to decide. But we've presented, the lawyers, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Lissay, and I have given you the information, the evidence for you to wrangle with and think about and analyze and assess. I would ask that you consider the fact that Ms. Schabusiness was taking the antipsychotic meds, the injectable meds, when she was at Nicolay Psychiatric. And then once she was released, didn't take it anymore. We all know if you don't take your medications,
Exactly.
you're going to have problems, especially
Didn't
if it's
I
a
just
mental
say
health
that?
condition. If you don't take your high blood pressure medication, what's going to happen? Your blood pressure is going to go up to the sky and you could have a heart attack or stroke. Same thing rings true for other medications. And in this particular case, Ms. Schabusiness did not take these medications. So I would submit,
Eh,
her mental health problems, her bipolar 1, got worse and worse
If
and
he's
worse and
responsible
worse
like that, he
to the
probably
point
goes
where
to
it
the
went off the
bars
cliff.
or bowling.
I would submit that based on everything that's been presented, I'd ask
tonight
that
I'll be
you
drinking.
consider returning a verdict that she is not responsible for these crimes by reason of mental disease or mental defect as applied with the jury instruction. Thank you very much.
Bye.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Oh, finally.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a fair, just, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. Do not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to render a just and true verdict. As with the case in the prior phase, you will be getting a copy of these instructions with you during your deliberations. With that, I'd ask the bailiffs to step forward to be sworn.
Do you swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep all jurors sworn on this trial in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the
they're
court,
sequestering
until
him.
they have agreed upon their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they
They
render
are?
their verdict, communicate to
Yep.
any person the state of
Hope
their
they gave 'em a
deliberations
decent
or the
hotel
verdict they
around
have
here.
agreed upon, so help you God.
You think it'll
All
take
rise
him
for
that
the jury.
long?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
All right, fun fact. I just looked up her whole criminal career in Green Bay here. Everything she was arrested for, Tom here was the judge.
The judge.
Oh.
Yep. Yep.
Anything to bring
Well,
up
maybe
before we recess?
That's why she behaved.
Maybe that's why she
And I'd ask,
gave him
with
that
the
gunshot.
situation the other day, I'd ask if everyone to remain around
Purple
for
saying
30
an
minutes,
hour or
until
less.
6 o'clock or so. After that point, if you want to leave, if you could just leave a cell phone number where we could reach you. And with that, we are in recess. Thank you.
How long did you
That's it.
say?
He said everybody hang around till 6 o'clock their time, and then after that,
30 minutes.
go home. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was last time.
And it's 5:30 now.
Well, she grinned when she shook his hand.
Well, do you want?
And they took out the charge out of this Green Bay or Wisconsin Circuit Court, where she tried to have her dad charged with sexual assault is gone.
Huh.
It's not showing up in there anymore.
Expert, what's your opinion on the two different questions they have to consider?
Hang on a second. I'm going to end the poll real quick too.
Okay.
This is interesting. The poll is 74, went 73-26.
Interesting.
So 73 say no, she is responsible, and 73 and the 26 said yes, she is not responsible. And I use the language like that because it came from the jury instructions. But anyway, so actually what's funny is that she has to have 12 or has to have 10 out of 12 to convict.
Right.
That is 83%. So we did not, we didn't make that here.
Oh,
so no,
shit.
she is responsible. No, she would not get a mental here. Anyway, what is mine? What's my opinion? Well,
Yeah. On both questions.
Question 1 is, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? You know, here's the thing. You know what bothers me about that is I don't think I can answer that because I don't understand all that stuff. I can make it as a juror. You have to take what you heard, and
Well, you're a juror in this
your own
case.
life experiences.
You're a juror in this case. How would you vote?
You have to make a choice.
Yeah, that's the hard part because how do you? I know Blue Dog is making me have
She's
a mental
voting.
defect, but do I do?
Is the question, did she have, it's a question of law, not a question of health, right? It's saying, in this time, did she have a mental defect that caused her to not understand what she was doing would have consequences? Is that the question they're answering right
It's
now?
two separate questions. It's, did she have a mental defect?
Mhm.
And if she did, was she criminally liable or not?
Okay. And that's at the time of the crime or in general?
Yes, at the time of the crime.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, I hope they say that she. It's hard because it feels like the answer is yes, and if yes, that means you're.
Well,
I'm glad
there's
the
two questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, see. Question 1, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect?
No.
Yes, I think she is. I think she has a mental problem.
I think they say yes here as well. Be interested. Do we
Yes.
get to see this form? When they're
Yeah,
done.
this is the form.
When they're
We're
done.
looking at it.
Yeah, so they'll come back and they'll be like, on question number 1, we said
Oh,
yes.
okay, good.
Yeah, and then or so 2, as a result of this mental disease, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law?
Oh.
So, well, hold on though.
The defendant lacked
I'd say no.
capacity.
Did
I would
they
say no.
lack the ability? Because of the defect, did they lack the ability basically to be able to tell right from wrong?
So you think she can tell right from wrong?
Yes.
What you're saying?
I would say
Okay.
yes to the first one and no to the second one.
But it doesn't give you that choice, right? It's saying yes or no. Because then it says you will be asked to answer the second question only if you answered the first question yes. Well, there's first
Correct.
2 questions.
The
Right.
first one is no. The first one is yes. At the time the crime was committed, she had mental disease or defect.
Why do they say it after this? It's confusing me.
And then 2 is as a result of that disease or defect. So you got to take that mental condition and be able to apply it to what she did.
Well, let me ask you this. Is the reason that they ask it that way, I mean, I'm sure that's the way the law is laid out. But is the reason for that for sentencing?
Is there a reason for what? I didn't catch your last part.
All right. Is the reason that they word it that way because of sentencing? Because if they flat out say, no, she didn't have a mental defect, then the sky could be the limit. But if they come back and say, yes, she had a mental defect, but she was still responsible, that could reduce the sentence.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like a mental defect would be strange places. I don't know. And then
You don't?
Yeah, you don't? Wait.
Maybe I do. That's why I said it.
You crazy.
Yeah. Yaya, what do you think? She probably loves that. I didn't see it in the chat.
Probably.
So the second part is it's applying specifically her condition to the crime.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I right off the top of my head because it's like we always see stuff like there was a prior indicator that they would be doing this. This crime is so heinous.
Well, look at it this way. Can you say that, because this is kind of how I would look at it, I would probably answer no to number 1 for the simple reason that she had methamphetamine in her system, which would not cause the mental defect.
They're not asking that. They're just saying, does she have a mental disease or defect? And she clearly has some defects, mental defects. Yeah.
Right. She does have
I think they get a yes here
Maybe.
on number 1.
No, that's what I'm predicting they will say. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Rabbit
say
says
yes.
no.
Yeah,
Rabbit
she
says
said-
no
that's
to
what
number
knows
1.
it. She says no, she's not.
Yeah, she understands the question, I think.
Well, but you can't answer number 2 if you answer no to number 1.
That's what it just be no. You don't have a number 2.
So subconsciously she knows they're going to get a yes on number 1.
Well, then
yes and a no.
No, because if that would be, it'd be then as a result of that mental defect is
right.
They lack the ability to separate right from wrong.
Instead of 2, it should really be like 1A.
Well, this is the instruction and not the form, so they're going to see it a little differently than this, right?
Not much different.
Oh, okay. So this is how they see it.
Yeah.
That sounds like. Hey, gamer.
Hey, gamer. I think she did have a mental disease / defect. I think so too. I just don't. I think that in the eyes of mental health, she did, but in the eyes of a insane capacity, I don't believe she was insane. If that's what they're calling mental disease / defect.
Yep. Yep.
It's the word
So what do you think,
defect
Yaya?
that trips me up.
You're a juror. How would you say on this?
No, I'm thinking.
I thought you guys. So it was so quiet. I was like, she's gone.
No, I'm thinking. Does she have a mental illness? Yeah.
She's always had this mental illness.
Yeah,
or at
but
least for a couple of years.
did this mental illness cause her to do this? No.
Oh, there you go.
The
There you
drugs did, and the drugs cannot
Be part of it.
be part of it.
Right.
I mean, how many people in this world have so-called bipolar, or not so-called, but have bipolar?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I mean, my sister's had it for forever. She's never gone out and done this. You know, and she was into drugs at some point, you know, so no, I don't buy it.
Oh, you don't think the drugs did it? It's interesting.
No, I don't think she was crazy. I think does she have bipolar? Probably, but did that make her do
Yeah, I
this?
agree.
No.
I agree with Rabbit.
Yeah, you have the way Yaya just answered that made me think of this. Is okay. So yeah, people have mental conditions. Are you telling me that there is a one specific mental condition that is so defined, is so small that people like Taylor do these type of crimes, and it's not a widespread thing? Whereas you're saying like, oh, she's bipolar. Well, lots of people are bipolar. They don't do this.
Right.
Yeah, it dawned on me when he was talking that the reason we heard from AJ was to show that she wasn't in a manic state, and they chose bipolar 1, meaning that's weeks at a time up and then down, not just a day here. So BPD is something that's rapid cycling like that, but they're not saying any of that. They're saying she's bipolar 1, the most intense one, meaning that if she was down or up or whatever the hell she's supposed to be during this, then she would still remain in that state either days before, leading up to it, or coming out of it or something. It seems to me like why we may have heard from AJ.
That's a very good point.
And we have not heard them say she had any quote personality type
exactly
disorders like schizophrenia or the severe ones.
At the time of the crime. That's the important part.
Right, right.
I have bipolar family members that are not monsters. And that's something on a broader spectrum. That's where we have to be careful, because you start saying these problems, you start classifying people into things. And then,
well, I think a lot of people, especially in the chat, have been very clear about, look, we've seen these, disorders or whatever language you want to use. We've seen this in real life, and they don't act anywhere close to her. It's not even close.
Right. And if she was insane, she could be insane without also having been at some point diagnosed with any kind of disorders, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So
And
she's just trying to
watching her-
blame it on something.
What keeps coming back to me is her interrogation.
Yeah.
It keeps coming back to me how she was like, so I hate to say it, nonchalant about it. Like,
She
"Oh,
was.
whatever.
Yeah.
I did this, Well,
we keep going on about bipolar here. It's like, here's the thing: is because is that the only mental condition they gave her? Really?
It's the only one listed, or the only one they talked about in the court.
How do you say that this? We'll say it's bipolar is the only one they got, right? Or I mean, they do or
Right.
whatever. Because I
Right.
don't remember, so I don't
Diagnosed.
want to be specific on things. So let's say it's bipolar is the one thing they're asking. How do you make that jump over to here, cutting off and mutilating a corpse?
Right.
And that's the thing. And you can't. I don't think there's a correlation there.
They tried to say she had a psychotic break where she blacked out and has amnesia and blah, 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 all related to the mental disease.
okay, so where's the MRIs? Where are the CAT scans to prove that she's got a brain disorder that she's blacking out? No one did them.
Yeah.
Not even her defense.
Yeah.
Not to mention, she went into such detail on those
Yes.
interviews. Yes, the head is here. This is here. This is here. This is what I did. This is exactly what I did. Da 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 da.
I think a better defense would have been like, you know what, there is something messed up with her, but we don't know what it is. And I think that satisfies this question, the jury questions better.
Yeah. She's been misdiagnosed all her life.
And we may never have a correct diagnosis, but and that's why she needs to go to a treatment facility. And then you start arguing, it's like, also because at treatment, you have doctors, they take notes, and, they share their experiences with other doctors, and it makes it into curriculums and stuff like that. And so we learn as a society. That would be the benefit of going to a mental
I agree. I agree. But if it was the meth, she hasn't been on meth in a year. She's been in jail, right?
Yeah.
Well, she's still acting like she doesn't give a shit. She still is like, yeah, I did do all the things. Like, shouldn't
Attacking
she
her attorneys.
care? Like, shouldn't there be something where she's like, holy shit, cry, something, I did that?
She had no
She's not on meth now.
response, no fake. I don't know. She did not react at all. Like a normal person.
I still go back to every time that she went into some sort of facility and she was having these episodes that the defense kept bringing up, it was when she was coming down off the meth.
That's what I said earlier. Yep.
Yeah.
Every time. Except for the one when she was 14?
Yeah.
And that could have been because of what her dad did to her and her mom, even though that wasn't brought up in court.
I think what you're saying, if you should just the defense. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what type of defense you have. I don't know this stuff, but it's like, should you just start attacking? Well, yeah, that's my answer for everything. It's attack. So you start attacking it at the very beginning. You say, this opening arguments, this girl has had the worst life of anybody in the existence. And then say, I am going to show you how bad her life has been, that has put her all the way. It's all steps that were not. She is a victim of everyone around her. She's a victim of what we have created as a society. She's a victim of just the normal actions that people like you and I do every single day, because it's all out of her control, and that's created her. And as soon as we get into trial, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And
But
then try to
legally, does that remove her responsibility? That's
Right
the
there.
problem.
No.
Well,
Just
let's
because
see.
you've had a rough life
It does
not give you the right to do what she did to him.
Like, I'm confused, man. If what she did, we're not going to see a crime probably like this for a minute. With the background that she has, I feel like if she can't rise to the bar of insane person, then just forget it. Because she's crazy. Like, I would not want her to be my cellmate. I'd be like, well, no. She's going to snap any second. I don't think it was the drugs.
Right.
All right, let's see.
But she's already guilty, right? She goes to some sort of imprisonment, whether
Yeah.
it's a padded cell or a barred cell, one way or another. She's guilty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well then-
basically, they're just determining whether she goes to jail or to the mental institute.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad they kind of do it this way, because she's guilty. Good. At least she's guilty. Now we can decide, like, if she's insane or not. But I don't think
She
she's
is.
insane. But I do feel like she's crazy, and I would not want
She's
her to be in a cell
crazy.
with me. I think she'd still snap and try to eat someone.
I think she's nuts.
She might have liked it.
I'm right there with you.
She might do the Dahmer after all. That's what you're saying.
Mhm. She might be like, I just need some pork chops.
Okay, so when they were talking about the jury questions, here he
Yeah.
goes. Add the following if supported by the evidence, right? So, and this is the one that they were arguing over. Chronic use of drugs or alcohol may produce a condition that can constitute a mental disease or defect if the
Yes.
condition has become permanent.
And
So
that's why I think they'll. Yep.
That's several points there. It is you have to prove that she had a chronic usage, which I think they
She
kind of
did.
showed a lot of that.
Well, but then I was going to say
maybe
she
not.
hasn't in a year, but this happened. You got to go
Yeah,
back.
probably you got It just you got to focus on that. You got to make like a outline.
But chronic usage is 3 years.
Oh, but it's
No,
been
it's
more
like
than
you say,
3.
like she was huffing nail polish at 12.
Yeah.
Okay, but
See, that's why I think they'll answer yes to the first one, just because of that right there. Because they've established that she has a history of illicit drug use.
Yes.
But is it chronic? Was it
No.
every day, all day,
That's a good
her
point.
whole
What does
life?
chronic
52
mean?
times?
Oh yeah.
It's quite a
52
bit.
times.
Oh yeah, she did.
Is that
Yeah,
all?
that's right.
52 hits. That can constitute a mental disease or effect if the condition has become permanent.
Oh no.
Now, they didn't establish that, whether
It became
that had
permanent?
become permanent.
Two people in chat said that basically, if they decide that she was insane at the time of doing this, they could deem her not a threat and let her out.
No.
No, not in
Yeah,
Wisconsin.
what
She's already
MG law
Wisconsin.
says.
MG law and are you sure?
right.
The law would allow the judge to release her if he finds she is not a threat to herself or others. So if the jury finds her insane, there's a
Oh.
possibility that she could be on the streets. And then Darth up here said in a couple messages, court could decide to release her if they deem her not a threat. Judge did say that if they find her NGI. That sucks.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, you did it,
Tom?
but we don't think you're a threat.
Tom?
Puffer remembers the judge. The statute allows for it. Ooh wee.
Oh, jeez.
We're at 20 minutes. Are you on jury watch? Are you coming back? Did you have a plan, expert?
Yeah. So the way we did it yesterday was,
Okay.
let's see here. Let me do. Let me take this out here. We're gonna move that one. And where is the? I gotta stop screen. Golly, man, there's so many buttons you gotta push.
Sage said she may end up spending a lot of time in the hole in solitary if she doesn't get along with the other inmates. However, mental illness is still common among prisoners. Is common among prison inmates, and she may fit in. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see.
Well,
You know, I don't know if I really care where she goes. I mean, she's already been found guilty.
Yeah.
Will she get the type of help at the prison she would in the mental institute? I don't think so.
But
I don't think you can help
But
her.
is there enough help? Is there enough help out there for her?
what does the help? I mean, I know this is gonna sound really mean, but what does the help even do? What do you help? What's the ends you're trying to get to by helping? If
well,
you're,
yeah,
you're
because
still gonna
she's
be
not.
in jail.
She probably won't be released if she's found, competent, whatever.
MG.
Never heard anything like that before.
I can't read that. I'm not. Close
Hopefully,
enough
the
to
other
it.
inmates will give her the old Yeller treatment.
That's horrible.
Oh boy.
Still funny.
No. Oops. Oh, there we go. I just stopped everything. You see that?
Okay. Yeah.
My earbud fell right out and it stopped. Well, you know what? I'm glad I don't wear earrings. Earrings. I don't even know what they're called anymore. I'm glad I don't wear earrings. I'd be losing them all the time. Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
We're just
Okay, you got
ignoring
quiet.
you.
I don't blame you. I ignore myself.
Yeah, when you
zoning.
ramble, I'm just whatever.
Yeah, well,
I'm thinking. I'm just.
Well, they got about 9 minutes before they're going to dismiss them. So
Maybe they'll come back. 9 minutes.
Maybe come back.
No, it's at 30 minutes is where they do the. Hang on, there it goes again.
no, he said at 6 o'clock he was going to let all the attorneys go home.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah,
like yesterday.
right.
Ah, jeez. Oh, MG Law has an audience here. Yeah, she can't be and won't be helped. I don't know, man. It's just.
I don't want her back in the hood here. That's all I have to say.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, that's the best. That is the best observation right there. You live in the community. I mean, yeah, you don't want her back in your community. That's something I've never thought of that weighs on a juror's mind. Do I want this person to be out on the streets I'm on?
Uh-huh. Sean thinks she's getting insanity. Do you think she was insane during this, or do you think she's getting it? That's curious.
I think she was
Like,
drug induced, but not insane.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecutor made a very good point when he said she's sitting here for 4 days. Somebody in chat said some of the most stressful days, she
Mhm.
never reacted.
Yeah. You're right, Valhalla. He's going to let the lawyers go home, but say to keep their numbers so he can page him if they need to come back. If the jury comes back, they're coming back. Yeah. How long will that last? Like up until 7, 8 p.m.? Like, I wonder
Until they get an answer.
Yeah.
So the jurors,
So if the jurors,
home.
I'm saying if the jurors decide to go till 9 o'clock tonight, get a verdict at 9 p.m., do they alert the attorneys, or they say, all right, yes. Wow. I love that.
Yeah, there was a case not long ago where they did. The jurors were like, it was like midnight or something. And they said, "Can we go home for tonight?" And the judge said, "No."
Interesting. Sean says he does think she's insane. He said, "I know that's a minority opinion. I've stayed quiet, but I do think she was insane. Legally insane," he's saying. Interesting.
Okay.
Lord.
But insane enough to where she doesn't know right from wrong.
Well, yeah, I think that's the legal definition, right?
Mhm.
That's what I think that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll call it at some point, but this jury won't take that long. I've got it at 1 hour and 9 minutes, so we'll see. So no reason to stay quiet about it. It would be nice to hear what we maybe can't hear, what we are not seeing somehow. But we do have lawyers and psychologists and bipolar people and even deaf people. We have interpreted every moment of this case.
Well, that's the whole fun of this, is so we can get everybody's point of view, because you might change somebody's mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cool part of it.
You know what though? I mean, that is cool. That's very cool. There's no what it. You know what though? There's no. That was such the wrong phrasing I've ever used.
Bad phrasing.
That was so dumb. No, the thing for me is that this is. We found out. I wish. I mean, I could go back and find it, but it'd take longer than it would just to speculate. It was over a year ago. Yaya told us about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
I remember.
Yeah, it was crazy. Do you remember how it came about?
Are you asking me or Yaya?
Yeah, I think you did. Weren't you? You were with us.
I totally remember because Yaya was out camping.
Yeah.
It was the 1st of July?
She was glamping.
She was glamping. That's right.
In fact, I'm going glamping tomorrow.
And she was
Awesome.
quiet about it. The Schabusiness thing had already happened. She wasn't saying much
Yeah.
about it. But then the brother, the person that she was very close with, I don't know if you've talked about this, Yaya. I don't want to speak out of turn, but had something happen. And after vacation, she started telling us about it. And that included the Schabusiness details. And we're like, wait, what happened? And she started explaining how she knew these people growing up and her kids and them were related. And expert and I like, let us get, I got paper. I took notes. I was like, what the hell? What did she do? And she's like, oh, the head in the bucket. And then I couldn't believe it. I was like, you knew this girl. It was bizarre. It's so crazy that it's coming to an end now.
Yeah, it is. And I remember, Div, you saying to people, have you ever heard about Taylor Schabusiness? And people are like, no. And like, how do people not know this?
Yeah, it's wild. Some people are just learning about her yesterday when the verdicts came in.
It was the head in the bucket thing that just stuck in my mind since then.
Yeah. Come on, America. Care about something, for Christ's sake. This happened in Wisconsin.
For me, it was that Yaya knew about it. She like came into the chat. Like, I mean, I'm so honored by that.
I knew
that
about
you would
it.
Come and say something.
I was in Florida when I found out, like somewhere around the 1st of March.
Mm-hmm.
So it was right after it happened. I had never heard of it, heard about it until we were in Florida. And, and we were on the road for a couple days, traveling. So, yeah, until my son texted me the article, I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So crazy.
So,
well, I do want to say also is that Yaya, thank you. This is you've
no,
been.
you don't have to thank me, like I said.
You're just awesome. You're just awesome.
Thank you for letting me come instead of getting arrested.
I still wish you could interview her. I wish you would.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, that would be weird.
No, it wouldn't. It'd be awesome.
Well,
I know, but you know what? No.
Yeah. We wouldn't, because you were so close to this, we wouldn't blame you one bit if you didn't want to come on here. So to have you on here has been an absolute privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I got it pretty hard when her dad found out about that documentary. He was looking for me. He wanted to talk to me.
Yeah.
So it was like, well.
Can I ask you about the dad? Was he actually convicted of SA with her?
Yeah, not with her.
Oh.
No, not with her. With her stepsister, his stepdaughter.
Okay. Is that what he's currently in prison for?
Yes, and he was just sentenced
Wow.
the 17th of July, and he got 12 years and 18 years, top, whatever they call it. I think he's going to be on the bracelet or the ankle bracelet or something.
They must have made some stipulation then to not bring up that charge in order to get him to testify about her.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Because
thinking,
if he's currently in there for it, it would have been so kind of easy to bring up.
Good morning.
Seems like it. I don't know how it works.
I know I saw it in the crime reports.
Mm-hmm.
And today, when I went back and looked today, it's not there. And I don't know if it's not there because the trial's going on. They took it out because he was never convicted. It was thrown out.
It's so weird how that does happen, though. Like, because I'm like, yeah, I know I saw this and stuff, and it's like, oh, well, I don't need to save it. It's on the internet. I'll find it again later, and then stuff's never there.
Oh, so frustrating.
It is. Well,
And
guys, it's
if
been.
you remember
you'll call
last
it?
week, if you remember last week, Friday,
Mm-hmm.
when they had the hearing with that lady, the last competency hearing, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they brought that up.
Hmm.
They brought the fact up that she was SA'd by her father. And so when I saw him come in today, and I'm like, whoa, what? I'm out. It's all been, and now the charge was gone in circuit court.
Yeah, he's never convicted, so I guess that's.
He was never convicted of it, but they did bring it up last week. Her attorney did with this counselor. It was brought up because she mentioned that she was SA'd by her, by a family member or whatever, or father or something like that. She never said anything about it today, though, did she?
Mm-mm.
No,
Nothing's been brought up.
Yeah, I don't. So much
It's
doesn't
weird.
sit right with me. Yeah, right. It is weird, and it doesn't. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah.
Well, he was never convicted of it. Okay, it's her saying he did it. Her word against his word. He was never convicted of it. It was thrown out. And when she pressed charges was prior to this incident, maybe 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. She pressed charges around the same time that the stepdaughter or whatever. When he was arrested for that, it was around the same time frame that she tried to go after him too.
Whose baby is it? The dad in jail, the prison father?
Yeah, the dad. As far as I know, it's a dad in jail.
Yeah. Well, it's literally the let's see, where is it? That is baby daddy right there.
Yep.
But he does not look like that now.
Oh,
He
I'm
looks
sure
like
he
he's a
does.
member of was that Mexican gang?
The MS-13.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks
crazy.
bad hombre. But anyway, guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna end this. I'm sending links out right now for the verdict watch. So if it comes back, you guys know.
All right.
And guys, also everybody leave their like Discord on stuff, and because I might miss it if you guys don't tell me.
I know, right?
Yeah, I forget how I found out about it yesterday. I think I was watching the stream. Crud. Anyway, yeah.
Cool
Anyway,
Frog
I
told
wanna
me
thank-
yesterday, and I
Do
went to
what?
tell you, and you already knew. So the chain went happen fast. Yeah.
Oh, and they came out quick and had a
Yeah, I
answer
don't know.
quick.
Mhm.
So, guys,
right.
thank you
Yeah.
so much. And I will hopefully
Right.
see you guys tonight, maybe.
Thanks, chat. Thanks, panel.
All right.
See you
Thank
soon.
you, chat. You've been wonderful.
See you guys. Thank you all.
See you either
and,
later
how
or
do I-
tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. I'm just going to end this.
Yeah.
No, there's
Go
no dancing
for it.
out of here. Love y'all.